5 million apiece in chips. They've taken all the chips, over 100 entries started this tournament with, split them right down the middle, and are now battling it out for all the glory. This is what it comes down to, ladies and gentlemen. No deal, by the way, which means one of these guys walking away with 1.26 billion and denying the other the billionaire status that a deal might have achieved. Respect. Always respect a no deal heads up.
I got to admit, you know, I think on the back end of 10 days of poker, I might have been the first of 4, the first of 5, the first of 3 to maybe just put that word deal out there to the rest of the table.
Click that deal button, as they say on the online streets.
These guys have been grinding, but just the audacity, if you will, to just be like, you know what? No, I've grinded for the past 10 days. I want an outright win. I want the 53k plus score on my hand mob. I want the trophy. I just want it all. I haven't come this far to start offering up deals as knock me in late. goads Jinwoo to stabbing with 3 high. 1.6 in the middle.
Pure. Keeping it pure. Like those guys who never run it twice. Just like, I don't know what you're talking about. Let's just play some poker.
That reminds me of a few guys. I mean, look at this. This is just power poker. And it's just been the case. This isn't just a one-off. This has been throughout the entirety of this heads-up match.
My oh my. And if I could just take advantage of us having that close-up shot there on Jinwoo Kim as he cut out those chips, double-handed, put them in the middle. 1.1 million is the bet. Even a slight smirk on his face. Sort of the sign of confidence usually, as though it was unintentionally let out.
Some people just want to watch the world burn, you know. Got to go down in a massive ball of flames and knock Min Lei.
A huge fold there.
Wow.
Gilbert in the chat pointing out Albert fired all 3 streets quite a few times on yesterday's stream. Well, no one is surprised, surely. Just looking at the carnage we've today. Queens again. This monster is being dealt out, leading to interesting situations here and there. Julian built a healthy stack for himself. Came in one of the shorter stacks.
Oh my word.
It's almost tripled up since then, since the start of the day.
Julian with 9 lives. Fortunate to be here, courtesy of Satoshi's ill-timed 3-bet earlier on, getting John to fold what would have been the winning hand, and now Hijack v Button has queens against tens. He makes the call. Oh my god,
Oh my word. I was just going to comment how John simply flat called in a situation where you're very likely to see 3 bets. Had some sort of sixth sense about it all. And now with Dong having ace king and only 9 big blinds, this is going to develop into a real situation. Dong pretty much has to go all in and squeeze, and he's going to be in a decent spot, frankly, to more than double up, be in a flip situation. Julian has to be licking his lips a little bit. Dong could easily be squeezing with something much, much worse than ace-king. Queens is looking just so good. And now, does he want to reel in the customer of John Perry or isolate and go heads up against Dong Chen? And no matter what he chooses to do, how does John react? He's seen the story play out before and has been burned. He did make the right fold with the jacks, but of course would have won the hand. And as much as you want to be extremely rational,
Wow.
what a decision.
He folds the
Throws it in
10
again. It's correct again. Henry, what are the odds there's a 10 on the flop, man? Come on.
Don't. Come on, man.
It would be just too much to bear.
Ace King for Chen Dong against Julian's pocket queens.
We really are on the verge of the first elimination here. Dong Chen does need some help. Is in a flip. You gotta be kidding me. You gotta be kidding me. I knew it. Maximum pain. That's the mantra of the day. The poker gods have decided to deal out maximum pain to John Perry.
Third card, another deuce.
Wow.
6 outs.
Let's not forget the person at risk, Dong Chen, on the verge. One card away. Deuce would also do it.
Is a 7.
Not gonna be it. And Dong is the first person out.
Round of applause, guys, for Chen Dong.
Round of applause, fist bumps all around. What a dramatic hand to exit on. And John seems to be taking it fairly okay. I know I would be losing my marbles sitting there in his spot. Satoshi, still the chip leader. Ace 10 off in the low jack, as you said, Henry. Under the gun +3 on the graphic. Bumps it up. You love to see it. Except the timing might be slightly off here. John having pocket jacks, and Julian wakes up with kings.
Oh my word.
Here
Did
we
he have
go.
kings twice yesterday against ace king?
Indeed, and it worked out perfectly both times. Got it all in with monster pots.
Well, if there's ever a world where John gets away from this setup, this is going to be it. He's open from under the gun. Low jack has 3-bet. Julian from the small blind, moving all in. So the cold 4-bet out of the small. John going to ask for a count.
What a situation. If Satoshi had taken the conservative route, maybe called his ace-10 off, or even folded, something he could have considered, we know how this hand would have gone. Julian all in, John always calling. Now John has to worry about the stack, and the only stack really that has him covered. That is 3-bet him. He certainly cannot go all in over the top without worrying about what Satoshi might have. A proper 3-bet that was, by the way, to 450k, representing a lot of strength.
Oh,
Wow.
well played, sir.
Satoshi.
Oh, wow. He makes the call.
Didn't he fold King Jack earlier?
Hang on a minute. I'm so confused, but he does have the key card. The Ace of Hearts. The overcard to Julian's Kings. 5 cards to come. Take a bow, Bert, by the way. Bert Perry folding the jacks. Oh, my word.
The moment you said it,
Oh, my word.
I expected it. I knew it'd be in the window. I didn't even think it'd be anywhere else.
That
I knew
is
it'd be in the window.
absurd. What is happening so far this tournament? The 3 of diamonds does present a gut shot
It's avoid an ace
for Satoshi.
to stay alive and the river card.
Ace or a deuce, whoever's calling out the action.
Is the
6
6
of clubs.
and
Wow.
Julian's hand will
Wow. Satoshi, with his 3-bet, has effectively rescued Julian from busting the tournament. He would have been all in Kings versus Jacks. Bert Perry would have comfortably bad beat Julian with his trip Jacks.
Nyuk Min Lei picking up Ace Queen on the big blind versus the button open. Taking again the passive route as the middling stack here, again very incentivized to pot control against the big stack and wait out, bide his time and
Wow.
outlast the short stack. Both players making top pair here, and 3-handed, that's going to be pretty good.
Yeah, I said wow because talk about having an underrepresented hand. Nyokmin Lee simply flat called in the big blind. The range of that is super, super wide. Ace Queen pretty much at the top of that range. Jinwoo Kim comfortably bets out for value. And now, is Kok still afraid of the ICM, or does he realize that he has an absolute monster and wants to put more money in the middle?
Mo money, mo fun. Looks like a raise to me. About 400,000? 400,000 raise. Nyuk Min Lei.
Alarm
Trying to
bells
go
need
for
to
it
be
all.
going off for Jinwoo here. What is Ngok feeling comfortable raising it up with the short stack still in the mix, 3 players left at the final table? He's quick to make the call, and I don't blame him, but taking some time to really think about this decision could serve him well.
Interesting turn card here. Pairing the board, improving both players to 2 pair. Jinwoo Kim's kicker no longer plays. Has 1 chop out. Has chop outs on the river now. Needs a king for a chop. And Nyuk Min Lei taking an interesting line of check raising flop and now checking turn.
We see the outs actually. An ace, a 10, or a king will do it. So certainly not drawing dead, but cannot win this hand.
Small bet now.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today. Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today. Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today. Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today. Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today. Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today. Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Well, a warm welcome to the broadcast booth, one of the most highly anticipated, if not the most highly anticipated final tables of the Asian Poker Tour history. It's the final table of the APT Taipei main event, $1,600 buy-in with over $365,000 going to the eventual champion, Vidor Singhal, alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. Vidor, what a day we have ahead of us. These final 9 players have worked their way down to this final table, battling it out, some of them battling it out online first, over on Natural 8, the day ones. But a lot of these guys battling here at the CTP over the last 3 days. And we've got it down to this. It's going to be an epic
Absolutely incredible scenes here, Henry, as you just said. We're here at the Asian Poker Arena. It's been an incredible sight to watch 1,400 plus players get whittled down to the final 9 over a grueling 4 days of poker. Some of them, of course, came from online by playing on Natural 8. Some of them actually are in for only $80 thanks to the satellites that have got them into the main event here. And what a prize pool we're playing for. Let's just summarize what happened. $1 million guarantee for this tournament. We hit it out of the park, 1,400 plus players, $2 million USD plus in prize pool. As a result, the top prize, $365,000 plus in USD, and we work our way down to some incredible prizes to fight for going down the list as well. The final 9 are very, very strong contenders, but some superstars on the field as well.
Some superstars, man. Some Asian superstars. Punnat Punsri from Thailand, #1 on the Thai all-time money list, leading the field with a pretty overwhelming chip lead. Going to be coming in with just shy of 17 million of the chips in play, which is good for around 35% of chips in play, and maybe more importantly, has direct position on second in chips, none other than Lester Edok, who is already a 2-time Asian Poker Tour champion, looking for a record-breaking third main event title. Be the only person in the history of the series to have won 3 main events, but he has quite the field to get through if he's going to get his hands on another history mark in the history books.
And listen, speaking of quite the field, that's kind of what I like, which is a lot of unknown faces as well. That's what main events do. They make superstars out of people who might have been lurking in the shadows before that. We, of course, ended up looking at some of the players. You know, some of them aren't even on Hand and Knob, which means this might be their first big live result. Some of them have live results that would get maybe 10x'd if they were to ship this event. Those are the kind of career-making scores we're talking about here. It's going to be an incredible day of poker. We thank you for joining us, of course. And let's not forget where we're streaming from. Lovely Taipei. What an event it's been. The APT has just crushed it at this series, not only the main event, but all the side events. So we look forward to sort of dissecting what we went through this series. There's still some events to go, of course, and introducing you to all the players. But before we get back to that, let's also talk about what we have to look forward to in terms of the stack size. You already mentioned Punnat has position over the person who's second in chips. Not too short, anybody, I think, coming in with the structure that we have here at the main event. A lot of play still to go, so it's going to be a grind.
I beg to differ, actually, on that point, Vido. We've got 5 sub-20 big blind stacks. We've got 2 guys hovering around the sub-15 big blind mark. So I agree, you know, we have the 60-minute clock. They do have the opportunity to kind of pick and choose their spots. But, you know, every time that big blind comes around, those 10, 15 big blind stacks all of a sudden find themselves putting in 15, 20% of their chips in the big blinds. So it wouldn't surprise me if some of these shorter stacks kind of come out firing straight off the bat, looking to get that early double to then kind of allow them to tighten up a little bit, because given that, you know, the pay jumps here, everyone's currently guaranteed, what, 27K?
Yeah.
27K already. So look, sizable pay jumps. I wouldn't fault players playing on the tighter side, and that really opens the door for Punnat to kind of just lean into everyone else, especially given that he has position on second in chips. So as soon as Lester is out of the way, it's just green light for Punnat to start firing.
At the same time, some of the players that I've been eyeing out in the field seem to be completely unintimidated by the likes of Punnat and other superstars. I'm specifically also thinking about Chi Wei Fan, who we will introduce the audience to. My personal favorite ever since yesterday, when we saw him dancing on the stone bubble while being all in on the stone bubble. And if that's the attitude you have towards poker and the main event here at the APT Taiwan, there might be a long way to go, you know. Like, this is not someone who's afraid to get the chips in the middle.
100%, man. Look, you make a final table of this size, all I want for the players is just to enjoy it. Just embrace the moment. It's one of the biggest stages in Asian poker history, especially in recent history, in recent times. So it's not every day that you find yourself at a final table of this size. Enjoy the moment, man, because, you know, for a lot of guys, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
Absolutely, and let's just talk about the rest of the series as well. In fact, we have the high roller going on right now, the mini main going on right now. Absolutely record-breaking fields. We spoke early on while we were sort of doing a pit walk around the floor. During day 2, it was impossible to even move around, really. But what really helped also is having people qualify from Natural 8. Just in case anybody in the audience is not aware, there are people who played day 1 from the comfort of their own homes, cashed, and came directly to day 3 in Taipei. I mean, what a great offer that is, to actually know that you're going to be cashing, you're going to be playing in the main event day 3, and then decide to come to Taipei. And some of those players actually made it really, really deep. So,
Punnat, our chip leader.
Absolutely. So a huge disruption maybe in the way multi-table tournaments are played in the future. That's the kind of new records, new dynamics we're talking about here at the APT.
Yeah, it really is fantastic. Shout out to our title sponsor, of course, Natural 8. We've got a few qualifiers at this final table that either satellited in or played the online day ones. We'll obviously be updating you viewers at home once they get to the feature table, once they get to the final table, rather, we'll be introducing all of the players. I guess for the time being, some guesses on our part, maybe guesses from the chat. Let us know who you think is going to be taking this one down. I don't want to be biased, of course. I want to remain as impartial as possible from the booth, but that man, Punnat Punsri, over the last 18 months or so, has been a force to be reckoned with. Won the main event, the Triton Cyprus main event earlier on last year for over 2 million USD. He's been winning tournaments all over the world, so
Over 5 million in total live tournament earnings alone. Looking to add an increment to that, certainly here with the $365,000 first prize. Let's talk about what the other prizes we're looking at.
Yep.
It's going to be 150,000 USD heads up. That is absolutely massive. That doesn't take away from the fact that second prize alone is over 200,000 USD as well. And as I work my way down, about 146 for third, 107 for fourth. So at least 4 people looking at 6-figure USD scores. And by the way, we're in Taiwan. Let's talk about the top prize. 11.2 million when you think about it in Taiwanese dollars. 7-figure score right there.
There
Love
we
to
go.
see it.
Get that one on the Henlon mob. I mean, look, it's time. Let's throw it down to Greg as he introduces the final table.
Taipei, please help me give a warm welcome to our APT Taipei main event final table! In seat 1, Joshua Su Tan. In seat 1, 3.5 million in chips from Malaysia! In seat number 2 with 6 million in chips, Teng Kui Su of Taiwan. And seat number 3 with 3.9 million in chips, it's Ben Liu from Malaysia. In seat number 4 with 2 million in chips, please give it up for Wong Cheng Wing of Hong Kong. In seat number 5, 12 million in chips. It's from the Philippines, Lester Idok. And of course, in seat 6, our chip leader, 16.8 million in chips from Thailand. It's Punnat Punsri. In seat number 7, 3 million in chips representing Vietnam. It's Kim Long Lam. Seat number 8, 3 million in chips, South Korea. Give it up for Kim Soo-bam. And last but not least, also representing Taiwan, 5.3 million in chips. Last but not least, Fan Chi-wei. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your final table.
The final table of the APT Taipei main event has been set. Just a couple more photos to be taken of our final table list, and then we will be shuffling up and dealing some cards. 27,000 USD guaranteed for these final 9 players. Over 365,000 going to the eventual champion. Let us know in the chat who you're rooting for, what country you're supporting. Who do you think is going to be taking down this record-breaking APT main event? And of course, whilst we have you here, do us a favor, chat. Smash that like button over on YouTube. You've already seen the work that we're putting in to grow this festival and put out quality poker content for your entertainment, wherever you may be. Really is appreciated. Helps us grow the channel, helps us reach a wider audience. Let's go, chat. Final table time. Just moments away from cards being up in the air.
If you were following along as our wonderful co-presenter and co-commentator Greg introduced all the players, just take a note of the diversity we are talking about and we are now looking at this photograph on the final table. Good local representation. 2 players from Taiwan. Local heroes in the making, I'm sure. 2 players from Malaysia, Ben Liu and Joshua Tan. Representation from Hong Kong in the form of Tung Wing Wong. A lot of big ups for Philippines in the chat. That's for Lester Edok. Of course, the Thai superstar Punnat Punsri already got a mention, along with representation from Vietnam and Korea as well in the form of Long Lam Kim and Su Bum Kim. I am always excited to see diversity at APT final tables, and this legendary, record-breaking main event is no exception.
Yeah, absolutely buzzing for this. diversity. Nice to have a couple of local players in the mix as well. Let's talk about that record. Leicester Edog, we were joking with Victor and Fred just before the final table players took their seats that Leicester just seems to final table main events for fun, and his wife seems to take down every ladies event as well. I believe she had back-to-back earlier on last year, if I'm not mistaken. These guys just show up festival after festival, just seem to find a way. They're doing something right.
On one hand, it seems unfair almost. On the other hand, you know what? It just reaffirms poker is a game of skill.
It really does. It really does.
It does take a lot of luck, of course, to make the final table of a massive field. If you haven't been following along our lovely live reporting on the APT website, do know that you can do that for most of our events, and just catching up to some of those crazy hands. Had a lot of aces versus kings, of course. That's part and parcel of the game. Some of the chip leaders here did find themselves on the right side of some coolers. I'm talking in particular Punnat did bust one of the Indian superstars at the event on day 3, getting it all in with a set against a straight flush. Found the right side of events there. There are some hands that can make or break your tournament life, but the amount of skill it takes to get to this point, it's almost hard to fathom. Just 4 days grinding it out, grueling situations, 9-hour days sometimes, if not more. But it all leads up to this. Crunch time.
Now just quickly, before we do start, a reminder of some money that you guys and gals at home can grab your hands on. Our title sponsor, Natural 8, is running a Guess the Winner. The pinned comment at the top of the YouTube and Twitch chat leads to a Google form. You can click that link and get your guesses in. Do obviously need to have a valid Natural 8 account, and if you do guess the correct winner, you'll automatically be registered into a flip out. Good luck to all of you that get involved in that free roll. We'll be having more giveaways later on during the stream as well, so make sure you stay tuned. Make sure you keep an eye on the chat, our Natural 8 moderator, giving away tickets for fun. Steve Mark over on Twitch saying, hello Henry from Hong Kong. How's it going, Steve? Welcome to the stream.
No doubt supporting Tang Wing Wong in seat 4, the Hong Kong player.
Shout out to our viewers over on Facebook as well. Michael asking if we're on a 30-minute delay. We are indeed. Obviously, protect the integrity of the game.
Do let us know who you are supporting in chat. Seeing a lot of shout-outs, unsurprisingly, for the likes of Punnat. But a lot of shout-outs for some countries as well. Go Philippines, they say.
Love that.
No doubt a fan of Leicester from the Philippines. You mentioned Hong Kong. Keep them coming, chat.
To let you viewers at home know, the new chips are part of the APT new era. The gold plaques are the biggest ones. Those are the ones you want to collect plenty of, 250k a piece. The black plaques are worth 100k, and the green chips are worth 25k. Blinds are 100,000, 200,000 with a 200,000 big blind ante. And at Punsri with around 17 million chips in front of him as things stand. Let's go.
I love those plaques so much, Henry. The most Casino Royale feel you can get in a poker tournament is when you reach the stage when the plaques come out. You push out those bricks to make those big bets. Yellow, as you mentioned, 250,000. The black one's behind 100,000. If you want to follow along the action, the green chips you see being riffled in front of you, 25k. As we see our dealer decide who gets the button. Sort of the first of many, many things you need to go your way as you kick off a final table. Button position. Big shout out to our dealers as well as we get down to the final table for this main event. 9 players. Take a moment to note the 1,400 players who have played this main event. Everything has gone smoothly. On day 2, we had so many players. We had to play 10-handed, put out some extra tables at what is already the largest poker room in Asia, Henry, and we couldn't support all the great
capacity.
response.
Here we go. First hand of the record-breaking APT Taipei main event. The new era, as we like to call it. There is ever any doubt in people's mind if poker was alive and well in Asia. Let this festival be the talking point that people want to play live MTTs. As it looks like I have open jam, first hand of the final table. Tang Wing Wong, just 10 big blinds, pocket 9s. You know, the thing I'm most excited about, Vidor, is who's just going to go after it, you know? Who's in the ICM camp and who's in the I'm just here to win it all camp?
Yeah, it's going to make such a huge difference to the dynamics at this poker table, and it's something that these players are going to have to figure out. Exactly what you said, who's here to go for first and who's here to ladder, because it completely changes how you approach different spots. Punnat, for instance, with the chip lead and a massive one at that, is just looking to find those weaknesses, those slightly timid players who do care a lot about those pay jumps, and just punish them, put his big stack to work, become the big stack bully, the table captain, as they say sometimes. And that's what the first sort of maybe 10, 20 hands, or maybe the first hour of a final table is all about. Just trying to profile these players. But don't forget, at least half of them were probably sharing a table right before this.
Yeah.
A lot of reads have already been made and formed, and who knows, maybe you've been playing with someone for 4 days.
Yeah, that's a great point. The first hour to kind of just see who's settled. Well, as the players all settle, some more experienced than others when it comes to big final tables, playing for life-changing money. Let's call it what it is. $365,000 up top in Asia, no less. Steve Mark saying over on Twitch, I've played against Lesterito in Manila. He's a dangerous player. He is indeed one of the circuit regulars. Has 2 main event titles and followed up with proud to see an Indian poker commentator. That is the voice, none other than Vidor Singhal here in the commentary booth alongside myself.
Cheers, sir.
Yeah, it's great to have you, Vidor, I must say. It's been an absolute pleasure calling the action with you over the last couple of series.
The pleasure is certainly all mine, not just calling the action along with you at the booth, but just soaking it all in, just being here in Taipei with you and seeing the poker boom in Asia, as you just correctly called it, warms the heart.
Winter asking, when will the submission deadline be for the giveaway? In about an hour and 15 minutes time, so you guys have got some time to just chill out and enjoy this final table coverage. We'll obviously give you guys reminders. Yeah, it's going to be closed in around 75 to 90 minutes time. Involved third hand.
This is a situation, Ben Liu, 17 big blinds, small blind versus big blind, pretty standard to shove a suited king even when facing a stack of 17 big blinds, considering the ICM pressure. There we go, a fold from pocket 4s, of course knows will likely be flipping at best, and that's not the situation he wants to put his tournament life at risk with.
getting a seat change. Seat 9. Maybe he's going to play standing up. Who knows?
Seat
That's how
9.
things stand.
Currently my favorite, most eclectic player, certainly. If the notebook suggests some eccentricity. Chi Fan. All in on the stone bubble on day 3. Day 2, rather. Dancing while being all in on the stone bubble. Literally
kicks.
the opposite of what I would be doing. And here he is on the final table. A lot of people in chat wondering what the notebook is about. We're not too sure, and we don't want to speculate. Who knows what his process is? It's certainly within the rules to do what he's doing. Our tournament directors and floors make sure of that.
Death Note.
Death Note.
You seen that?
Oh, I love Death Note.
Yeah. Chat
So-
speculating saying it's Death Note.
Taking his time, writing in one name, just waiting for that player to bust. Move on to the next one. Great anime, in case any of you are confused what we're talking about.
我大概有20秒都在算筹码，5秒在看自己筹，20秒在算怕跟他的筹码，5秒在算我自己的。我大概就真的只有5秒在决定而已，超烦。
Chat pointing out that some of the profile photos of the players are slightly off. We will be correcting that, but don't worry, we'll help you follow the action along. A raise under the gun, +3. Kim Soo Bum. Queen Jack suited. Certainly a fair raise. Wong in an interesting situation from the big blind. 10 big blinds. Does defend with the Queen 9. Dominated going into the flop and pretty much drawing that post flop.
没有，我已经觉得人生得到启发了。没有，我已经有最好的方法了。我俩我觉得我已经很满意了。OK。
Tung with $23,000 in all-time earnings in live tournaments thus far. How about the fact that he has already doubled those with the minimum guarantee of $27,000 to 9th place? That's got to be a great feeling.
Yeah, what an event to do it in. Just to let you guys know that the photos and flags have been updated in real time. Just have to wait for the 30-minute delay to catch up, so just bear with us.
算到疯掉。
The chat pointing out that Chi Fan is an online player, using the notebook to perhaps follow along, note some big blinds. Fair play. As we said at the top of the stream, perhaps a local hero in the making. Fan from Taiwan with the pocket rockets. No notebook needed for that hand.
我 sorry， 还是没有时间吗？还是现在是？哦 ，sorry。
What a time
因为我这里会有时候会打。
to pick up the best starting hand pre-flop in No Limit Hold'em. See if anyone behind wakes up with a hand. Leicester in the big 10-4, not going to cut it. Unfortunately, for Fan, unlikely to get any action here. Although Leicester not want to shy away from defending his big. There we go. Speculative call. But Leicester, one of those guys that just really likes getting involved, taking it to the streets. Fortunately for him, doesn't flop a piece. Queen 6, Leicester with just 1% drawn to running cards.
Sometimes there's some meta game to it as well, Henry. You just want to defend the first time you're in the big blind, just to send the message, hey, I'm not going to be folding my big blind, so don't come after it. Fan checks behind, perhaps for pot control, perhaps for some deception. Queen 6 pretty much locks up the board for aces unless your opponent does have a queen, so sort of serves both purposes.
Yeah, I'm a fan of the check back. Not really scared of any overcards because obviously you hold the aces. Hope that your opponent turns a pair, starts bluffing. Or how about the nut boat? Just in case.
Lester doesn't take a stab. With the 2 checkbacks, a very likely hand Fan could have is something like an ace high. Lester decides to sort of give this one up.
Fan going to be up to 6 million chips. Good for 30 big blinds with around 50 minutes left on the clock. Let's come out firing the double delayed C-band. Obviously a snap fold from Lester. Nice couple of pickups for Fan. That's how things stand at this final table. 2 overwhelming chip leaders then. Big drop off in the middle of the pack. Third with just 30 bigs. Tung Wing Wong at the bottom of the counts. Going to need to get busy sooner rather than later. Just 9 big blinds.
Look at those beautiful stacks, Henry. Those bricks of yellow and black making those towers. Also goes to show how many entries we had, because you need chip stacks of tiles that represent 250,000 chips. These are some massive stacks people have built. 17 million, the chip leader. About 50 million chips in play. I do love that stage when blinds get so high that every small blind represents a buy-in. You're putting somebody's tournament life in the middle just to see your next hand.
Punsri getting a walk. May become a common theme for our chip leader. Nobody looking to tangle one of the best players, not just in Asia, widely regarded as one of the best players in the world at the moment. Battling out at Triton's Poker Go studio, WSOP. Now out here looking to add $365,000 to his already impressive resume. Looks like we have a limp.
Not sure if that was accidental or not. A little bit of confusion, but it seems like it's intentional, perhaps. Kim Soo-bum, don't mind the profile photo. We'll be fixing that in a moment. It's a player from Korea. Seat 8, under the gun at the moment. Decides to limp ace-10 off.
Short stack, Tung Wing Wong. Ace-5 of clubs. Has to be somewhat concerned of the trap from under the gun. See if Punnat opts to complete here from the small blind.
And let's just be clear, at this stage of the tournament, it's certainly an unusual play to limp. But it does throw your opponents off, you know?
Really
it has
does.
that sort of throw-off EV.
I think we're going to see a lot of quirky plays. And then the thing that I'm looking forward to the most is going to be the heads up. There are a couple of guys here that wouldn't surprise me if they just said, look, I want to play for it all. How about that for a flop? Or something for everyone. Middle pair, nut flush draw for Soo-bum Kim. Punnat Punsri with top pair. The 8 high flush draw.
Pretty much 50-50 equity here. No one with the betting lead considering it was limp pre-flop, but certainly a great flop for Subam Kim to want to spice things up perhaps.
Long Lang Kim with just 2% equity. He's drawing to the fourth nut flush.
Long Lam, second shortest in chips. Player from Vietnam. Certainly, this might not be the moment, but as you mentioned, when those big blind and big blind antes come around, you need to get busy. Gonna perhaps find a better spot.
He's thrown a time bank chip. Does eventually pass up on the spot.
Wow, what a card. Punnat's gonna feel so comfortable in this hand now.
$2 million out there. Punsri opts to do all the options available. Check raise, lead, check call, all viable options. Looks like Su, rather than just trying to realize his equity, continue firing. Does still have 30% equity.
Always risky to bet into the chip leader. This is a tiny bet. It's sort of a stab, really, in case Punnat was just fooling around.
Really just playing his hand face up, to be honest with you, the 250K. That's what it feels like to me. Trying to buy a cheap river. Doesn't improve Punnat with the check mark, but again, this a very strange spot. Subam Kim limping from under the gun. So has all the two pairs, all the sets, ace jack, flushes. Punnat extends his lead up to 90 big blinds.
We are on a 30-minute delay, so once the players go on break, I suspect they will go back and perhaps review these streams, or maybe they have friends and family checking the stream out, feeding them some information, and that's always an interesting one, to find out what somebody limped under the gun with. As it stands, Subam Kim took a slight hit to his stack and now has to pay up.
Yeah, just that hand alone went from 5th to 7th, dropping down a couple of spots. Now kind of in the danger zone, the door. Has to be careful.
Well, the 400K you have to put in the middle when you're on the big blind certainly doesn't help. Action on fan. Fans are fans, some people in chat saying. Sentiment I certainly can get behind. And as we mentioned, early in a final table with stakes as high as this, maybe those who aren't used to these stakes, these spots, perhaps the lights of our feature table, take their time. Maybe let the cards decide the action before they get too frisky. And this is what they're playing for, ladies and gentlemen. This is, of course, in Taiwanese dollars. 11.2 million to first. That's about 365,000 US. Going all the way down to ninth place, 823,000 Taiwanese dollars. That's about $27,000 US. That's, of course, locked up for everybody on this table. The next pay jump takes you up to $35,000 US. So huge numbers in these pay ladders. 8,000 the next one, that's 5 buy-ins. It takes a more emotionally regulated man than I to completely ignore these pay jumps when you get to this stage. But that is the need of the hour sometimes, to try and win these tournaments.
Certainly not been spoiled for hands so far. The deck and the poker gods trying to induce some action. Oh boy. Here we go. Two of the short stacks about to collide. It's a classic flip. Queens against ace-king.
Fan, no doubt, eyeing some of the shorter stacks. But with 13 big blinds staring down at queens. Oh, excuse me, Kim Soo Bum is the one who has queens. I got confused by the profile photo myself. My apologies there, but Kim Soo Bum in the small blind, no doubt, was taking a look at some of the shorter stacks. The queens is just so good. He will certainly be willing to go with it.
Gone for the non-all-in 3-bet. Joshua with the 4-bet jam, and gonna have our first race of this final table, ladies and gentlemen. Subham Kim taking a bit of time. He can't really 3-bet fold the queens. It does call it off. So here we go. Hand number 9. Ace-king against queens.
Big flip. Career-defining flip, perhaps, for two of these players. Sort of the relative recreationals on the field. Joshua with 17,000 in lifetime earnings. Subham Kim, not really a live tournament professional, so as high stakes as it gets for these guys. A classic flip, just depends who the poker gods shine on as we head to this flop.
Flop is
Jack
10,
10-7.
Jack, and a 7. Two
Does
hearts.
give
Queen still
Joshua
ahead.
a couple more outs.
Only an ace, king, or a queen to eliminate. We're off to the turn. Turns a 4. Queens is still looking to double up here. And the river card. Is a
No
3.
dice. The
And
queens
will double up. And
for
we still have
Subham
9
Kim
players here
are
on the
going
main
to
event.
hold, and Joshua, who was 5th in chips at the start of that hand, has dropped down to the bottom of the pack with just 4 big blinds now. And maybe, even more importantly to note, is now going to be in the big blind Vidor, forced to put in half of his remaining stack after losing that flip. Ayah. Get your ayahs in the chat.
True, yeah. Lose the classic flip. Have to put up the big blind and the big blind ante. And just know that the entire table is just going to come after you. Like, well, I was going to say predators, but it's almost like vultures. It's almost like you're on your last leg and people are just circling around you. Not only to take your chips necessarily, but just make sure you bust out. Get in that first spade jump, which is also sometimes super important to get the play going. You sort of get used to the idea of being on the final table and you want to make a little bit more. It might make you a little more cautious in your play. Fair play to the two players there. Both unafraid to get in what they perhaps knew might be a flip. That is what you need to do. Got to win flips sometimes to win poker tournaments. And this is one of the best poker tournaments to win all year, so.
I wonder how much that one was worth in equity.
Boggles the mind to think about, really. Just a cruel, perhaps entertaining, but a necessary part of a game.
Really is. That's cruel as it can get, really. 9 hands into the FT. Ace-king against queens. Note the disciplined fold there from the ace-10 from early position. Tung Wing Wong on just 9 big blinds. And out with a king. Going to pounce at the opportunity to just basically play against the blind hand of the big blind. Wow, Subum Kim. Thinking of getting involved with the ace-7 here, surely not.
He did just pick up a lot of chips. Decides to put them to work.
Well, well, well.
What a play. Seems like he's 3-betting Punnat, but really he's trying to isolate the player who was likely going to be all in this hand, knowing that his ace-7 is certainly going to be ahead of the blind range. And Punnat is going to be raising very wide for exactly that reason. So, great situational awareness. We actually see a fold. Very well played, sir.
It's a sizable pickup there. Subum Kim now up to 3rd in chips. Joshua down to just 2 big blinds now. The folding is big. That's one of the things that we were talking about earlier on, you know. Who's going to come in with the kind of screw ICM mindset? Wow, seat 1 just walked away from the table during the small. Just 2 big blinds.
Do we know the rules here, Henry? Is his
Yeah,
hand
the
dead?
hand's dead.
Wow.
Once the last card has been pitched, you're not sat at the table.
Perhaps still walking off the feeling of losing that flip, and who can blame him?
Well, I mean, you say that, but it's giving up 25% of your remaining stack. You're already crippled as it is. Maybe not as crippled as I am, but...
And how are you feeling, Henry? Just to inform our chat, you went through a crazy motorbike accident that you thankfully came out of looking as good as you ever did.
Yeah, relatively unscathed, just a few broken bones.
Just a few broken bones and a nice little sling to put your arm in, but how are you feeling now?
Feeling good, man. Morale's high. Let's do this. To be able to come here to Taipei for this event. For the action. Josh saying, let's do this, 2 BBs. We've actually got a blind and a half now. After just forfeiting the hand from the small.
Well, how about chip and a half in a chair? Time to spin.
Pretty sick ICM spot for Tung Wing Wong, but ace queen O, 9 bigs from under the gun. Does feel like a disaster, of course, to potentially bust out in 9th when there's a player on a blind and a half, but got to play for the win, surely. Obviously, depends on bankroll. It does take the spot. Love to see it. Heart rate likely through the roof. Biggest spot of his career so far. Well, Josh on the button. Did say, let's spin these 2 big blinds. Gonna need to do what he couldn't convert earlier on, and that's to win a flip. This time he's the one holding the pair, facing the 2 overs.
How do you just wake up with jacks there with a blind and a half? Incredible.
Teach me. Get back up to 6 big blinds. Can Josh hold with the hooks? Will it be our first elimination of this final table? 2 shortest stacks. King 10, 7, same again.
Similar.
Setouts for Tung Wing Wong. 5 of clubs. Well, well, well. 13 outs once for the ace queen. Apologies for the graphics chat. Board all over the place. Ace queen, club or a jack needed. King of clubs, corner pocket. Tung Wing Wong gets there on the river. to eliminate Joshua in ninth. Going to be going home with 27,000 USD. And with that, final 8 players, all guaranteed $35,000 for their efforts here. Some GGs in the chat for our first elimination.
And some GGs on the table as well with fist bumps. And how about that 360-ish camera shot with the elimination? Love to see that. Really capturing the vibe of what it's like to be at the final table of such a prestigious event. And also see the camaraderie. And a little bit of relief in all the players as well, as they say GG and fist bump, knowing that they have laddered up. 35,000, as you just said, Henry, but also that one elimination, 1 inch closer to the 365,000 first place. Long way to go though here. Not least because of the man who was just in the frame, Punnat Punsri from Thailand. Still the chip leader. And an overwhelming one at that.
Yeah, I don't think this is going to be a case of Punnat just being able to exploit the ICM situation. And I say that because it just seems like there are a couple of players at the table who maybe just slightly disregarding the ICM implications they find themselves under.
I agree, and it does correlate a little bit with the research we did on the players coming into this final table. Many of them perhaps at their first such live event final table, first time they're looking at a big score. Not really studied on the theory and the ICM necessarily, but a singular focus perhaps to go for first, to win it all. And wow, how about that flop? How does the heart rate spike looking at that?
Tungwin Wong fresh off of elimination, just one hand to go. Now flopping the nut full house on the queen, queen, jack, and this is his opponent betting into him. Chi Wei Fan firing out a c-bet. Does have that all-important ace of hearts in hand.
Let's just recount the situation from Wong's perspective. You have 13 big blinds at the biggest stage of your poker career. You put in 2 of them for the big blind of the big blind ante. Decide to peel off a board with queen jack when raised from the cutoff. And he just flopped the nuts. Of course, deciding to string along his opponent with the flat call on the flop. Really, no other option there. Checks it back on the turn to Fan, and now Fan has a decision. A lot of hands could be stringing along on the flop here. The board about as wet as it gets. All kinds of straight draws and of course the heart flush draw possible. Players sticky these days with all kinds of backdoors as well. So Fan knows he can put a lot of ICM pressure. Does decide to check this one back. An interesting decision, frankly, given the ICM pressure. And look at that river. Disaster for Fan. Hits what he thinks is the best card in the deck. It's by far the worst. And Wong knows an ace is actually a huge part of Fan's range when he c-bets and checks behind on the turn. So he's going to be thinking about how much he can extract. And considering the ace on the river, might feel comfortable. Wow. Checks there. Which just goes to show he truly believes an ace is a huge part of Fan's range, and Fan is very likely to extract value with the ace.
Let's see if he goes for it. Some value to be had potentially from a Jack X.
What a great spot Wong has found himself in. But Fan is thinking about it. Perhaps thinking he cannot get value from missed draws. And deciding whether he thinks his opponent is going to pay him off with a jack.
Oh boy. He's gone big. $1 million into 1.5. And a snap jam from Tungwin Wong with the flopped house. You saw the reaction from Fan, just 875 to call with 4.4 million in the middle.
And can I just say, Henry, I love this. I love the snap jam. I even love the very interesting demeanor that we see on Wong right now, because it's not something you find amongst, you know, the regulars, the sharks, the poker professionals who tend to be very stoic, take their time. Snap jam is, again, so confusing. Of course, it seems to be signaling a queen. You have to wonder, could somebody be doing this with an ace?
Yeah, King 10.
Of course, might seem like an easy fold when you only have the ace on the river here and you get a check raise, but the sizing is confusing because only 875k to call. 4.4 million in the pot.
Yeah, it does make the fold. I don't want to be results oriented. That sizing on the river doesn't really get looked up by a jack. Doesn't really get better to fold or worse to call. Maybe a spot to just check behind. See, easier said than done when I can see the whole cards and the result. But what a spin.
Yeah, a good thumb rule usually is to not polarize a mediocre hand. And unfortunately on the river, an ace with a low kicker there was a mediocre hand. So Fan getting the bad news and the huge dent to his stack. Still comfortable. Certainly not one of the shortest stacks. Might be thinking about that one, at least till the next break when he finds out what his opponent had.
Tung Wing Wong, who came in as the shortest stack to this final table, has managed to move his way up the chip counts a decent amount. Now currently sits 5th in chips.
Speaking of moving way up, how about those numbers on the live stream?
There we go.
Love to see it. 440 of you in the chat watching us. Do hit that like button, helps us a lot. But also let us know who you're supporting, who you're maybe not supporting, who are you railing against, and of course where you're watching from. We love highlighting the diversity here at the APT, not just on the table, but in our chat as well.
And Natural 8 have promised to do ticket giveaways once we get up to 500 viewers. Also do currently have the Guess the Winner giveaway. The link to that pinned at the top of the chat. You do, of course, need a valid Natural 8 account. And if you do guess correctly, automatically be registered into the flip out. Yeah, hitting that like button, hitting that subscribe button. It's the easiest way to say thank you to us here in the booth and to the team, as it really helps grow the channel, the company. So it helps us reach a wider audience. That's what we're trying to achieve here at the Asian Poker Tour. Not only growing the numbers at our festivals, but also just growing poker entertainment online.
And you know what else? It helps these players reach a wider audience, which is something that I would love to see. Superstars in the making. Some of them arguably already there. Punnat comes to mind. What these players have gone through over the past 4 days to get to this point. It's no small feat. Deserves all the eyeballs it can get. If you're joining us only today, sorry to interrupt, Henry, but I just wanted to point out, day 4 here, the scenes here have just been incredible at the Asian Poker Arena here in Taipei. We had 600 players coming in for day 2 as we whittled them down to the 200 that made it to the money, and the room was just buzzing.
I believe Leicester cut out a 3-bet. Punnat looks interested in the big blind with aces. Leicester trying to lean into that middling stack of Subham Kim. I don't want to say I had a read on Punnat there.
You certainly did, actually. Very impressive. The question is, did Leicester and the rest of the table? It might not matter once they get 4-bet, considering Leicester was 3-betting pretty wide, but what timing.
Curiosity was peaked. Ill timing for Leicester. Soo Bum Kim kicking things off from +1 with the Jack 10. A bit of a loose open, but he is one of the middling stacks. Leicester just trying to really lean into the ICM dynamic. Unfortunately, it's got Punnat Punsri behind in the big with the goods. Cutting out the cold 4-bet. 2.5 million, I believe.
Interestingly, once Punnat put out the 4-bet, the cold 4-bet might we add, the seat on his left, Long Lam Kim, just sort of nodded as though to say, well, here we go. He's the chip leader, he gets to do this. And that is exactly what might be going through the mind of Leicester. I mean, he's handcuffed here and he's certainly likely to fold, but it does hurt thinking that the chip leader might just be bullying you in this spot.
I was like, does he level himself into thinking that Punnat's just going after the 3-bet? I mean, just that 4-bet alone really changes things here. Punnat up to 95 bigs and has really separated himself from Leicester at the top of the pack. Almost 40 big blind difference between first and second. Everyone else just playing a waiting game at the moment. Fortunately for Leicester, didn't have a legit hand there. Mr. Greg goes all in the chat, saying just a bunch of goats. Greg, of course, our co-commentator, one of the 3 musketeers here, the APT, content creator. He's out there doing interviews with players and fans, sideline reporting as well. Doesn't get much more talented. Mr. Greg goes all in. If you haven't already, you can check out his content on his YouTube channel, as well as the content that he's been putting out over on the APT Instagram channel. As we dive back into this, Punnat with the goods from the small. Maybe just an open jam spot, maybe even a limp spot. Try and induce the jam.
When you are the out-and-out chip leader, I suppose you are expected to be raising a lot. So to balance out your raises when you actually have a strong hand like ace-queen, does feel good. That is what Punnat goes for. The idea is he wants to be doing this with all kinds of hands, and frankly, he could be doing this with absolute rags as well, considering the stack size he's working with, the ICM pressure he can apply. Good discipline to balance that out with the ace-queen. Gets it through, and talk about this, approaching almost 100 big blinds on this incredibly high-stakes final table. Approaching 40% of the chips in play, if I'm doing the math correctly, and being hit by the deck. It's Punnat's world right now, ladies and gentlemen. Fortunately, the remaining 7 players just sort of living in it. Let's see if the tide can turn anytime soon.
Josh over on our YouTube channel say, great job, guys. Shout out from Guam. Go Leicester. Appreciate all of you getting involved in the conversation in the chat. Any questions, fire them our way. We'll do our best to answer poker-related questions, or maybe even more specifically, stream-related questions, of course. Don't be getting all philosophical, asking us the meaning of life, or what did the Stoics mean?
42 is my answer to everything. Shout out to the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy there. Any life questions? Answer 42. Any poker questions? Fire away.
Yeah, no. What did Marcus Aurelius mean when he said all's fair in love and war? I mean, I don't know.
42, Henry.
42, there we go. Answer to everything.
To life, the universe, and everything. There we see the chip count. 97 big blinds for the chip leader. Joshua Tan, of course, out in 9th.
Pretty sick ICM spot, especially for those middling stacks. Subum Kim on 30 bigs, currently in 3rd. Really has to play snug. We saw Leicester try and go after his open from EP. Teng sat on 27 bigs. Those two 14 big blind stacks.
Joshua, by the way, was representing Malaysia, but no surprise, we still have a lot of Malaysian support in the stream. That's because C3 Ben Liu, also from Malaysia, someone we haven't heard from a while simply because of card distribution, no doubt. Came in with 4 million chips, sort of a middle stack. Very experienced player, 121,000 in all-time earnings, and has had a very interesting ride all the way up to the final table. There were times when he was almost the tournament chip leader.
Interesting 3-bet spot here. Cutoff the hijack. Punsri going to take the spot. Really sending a message to Leicester to just kind of be like, listen, pal, if you play your cards right, you're going to walk away with 208,000 USD.
The second place finish.
You're going to get second place. Let me dictate the pace of play at this final table. Let me be the one in the role of table captain, and you're going to walk away 6 figures richer.
And credit to Leicester for trying to essentially subvert the exact message that Punnat is sending, exactly how you described it. You got to take those stabs, and Punnat sort of being hit by the deck, ace-10, a perfect hand there to find, to really support a 3-bet. I'm very interested to see what Punnat does when he does have rags. But Leicester surely has to be fairly discouraged by the sequence of events in the last few hands.
Leicester, of course, extremely experienced live poker player, 2-time APT main event champion. So, of course, not here saying that, hey, listen, this guy's a recreational, doesn't have the skill set.
Did we just see pocket tens full, Henry?
Wow, surely not. We did. Tung, Wing, Wong from +1, just mucking the pocket tens. Well spotted.
Talk about ICM pressure and the discipline. And there you go. I mean, of course, we have access to the whole cards. Players will have no idea what just happened, but this is exactly what we mean when we talk about players coming in with different mindsets. We saw some ICM spots being taken earlier. And here, Tung Wing deciding pocket tens is not the hand to go with at this time. Interesting board here. Both players have found themselves with arguably unexpected pairs. Small blind versus big blind, meaning players are playing almost their full ranges, anything possible. But when you do have one of the sixes, you expect your opponent to not have the other ones.
A few people complaining about lag. No delay on our end. Not just the feed that we're commentating on, but also have the YouTube and Facebook up. Let me refresh the stream. Vince in the chat saying congratulations to the Asian Poker Tour. Hello to Mr. Lloyd Fontilas. Looking forward to playing a round of golf with him and Leicester back here in the Philippines. Appreciate the kind words, Vince. We'll make sure to pass that message forward to Lloyd, of course. Tournament director. One of the OGs of the APT. Still 30 minutes to get involved in that Guess the Winner Natural 8 giveaway. As we dive back into this. Teng raising it up with his 2-pair. Which obviously going nowhere. 2-pair king kicker. As an undercard to the board rolls off. Does present backdoor clubs. Perhaps less of a concern. Although you do get some raises with hands like Jack-9 of clubs, 7-8 of clubs that are going to pick up equity on the turn. Decent amount of the time.
We have a Taiwan versus Taiwan battle going on here, by the way. The two Taiwanese players on this final table, both with a pair of sixes. And look at this. Tang Kui Su cutting out chips. Seems very confident of being ahead in this hand. Little does he know. He's working with 10 outs to chop here. A 9, of course, would give him the best hand. And Fan has to be worried a little bit. He's faced a raise. Now a continuation on the turn off the betting. Small bet though.
Incredibly small bet. Doesn't really scream value unless you just have the board absolutely locked. 400 into 1.6, 25%. Kind of smells like trying to buy a check back on the river.
Yeah, we need a shorter.
Wow.
Wow. That is unexpected. The amount of confidence you need to know that you're ahead in this hand.
What a read. Just really reading into this bet size on the turn. For weakness.
I love this.
This is a gangster check jam.
Into somebody who has him covered, by the way. I mean, we talked about ICM. How's this for ICM? How's this for just knowing that your opponent does not have a queen or pocket sevens? Despite the fact that you got raised on the flop, small blind versus big blind, where the ranges are super wide, and a small bet on the turn. Incredible poker.
One of those spots where maybe Tang levels himself to making a call, but he does find the fold button. You see Fan let out a big sigh of relief.
And a stretch. No doubt, a lot of tension just got released with that fold. Look at this. 4th in chips now with that power poker move. Chi Wei Fan.
That's a gangster jam.
This man is a gangster. Dancing on the stone bubble.
And that isn't hand strength related. That is just trusting his gut. Trusting his read into the sizing on the turn. Love to see the numbers of viewers growing over on the Asian Poker Tour YouTube channel. Almost 450 of you joining us. Could go ahead, click that like button. Would love to get to 100 likes by the time we crown a champion. Did we just see 10s folded again?
I'm starting to worry that's a graphical error because that seems very, very unlikely.
That doesn't make sense.
We'll get that sorted out.
10s folded twice.
I'll tell you what's not an error. These
word.
pocket kings and pocket aces for Fan.
So Fan just getting rewarded instantly by the poker gods after check jamming his 2 pair the previous hand. Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen.
And for context, Henry, might I remind you and our viewers, Chi Wei Fan had pocket kings day 3 of the tournament against Ben Liu's pocket aces. He had 10 million in chips at that point. Lost with pocket kings, 2 pocket aces, and now the poker gods have reversed the situation.
Wow.
No doubt. Thinking about a sizing for a 3-bet here.
What a start to this APT Taipei final table. Already down to 8. For 365,000 going to the eventual champion. Fan waking up with just the sickest setup possible in No Limit Hold'em.
A tiny 3-bet, mind you. Certainly suspicious when you 3-bet that small with almost no fold equity.
I really like the sizing, by the way, in terms of balance with top of range and 3-bet bluffs. Typically see these smaller 3-bets when the ICM situation is as considerable as it currently stands. Want to mix in hands like Ace 10, King 10. Some ace-wheel combo draws. Not the start Lester Edok was looking this final table. Surely just 5 cards away from doubling up, Fan.
And let's not forget, he has been 3-bet constantly by Punnat and now actually has a monster hand. Understandably decides to essentially commit himself, and he's going to be getting the bad news very shortly from Fan. Well, here we go. Aces versus kings early on in this final table. What more can you ask for as a fan? I mean, a fan of the game, and also Chi-Wei fan, of course. Completely unintentional pun there.
4-bet to 2.4 million. As Chi-Wei fan just flat call in position, set the trap. Feels like an unnecessary spot to do so, although Lester, if there's ever a player that is capable of having 4-bet bluffs, certainly fits the bill.
I don't believe he has flat called yet, Henry. I think still pondering the decision pre-flop.
I think if this was like cutoff v button, I'd be more inclined to flat just because it's a weaker range, but from +1.
There we go, he's all in.
Does jam against the 4-bet. Gets snap called and cards on their backs. An 11 million chip pot. Kings into aces for our 2-time APT main event champion, Lester Edok. Gonna need to find some help from the deck here in the form of diamonds for one of the 2 remaining kings. Someone figure out how much equity this hand is worth. 5 cards to come. Queen A5, a couple of diamonds. Running diamonds are available for Lester. One of the 2 remaining kings being the immediate outs. Now drawing to just 2 outs once to get us down to 7 players. Will the aces hold? They will. Understandably, Chi-Wei fan with the celebration. Up to 2nd in chips. What a time.
There we go.
Aces against kings. Love to see the emotions being displayed from the online player.
That's the reaction I was looking for and waiting for. Bouncing up and down out of frame. Completely understandable, as you said, Henry. Still releasing the tension that he was no doubt feeling.
Of course, man. Biggest spot of his life. Aces against kings, finds the hold. It's one of the things that the Asian Poker Tour really brings to the table. You know, buy-in ranges from as little as, what, $165 all the way up to the 10K high rollers. Qualifiers over on Natural 8 from as little as $3. These main events, Vidor, really can change someone's life.
Absolutely. And perhaps the poker gods and the YouTube gods are on the same page, because we are approaching 500 viewers, which will lead to some giveaways. As we once again cut to this live shot of the man who just doubled up aces versus kings. Chi-Wei fan, the local, no doubt, hero in the making. Stretching it out, letting the emotions soak over him.
Risk the Biscuit 420 over on Twitch, asking who the commentators are. My name's Henry Kilbane, joined by my partner in crime, Vidor Single, in the booth alongside myself, and let's not forget our 3rd musketeer, the man that is more talented than us.
No shame. No shame in admitting the obvious.
Does the sideline reporting. the interviews as well as commentary, Greg goes all in. Out there on the floor, with some behind-the-scenes content for you all. Blinds have gone up, 125k, 250k.
Things are getting serious. It does effectively mean your stack has been reduced by about 20% in terms of big blinds. And that is really going to pinch the short stacks here. Chips have been flying about between the middle stacks and the two chip leaders. Punnat, of course, coming in a clear chip leader, but Lester was second in chips and just took a huge hit with that cooler. Taking it well, it seems, though. Consummate professional.
Wow. Chi-Wei Fan just getting hit by the deck. All started off with that check jam with the King 6 just a couple of hands ago, followed by aces against King. See if anyone wakes up with a hand behind. Ace-King suited. Certainly one of the wild cards at this final table. Just waking up with the goods. Going to pick up any action this time. With that shift, Punnat had direct position, or still has direct position on Lester, who found himself second in chips. Now out of position against our local wild card, Chi-Wei Fan.
Because I know you're a big player. No, but the big fields are always...
Very interesting.
It doesn't matter how big or small. It's hard to go deep in a very big field, you know? Yeah, this is more something that, like some of the big ones. If we can, I want to talk more with you. I want to know live player lifestyle. You play online, right? You play only online. Almost only online, and yeah, big tournament I play. So we are totally different. Now it's your turn. In this table.
Some admiration being shown. Chi-Wei to Punnat Punsri. Chi-Wei Fan
lamenting a little bit about what an online player needs to go through during a 4-day grind of a huge live tournament. Apparently saying sometimes he misses the action, stuff to count chips. And also humbly asking Punnat about wanting to know the live player lifestyle.
Well, we certainly signal on social media that it's, you know, high rollers, business class, fancy restaurants, but it's a grind. It's a grind. Burnout. The long days, the lack of sunshine. Punnat was saying to me earlier on, just a couple of days ago actually, we're talking about our plans for the year. He's going to be joining us in Triton, or in Cyprus for Triton. I'm going to go to the World Series. And he said, look, Henry, at the end of the year, planning on taking 3-4 months off to just really enjoy time with friends and family back home in Bangkok. Because it has been intense. The last 12, 18 months for Punnat been pretty non-stop, and I think that it's the case for a lot of live players. They're so... Wow, what is going on? Chin?
Wait a minute.
Chi-Wei Fan just waking up with Ace-King suited again.
Is this a replay? It's clubs again. It's the same hand. And the rest of the players will be taking notice. They can't see the cards like we can. They might be thinking, Chi-Wei Fan is just putting his newfound chips from that Aces versus King cooler to work. Oh my.
Well, Ben Liu, our online qualifier, qualified into this main event, just $80 in really rough shape. We've already seen one queen folded. Chi-Wei Fan makes the call to get us from 8 to 7, $14,000 ladder. Just 23 hands.
Rough spot for Ben. Really was patient at this final table. Waited to get a good hand. understandably 3-bet jammed against a player who had just been opening what seemed like every hand in the last orbit.
Unbelievable.
Finds himself dominated, but certainly with a fighting chance here.
Wow, ace, king, 9, a couple of diamonds. Some running backdoor draws for Ben Liu, but things looking pretty bleak for the Malaysian qualifier. 9 on the turn does give him a couple of outs, and 9 would chop it. No dice, as Chi Wei Fan eliminates our natural 8 online qualifier from Malaysia. Ben Liu, got to be chuffed with that result. Qualified for just $80, going home with 35,000 USD and change.
What a run.
With that, Vidor, we are down to 7. Everyone now guaranteed 49,000 USD.
I mean, these are sometimes the first place prizes at many main events, including APT main events in perhaps earlier years, but with APT Taipei being this all-out success, a record-breaking field, it is now the 8th place prize. 49,000 to the person who finishes next.
Already 22K ladder for these final 7 players.
But how about that story of Ben Liu? $80 to satellite in.
Story.
35,000 US dollars he walks away with, and a story to tell perhaps for a lifetime. But we will certainly be seeing more of him on the tour.
Just wake up with top of range, especially for 9 bigs. Ezra saying, hey Henry, hope you feel well. How's your day? Thank you, my man. Feeling fantastic. Recovering from a motorcycle injury, but 3 weeks in, almost no pain, and just amazing to be here, to be perfectly honest with you, with this team. APT New Era, some of the best in the business, and kind of shows with the turnout and support shown by the players. Record-breaking fields here in Taipei. We do have Q&As in the chat now from Natural 8. You can get your hands on some tickets. You have about 10 minutes left to get involved in that Guess the Winner. Just click the link at the top of the chat. Get your guesses in. You do need a valid Natural 8 account, of course. If you guess correctly, you'll automatically be registered into a flip out.
And if you are following our chat, trust me, you want to get involved, because our lovely Natural 8 mod here seems to be just giving them away. Even for wrong answers, it seems, once in a while. So get in the mix. Here we do see an all-in. Long Lam Kim just flopped the top pair, goes with it. Not a trivial fold here for Tang Wing Wong.
Could be ahead. Gut shots and open-enders available, flush draws. Wouldn't be surprised to see Tang Wing Wong make the call here. 2 overs, ace of clubs in hand, as well as that will draw.
Just to recount the action, Ace-Queen understandably opened the cutoff. 7-5 of diamonds understandably defended the big blind and just dong jammed, as they call it. Bet out of flow and went all in, and does get the fold from the Ace-Queen.
Wow, that's a massive pickup for Long. In fact, now overtaking Tang Wing Wong. How about it? What a start to this final table, just 24 hands in. That's how things stand in terms of payouts in local currency. Everyone guaranteed 49,000 USD. Over $365,000 going to the eventual champion, with 4 6-figure payouts.
And just to highlight what some of the other players might be thinking about on this final table, $16,000 is the next pay ladder, the next pay jump. 10 buy-ins.
really striving to get us up to 100 likes on YouTube. Please show some support as a thank you to us here in the booth. As a thank you to the team. Been working tirelessly, not just at the series, but the build-up to pull off this event. Really does mean a lot. May not seem like much, but taking a couple of seconds to just click the like button, click the subscribe button, really does go a long way. Leicester with the late position open. Gonna pick up the blinds, the big blind ante. Really the first hand that's kind of gone his way. Disastrous start for our two-time main event champion, but still finds himself sat in third, and someone who's got the experience of Leicester knows that he's still in the hunt here.
Of course, you have to thank me.
But those stacks are getting smaller when it comes to big blinds. Multiple stacks in the 10 to 25 big blind range. Not exactly the danger zone, but let's not forget we're seven-handed now. Just means those big blinds and big blind antes, which add up to 500k right now, come around all the more quicker. Tung with the ace-4 of clubs. Has been disciplined throughout. 12 big blinds. A tough spot under the gun +1. Knows those big blinds are creeping towards him, but shows discipline. Has Leicester raised here? In fact, he has with 10-4 of hearts, I should say, and Leicester really seems to have a read on the idea that Punnat is not interested in punishing him anymore. That's two he's gotten away with. Very interesting. Punnat sort of bouncing on and off the table. Not sure for what reason, but Leicester just perhaps showing that extra situational awareness that experienced live players like Leicester seem to have. I have a feeling that the fact that Punnat was distracted with something off the table and off screen played into his decision of opening twice there. And he's rewarded for it. Shiwi fan, the first to admit, it's not as used to live poker. Does have over 120k in live earnings though. Might be underplaying his hand a little bit there. A self-professed online-only player. And now Leicester with a bit of a hand, ace-8 off, under the gun +1. Another wide open.
Yeah, Leicester really reminds me of kind of Bryn Kennys of the world. Street poker. Loves taking it to the streets. Really unorthodox playstyle, but how about this pill on the button from Subum Kim with 7-5 of diamonds. ICM just out the window.
Cash game peel. Suited connectors on the button, must play.
Wants to see the flop. Very unexpected, especially with this holding. Doesn't get rewarded on the ace, 10, deuce, rainbow. Leicester flopping top pair. Subum Kim really needs to be careful with these wide pills, even in position. Doesn't really have the stack to just call. I mean, even these two big blinds were so much in ICM value. Certainly one of the dark horses.
Sorry to interrupt, Henry. I meant to say, I mean, this is what main event final tables are all about. A lot of unorthodox plays. You have players coming in, as you said, from online satellites. I've spoken to a lot of players out there who are playing their first live tournament series ever. You know, they might not have perfect tournament poker theory down pat, but it's exactly that play style that's led them to this final table. Certainly a mistake, as you said, to put in 10% of your stack at this stage, considering ICM, but hoping to smash the flop and run away with a big one there.
It's exactly what we discussed on day 2. It's the thing that I was looking forward to the most, and to be honest with you, this final table has delivered in terms of superstars, in terms of online qualifiers, in terms of dark horses, people that may not have the final table experience per se, or have much final table experience, but are going to get involved, and it really keeps people like Punnat, like Lester, on their toes when you have guys peeling with hands that maybe they shouldn't be.
It just widens the range that you assign to your opponent and makes it all the more harder to play against them.
I believe there is a dinner break coming up at the end of this level. Question is, will we have 7 players going on dinner break? Are any of these shorter stacks going to be eliminated? I do apologize for the lack of whole cards. We just had a deck change, and I believe the RFID we are not picking up cards correctly.
Well, I think it would be fair to say that Long Lam Kim had a real holding there, putting all his chips in the middle, sort of targeting the shorter stack of Tung Wing Wong on the big blind. Does get that one through. And these pickups of about 600k in the middle really add up when you're a middle stack.
Tickets being given away in the chat by Natural 8. Couple more minutes to get involved in that Guess the Winner poll. Natural 8 doing their best to give tickets away in return for likes and views. It feels like a fair trade. Cash money. Just by clicking the like button.
For a like? That seems like an unfair trade. That seems like an offer you cannot refuse. Get on it, chat. Every other channel asks for likes for free. And here we are. Giving away tickets.
I do apologize to the team.
Keeps it fun for us, keeps us on our toes as well. There we go, another all in, and perhaps you get to experience what it's like to be on this final table.
Yeah.
When you cannot see the whole cards. Poker does not seem as easy, does it?
The live experience.
And we do have a rail, by the way. I mean, on the floor out there, actually watching this final table. Not only because there's 2 local, as I keep calling them, heroes or superstars in the making. Chi Wei Fan, of course, being one of them. Tang Kui Su also. But just for the love of the game.
Su Bum Kim being jammed on by one of the other short stacks. Started the hand 4th in chips. Does let it go. Nice little pickup there for Tang. Up to 4.6 million, moving his way up the leaderboard. A couple of pickups there. That is how things stand. The immediate short stack, Tung Wing Wong with just 10 big blinds.
Tung Wing from Hong Kong did come in shortest in chips and has already laddered up 2 places. Gotta feel good about that, but certainly that is not the extent of his ambition here.
What a week of poker. Kick things off with the natural 8 Thailand final table. Then the influencer invite-only final table. Had day 2 coverage of the main. The players' party. Final table today, and then tomorrow we'll be bringing you some high roller coverage. And I tell you what, there are some high rollers in town. Kitty Kuo, Jack Sinclair, WSOP Europe main event champion. Kitty, of course, one of our natural 8 ambassadors. Pachara already won, I want to say 2 titles, if I'm not mistaken, here in Taipei, as Punnat 3 bets from the big blind against second in chips.
And these 3 bets are getting massive. 2 million, I believe he's just put out.
Really leaning into second in chips.
This is exciting, not knowing what these players have. First in chips versus second in chips.
Yeah, it kind of goes back to that dynamic we were discussing earlier on. Now that fans become second in chips, Punnat kind of just signaling, hey, listen, pal, if you play your cards right, you're going to walk away with 208,000. You're going to walk away with 6 figures.
And Fan clearly is going to be continuing in this hand. He has held out more chips. He is committed to at least a call. And I'm wondering if he might be interested in raising. Understandably, local Taiwanese player, online player, does have some questions sometimes.
Okay, so it seems to be some confusion. Fan just trying to figure out how much the... Wow, he's cut out a 4 bet.
I think it's, I really don't know.
So he's clicked it back, Henry.
Wow. Punnat isn't posturing here. Fan has 4 bet for 3.7, and Punnat wants to know how much he's playing behind. This is first v second in chips. This pickup alone, by the way, for Fan would tie him at the top with Punnat.
And how scary is it as the chip leader to make a massive 3 bet and get a click back? Click back, of course, meaning pretty much raising the minimum possible. Punnat's 3 bet was 1.5 million more. Fan says, here's a 4 bet. How about 1.7 million more? That is very, very sus.
4x from the big, from Punsri. Now facing a 4 bet click to 3.7.
That's a time bank he just put out, by the way. Players get multiple time banks as they come into the final table. Just means he has more time to act. Certainly a spot he wants to be using those time banks.
Fan has been getting hit by the deck. At what point does Punnat think that it's not top of range? Ace-king twice, aces into kings. Throwing out 2 time bank extensions now. Really thinking this one through. Imagine a first v second all-in confrontation. I mean, practically for the tournament.
5.6.
No way.
Whoa. Click
Punnat
back, 5 bet.
has clicked it back.
Henry, is it another aces versus kings? How exciting is it that we cannot see the hands? Fan, by the way, already has had 2 aces versus kings situation in this tournament.
Man, this feels like aces or kings only.
A 5 bet at this stage between the chip leader and second in chips. The entire table must be tingling with excitement.
Yeah, all those shorties potentially looking at a 14k ladder if Punnat eliminates Fan. By the way, if these two collide, if all the chips find their way in the middle, it's for 60% of the chips in play. What do you do with queens here? Let's just try and guess what the 4-betting range of fan looks like. Ace, king, jacks, queens. Of course, top of range, aces, kings. Imagine you're sat here with like ace, king, O. Pocket queens. You're second in chips. There's 208,000 for second. You're comfortably in second. Do queens just find the mark?
I'm in the booth, and the idea of having queens in the spot made me tense up. So I don't know what you would do sitting there. I mean, talk about ICM pressure. This is what...
Wow, he's moved all in. Snap call from Punnat. Aces for the chip leader.
And a 5 IC. A 6-bet all in with what?
Fan taking the bait with ace-5. Is that ace-5 suited?
Off.
What a misstep. 29 million chip pot. Fan with the 6-bet jam getting out of line against the chip leader. 10-7-3. Running straight cards or running 5s needed for Chi Wei Fan. And he's dead.
That's it.
On the turn. Hand number 30. Our self-proclaimed online player out in 7th for 49,000 USD. Everyone now guaranteed 65,000. And maybe, just maybe more importantly, number 1 on the Thai all-time money list, Punnat Punsri, with 60% of the chips in play. What a blow-up.
I am glad you were capable of taking over commentating duties there, Henry, because I am speechless at what we have just witnessed.
I mean, listen, Vidor, we were talking about this festival. Lowest buy-ins from $165, online qualifiers. It's exactly what we were looking for. We're looking for the dark horses. We're looking for the players that are going to try and take a stand against these superstars.
A 6-bet bluff there by Chi Wei Fan. Perhaps my favorite player coming into this table, and perhaps my favorite player at the end of this table, no matter what occurs from this point on, because that was a crazy move. Chat blowing up, understandably calling it all kinds of things. But when you face the chip leader and do not let ICM pressure get to you, you do create some magical moments. GG there to Chi Wei Fan. Took a spot, and talk about Punnat. I mean, just having the aces,
clicking it back,
clicking it back, 5-bet, and it actually working and inducing a bluff jam. I mean, as I said, this is Punnat's world. This is Punnat's tournament. We're just sort of living in it. And it is the last thing that the table wanted to see. Now, mind you, they will be sort of happy getting that pay ladder. Everybody now guaranteed a whopping 65,000 US dollars. But with that crazy 6-bet bluff, Fan has created a monster. I mean, there is no space left in front of Punnat.
That is, I just can't get over that blow up.
At the highest,
is this 2011, Vidor?
That's what I was thinking. Is this Vanessa Selps?
Exactly, man. Love to see it. Poker booming in Asia. Punnat Punsri with 35 million of the 50 million chips in play. Second in chips has 5.2 million. It feels like everyone else is playing for second.
And by the way, living up to the image that I had created of Fan, smiled and gestured that he was dead when the cards were revealed, took the defeat with a smile, and actually went for a hug with Punnat.
He did. I love the sportsmanship there at the end shown. True character, was all in on the stone bubble, made his way to the final table of this record-breaking APT Taipei main event. He's going home $49,000 richer, and I'm sure we'll be seeing more of him at future festivals. Chat, if that doesn't get you to click the like button, I don't know what will. Smash the like button. trying to get this content to a wider audience, trying to grow the game here in Asia. The Asian Poker Tour, new era. If you haven't already heard, we do have 2 additional live stops later on this year. One at the end of the month in Hanoi, part of our summer series, and then another $1 million guarantee prize pool in South Korea at the end of August. And now it's just Punnat's World gets to just open jam, because the difference between 6th and 2nd is $143,000. And as things stand, everyone else playing for 2nd. I can't believe what we just witnessed.
It is simply crazy that Punnat finds the aces against the ace-5 there. Ace-5, of course, as you were saying, is this 2011 a very popular hand to 4-bet and 5-bet bluff with, because of course you block an ace. So the idea being that worst case you get called out, you still at least have a draw to an ace against something like kings or queens. But of course, aces versus ace-5, about the worst pre-flop equity you can find yourself with in no-limit hold'em poker. And now, as you said, Punnat just gets to bully the table around, put that ICM pressure. I mean, he can literally jam blind when he's in late position with all the short stacks behind him, who will have to find a considerable holding if they want to actually try to go all in and double up.
Tower of chips, man. I haven't seen anything quite like it.
I mean, some people build forts and castles with their chips. This man is building a settlement, a town.
This is what it's going to be for pretty much the rest of the final table until someone either doubles up or manages to kind of fight back. Punnat just gets to open jam because everyone else handcuffed by this ICM situation they find themselves in. Gilbert saying, what is Punnat doing here anyway? Isn't this way below his level? He's playing Triton High Roller Series. Hey, listen, pal. Firstly, don't sleep on the APT, okay? Got 5K and 10Ks. We had a single day high roller, a 5K buy-in that was $120,000 for first. This $1,600 main event has $65,000 for first. I don't think Punnat or anyone that I know, even in the high roller scene, are rich enough to pass up on an opportunity to win $365,000, and maybe even more so. Not that I want to necessarily delve in and speculate on the amount of action that Punnat has in other events, but a lower buy-in does mean that he gets to have more, if not all of himself, maybe bar a couple of 5% swaps with close friends.
And let's not forget how he got here. Did qualify on Natural 8.
Yeah, straight into day 3. That ace-ace hand, I mean, if that doesn't go viral, I don't know what will.
Really does remind me of those viral Vanessa Self blow-ups from back in the day. Those videos and those hands now considered absolutely legendary.
It reminds me of Benny Spindler. Do you remember Benny?
Which one is that?
Young German pro back in the day, like I want to say 09, 2010, 2011 on the EPT circuits. Used to just always see him in the highlight reels. Just seemed to run deep in all the main events, and there are definitely highlight reels of him kind of 6-bet jamming with like ace-6-0, and correctly so as well. I mean, back in the day when...
I have to check that out. Does remind me of Victor Blom as well, Isildur.
Yeah.
Making these kind of plays. A couple of legendary clips with him pulling these shenanigans in tournaments. And mind you, mad respect to Chiwi fan. He went for it in a spot that often will work out in your favor.
The heart.
The heart. Gotta respect the heart.
Running into top of range.
And how about Tang Wing Wong coming in last place in chips? Has now laddered up 3 spots 27K to 9th place. 65K. 65,000 US dollars to 6th place. Now guaranteed to everyone on this table. 6 left. The players have spread out a little bit. The dynamics have completely shifted. Look at that stack in front of what is now seat 4, Punnat. Super intimidating, not only to the players who have to act before him, considering they can get raised super light, but no reprieve if you go after him. Simply jamming with air.
Now it's 8.5.
What an insane hand.
Punnat asking Lester, player from the Philippines who came in second in chips, what his stack is. 8.5 million was the answer. Wow. And this is why he asked. Talk about ICM pressure, 8.5, effectively still second in chips. And when you open against the monster chip lead of Punnat, he can 3-bet you so light. The graphics down right now, but do they really matter?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Punnat going to be moving all in. Most hands. We are heading towards our dinner break.
This is really...
Sorry.
My apologies, Henry.
Go ahead, mate.
I was just going to say this is one of those situations where game theory needs to be used in a different sense than it usually is in poker. The rest of the table almost needs to sort of find a way to work together to battle the person who is just chipping them all down. And it's tough to do so in poker. Everybody's out for themselves. How do you stop the runaway train? That is Punnat and his stack right now.
Looks like Bum Kim Su. Sorry, Su Bum Kim rather. Come with a min raise from C8.
525.
Punnat going to take it to the streets. First time we've seen a flop since the elimination. 5-4. Now we are playing a guessing game, unfortunately. The RFID GFX has crashed, but we'll do our best. Team are working to get it back up and running. For now, just play along with us as we speculate some of the holdings. These players, Punnat going to check second time.
Whole cards will be back after the break, by the way, Henry. We've just been informed. So dinner break soon, and then we'll be back to the action as usual.
What an unbelievable hand that was. We'll chop it up. King Jack. It's King 7. Even that King Jack open seems a bit dicey.
I was just thinking that. We're not on the big blind in that hand.
Yeah.
King Jack, under the gun, +1.
I know it's very easy to kind of feel like, look, I'm handcuffed. I want to try and just wiggle my way through into something. And look, I'm not saying that I come from a place of authority when it comes to final table play and my knowledge of ICM. I think given that it's just so tight down there between everyone else and the difference, you know, in a $1,600 buy-in, $143,000 difference between going home now in 6th and making it to heads up.
To everyone in chat, I just observed the number of likes we have. Over 400 of you in there, 43 likes. Unacceptable a little bit, I might add. All in here.
That looks like a jam for about 1.7 million. And a pickup. 7 deuce in the big. Go Nicholas saying, how long is the dinner break? I believe the dinner break is an hour long.
Yeah, like 40? No, 40. These are 5.
We'll confirm before we do go on break.
27, 30. I have like close to 40.
To set your clocks to remind you to come back and join us, get some dinner yourself, depending on which part of the world you're watching us from. But trust me, you don't want to miss the action as we look towards closing out this record-breaking main event here at the Asian Poker Tour.
Yeah, and right on cue, receiving word from our production crew. Dinner break in 15 minutes time. It will be a 1-hour dinner break. So 15 minutes, unfortunately, chat, of no hole cards.
Oscar in chat, by the way, Henry says, no scanner. Then we can guess what they have. Quite good. Hey, Oscar.
I'm enjoying it.
Thanks for the support as we face some technical difficulties, but you are right. It does add an interesting mix to the game. And what do you know? We have 15 minutes to go, after which it'll be sorted. So best of both worlds, I think.
You have 2.5 million, right? Yep.
Asking for a count. It's a 10 big blind jam. It's going to make the fold.
I am looking forward to the hole cards being back after the break, simply to see what kind of rags Punnat is muscling around the entire table with. Always fun when you see a big stack bully really put that big stack to work, really know how to be table captain. Not too difficult here for the likes of Punnat, might I add, given the stack sizes. Really can be getting it in there very, very light. Meanwhile, let's take a moment to observe Tung Wing Wong, who came in as the shortest stack, has been patient, has picked his spots, made a couple of good pickups, hanging around, as they say, and frankly now, it's just one of many short stacks, as every stack is relative to Punnat's. Lester, second in chips, around the 7 million mark, I believe. Each player guaranteed $65,000 US. That's almost 2 million Taiwanese dollars.
Punnat with a casual 150 big blind stack. David versus Goliath moment for everyone else.
A question in chat, what are the commentators going to have for dinner? I'll throw it to you, Henry. What are your thoughts here?
Probably going to go down to Mr. Brown or whatever it's called. Punnat with the open jam. As expected. Just a waiting game for everyone else. Someone's going to take their stand eventually. There'll be a potential 20k ladder on the line for everyone else.
Yeah, in case anybody in chat is not familiar with these dynamics, I mean, let's take a moment to observe what's happening. Nobody wants to be the one to fight back because, of course, the ICM pressure is so tremendous with $20,000 being the next pay jump. Let's say you have a relatively strong holding, maybe ace-9 suited. Is that really what you want to get it all in with against somebody who can have pretty much their entire range and let's say 30 to 40% equity against you? It's a very interesting dynamic of tournament poker that might seem absurd in case it's not a spot you've studied or been experienced with, but frankly, Punnat just has the entire table in handcuffs. It's going to take somebody waking up with a real hand, a hand that they don't want to or simply cannot fold, and then hope to, well, hold him, as they say.
I see what you did there.
better than Thai average, but maybe not as good as the top row. I'll be an average Thai.
Thai contingent showing up in force here.
I play, but not against them.
Entire series, Asia Poker Tour Taipei Festival.
Every final table you and I commentate, Henry, there's always one unexpected surprise, a twist to the tale. Chiwi fan this time around, sitting in a comfortable second in chips, punting them off, so to speak, to Punnat. All in here. Subham Kim did show up with the King Jack last time. Likely a stronger holding considering he's going all in. Does work out.
Just a single plaque worth 6 buy-ins. Single gold plaque, I should say. 6 streams. 6 entries into this main event.
It's like you're gambling with people's souls. Reminds me of Pirates of the Caribbean. With Davy Jones wanting souls. He's like, here, my blind 5 souls.
Punnat in the big blind. See if anyone wants to tangle with him. Gets a walk, as expected. Now holds, I want to say, 80% of the chips in play. Unfortunately, the GFX is down. I have received word they'll be back online after dinner break. So apologies for the brief window of technical difficulties.
In the meanwhile, you get to experience what it's like railing these players live. Just imagine you're just standing there on the floor. You are getting that great ambient sound here at the Asian Poker Arena. A lot of players watching these guys right from outside the ropes of the feature table. We do see an all-in. Punnat in the small blind. Probably a good position to try and get a jam in there. The relative short stack of Long Lam Kim in the big blind. Just had to put in 500k.
Leicester asking for a counter. I don't think Leicester's the type to posture here. He's asking the dealer how much he's checking his itinerary. A hand like 9s or 10s, maybe an ace-queen, ace-jack suited kind of situation.
3.
This is genuine curiosity here, Vidor.
Two-time APT champion.
Hits the
Lester
mark.
Edok.
Feels like a close spot, something like 8s, 9s. The ace-jack.
To state the obvious here, Henry, what a difference one hand can make. Not just because all the chips flew Punnat's way, but the entire dynamics of the table just changed completely. When there was a second in chips for Punnat to be afraid of, to not want to tango with, he didn't have free reign. Forget the fact that his chip stack is huge, but
I still can't believe it. It's going to take some time to get over that. 6-bet jam, second v first in chips.
and a 5 flipped over first. My jaw was just on the floor.
Just wow. Dead on the turn as well, no less.
It's hard not to be dead on the turn when you're ace-5 versus aces. One of the worst pre-flop situations you can end up in. So brutal too. To have the ace blocker. And how confident were we that we were looking at kings versus aces or queens versus aces? Little did we know. We were dealing with the Taiwanese legend, at least in my head. Chi Hui fan.
I'm a fan.
Hard not to be. Speaking of Taiwanese, he's perhaps the quietest person on this table so far. Tang Kui Su in seat 2. He's really been patient, really picked his spots. And has been rewarded for it with the ladders. Did come in third in chips to this final table.
Life-changing FT. These players. Not every day you have over 200 buy-ins up top in a $1,600 buy-in. Running at max capacity here at the CPT, Asian Poker Arena in Taipei.
We'll talk about life-changing. Tung Wing, the player you see on the left of your screen right now, contemplating a decision. 23,000 US dollars in lifetime live tournament earnings till today. Has already tripled that. I'm looking to just add to that tally. Player from Hong Kong. Has picked his spots really well. Came in last in chips. Assumably contemplating an all-in. Perhaps thinking about not only the players behind him, their stack sizes, the ICM pressure, but also took a look rather at the clock, I believe. That dinner break looming towards you does add in that extra variable of thinking, hey, maybe my mindset can change. Does let it go.
Maybe just trying to ensure that he only goes through the blinds once at this level.
Great point. We can't see the clock, but often you will see a tank if it does mean that you can time the blinds perfectly.
Yeah. Also means that he'll get to be in later position once the blinds go up, which obviously increases his value. Min open this time from Punnat. Maybe, just maybe, has a monster. Is this an adjustment? Is he inducing yet again, as we saw earlier on with the aces? Has he really got the goods here? Or is this just bottom of range shenanigans?
These questions are exactly what makes poker so difficult. And so fun.
Oh boy.
Here we
In
go.
it goes. We're about to find out. And the Punnat was just trying to get a cheeky min raise through.
Tang Kui Su not letting it go very quickly.
Oh boy. This is a genuine tank as well. This isn't posturing, chat.
He's already paid the big blind, so this isn't a tank for blinds. Talk about keeping it exciting without having graphics. I mean, the action without graphics has just been non-stop.
Well, every decision a potential life-changing decision. I know they've already locked up 65k, but listen, we're in Asia, man. Big difference between second and sixth. Punnat was up to no good. Snap fold. So we will be going on break in just a couple of minutes' time. Hour-long break.
But great pickup there, by the way, for Subram Kim. Gets a jam through from the small blind against the chip leader. Perhaps the first, I wouldn't say dent, but perhaps the first scratch in Punnat's armor ever since he won that monster pot. Kim showing it is possible to fight back. It is possible to exploit slightly sus opens, such as the min raise that Punnat made.
Now, of course, with 80% chips in play, six-handed.
Mind you, with 60 minutes, the next dinner break, These players will be catching up with the stream.
Yep.
I can only imagine. Some lingering doubts about certain spots will get clarified. Does help. Reset the mindset. Completely change the attitude with which you come in.
Players standing up.
You cover me? Cover. Cover.
Jam from the small blind does get through. So there we have it, chat. The first 2 levels of this APT Taipei main event final table. We've got from 9 to 6. Everyone guaranteed $65,000 for their efforts so far. They're going on an hour-long dinner break. But when we come back, you can expect more action-packed poker for life-changing money. Vidor Single and myself, Henry Kilbane, be back with you guys in an hour. Don't go too far.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Hi, my name is Michael Soiza. I'm one of the co-owners of the APT. When I started my career as a poker player, I started at the APT as well, 10 years ago, you know, and one of the first events that I won was the APT event, and I've done all right in the APT, and it was a lot of fun, and I remember that kind of feeling, you know, coming to the APT. There's a certain kind of vibe, and really wanted to preserve that, the friendliness, the family kind of element of it, and where everybody knows everybody, everybody's comfortable, everybody's free to be themselves, enjoy the game of poker. So that's what we really wanted to do. But at the same time, we really wanted to elevate the experience as well, especially when it comes from the point of a player, and all the small details that make the event a great event. The APT has spanned over more than 10 years. So when we designed the trophy, we actually put a lot of thought into it and incorporated elements from the old APT into the new one to maintain that heritage as well. Of course, the main element of the trophy is the lion itself. As you all know, the old trophies were full lions, which were Chinese guardian lions, which you put at the entrance, on both sides. And the lion is actually a really appropriate animal to represent the APT and also poker. Whether it's being brave enough to make a big bluff, having the courage to make a big call, or even the strength and willpower to make a big fold. The red orb is also another element which we try to tie in from the old APT. And it represents the world. We hope that players from all around the world can come to the APT in Asia and compete in our events and enjoy a world-class experience. In addition to that, the trophies are also made out of precious metals, real 24-karat gold, pewter and bronze, and these represent prosperity. They also represent the life-changing money you can win at our events. All in all, it was a really fun process. We had a lot of fun creating these trophies. It was a bit challenging. There was lots of hiccups and bumps along the way. Logistically, it was a nightmare looking at the size of these things. But yeah, we are really proud of what we have made, and we hope you guys like the trophies too. See you guys at the next event.
It is day 2 of the Mystery Bounty event here at APT Taipei, and you know what that means. Bust a player, win a bounty. 95 players, 95 bounties, but only one grand prize mystery bounty of 1 million Taiwan dollars. Let's go bounty hunting. It could be this one, could be this one, could be this one, or this one. It's a mystery! It's a mystery bounty! Bounty has been selected. It only means it can be the 406,000! The second largest bounty has been selected. Congratulations, sir. 1 million! Yeah! 1 million!
反正出局超干的，现在很爽。换车子吧。
换车子，然后再继续打比赛。
打比赛。
15 players left remaining here, and all of the big bounties are gone. Finished, donezo, bye-bye. But there's still plenty of money to be won from the actual prize pool, with the first place winner taking away 1.1 million Taiwan dollars. Who's it gonna be? Congratulations, you won the mystery bounty.
And thank you for the fans who showing up here at the home. This is my first second APT win. I'm really happy about it.
Nyok Min Lei picking up Ace Queen on the big blind versus the button open. Taking again the passive route as the middling stack here, again very incentivized to pot control against the big stack and bide his time and outlast the short stack. Both players making top pair here, and three-handed, that's going to be pretty good.
Yeah, I said wow, because talk about having an underrepresented hand. Nyok Min Lee simply flat called in the big blind. The range of that is super wide. Ace Queen pretty much at the top of that range. Jinwoo Kim comfortably bets out for value. And now, is Ngok still afraid of the ICM, or does he realize that he has an absolute monster and wants to put more money in the middle?
More money, more fun. Looks like a raise to me. About 400,000? 400,000 raise. Nyok Min Lei.
Alarm bells need to be going off for Jinwoo here. What is Ngok feeling comfortable raising it up with the short stack still in the mix, 3 players left at the final table? He's quick to make the call, and I don't blame him, but taking some time to really think about this decision could serve him well.
Interesting turn card here, pairing the board, improving both players to 2 pair Jinwoo Kim's kicker no longer plays. Has one chop out. Has chop outs on the river now. Needs a king for a chop. And Hyukmin Lee taking an interesting line of check raising flop and now checking turn.
We see the outs actually. An ace, a 10, or a king will do it. So certainly not drawing dead, but cannot win this hand.
Small bet now. 400k. I can understand the check by Hyukmin Lee as Jinwoo Kim might be calling with a lot of 10x's versus the check raise, which of course now improves to trips. So exercising pot control once again. Just check calling here with the best hand. Aces and 10s, queen kicker as the river brings the Bink City for Jinwoo Kim, smashing every single river and finds the chop out here.
And how the tables have turned now that he's in position with the 2-street betting lead, probably feeling comfortable that his opponent does not have a 10 given that he checked the turn and now the river. He check called the turn, of course, Hyukmin Lee, and now check the river. Jinwoo actually goes all in, and now,
oh wow,
Nok has to be in the blender thinking, does my opponent actually have a 10? What a crazy turn of events in this hand, thanks to how Hyukmin Lee played the hand, underrepresented his ace-queen throughout. Is now calling either as a bluff catcher with his top pair, aces up I should say, with a king kicker, or at best chopping the pot. And given the ICM implications, what a sick spot, Greg. How the hand has gone is so confusing in a way.
Jinwoo Kim trying to get value here from perhaps I could say trying to get ace X's off a chop here. Now that his kicker doesn't play, maybe some king high flush, some nut flush draws that make a pair of kings on the river. But either way, what a sick spot here. Jinwoo Kim, wow, gets the fold. He's so sick. He's so sick.
I'll tell you what, Greg, that is not one Hyukmin Lee will enjoy on the playback.
Hand number 196 of the day. Closing in on that 200 hand mark since we kicked things off at 1 p.m. local time over 10 hours ago. Limit pot. These hands could collide on certain board textures. 10-9 v 9-8. Limit pot as we head to the Queen Jack 8 board. And what do you know? Jinwoo Kim has flopped the nut straight. Hyukmin Lee has bottom pair. And a gut shot to go along with it. Little does he know, be drawing to a chop in the form of the gut shot. Needs running boat cards.
How do you think that feels, Henry? Just flopping the nuts at this stage, getting bet into.
Wow, check raise from Jinwoo. Got to fast play this. I understand this at the stack depth. Obviously, the wider ranges of heads up. Gonna have plenty of semi bluffs. Want to make sure that's balanced with value as well.
And just think about the very last hand. He was getting completely out of line with 3 high. Gets an opportunity to essentially balance. Look at that. Strings along Hyukmin Lee. Understandable bottom pair and the straight draw. This spot is ballooning up with Jinwoo in complete control. King doesn't change much, but does make the board a little more dangerous for bottom pair. That straight draw still in the mix for Hyukmin Lee. And is that going to be enough to keep him in the hand? Jinwoo very likely to continue putting chips in the middle with the nuts here. Well, no longer the nuts, but second nuts.
1.6 million in the middle is the local Vietnamese player. It's the effective stack. Potential scare card for Jinwoo, allegedly. Hyukmin Lee can still have hands like kings, ace king, king 10. That's obviously if Jinwoo didn't flop the nut straight. So had he check raised with a hand like Jack X, Queen X, maybe worlds where he would slow down on this perceived scare card, but does fire 900 into 1.6, setting up a very natural river jam.
Great point there, Henry. It does sort of define his range very differently when he continues to fire on the king. The backdoor club draw also does allow Jinwoo to represent some bluffs.
7 of diamonds completing the board. The great thing for Jin was unblocking all of those pairs, of course. So many hands that he can extract value from.
And talk about balance. We just saw Jinwoo completely run over Hokmin Lee. Oh my god, he goes all in, and we have the first situation where we might actually be in that potential territory of closing this out. Were Hokmin Lee able to find a hero call?
It is a flopped bottom pair. Some of the semi-bluffs that check raise flop, King 10, King 9, Ace 10, do get there on the turn, but Hokmin Lee out of time extension chips. We saw this in the main event, making a decision for the title and the 16,000 difference between first and second as he heroes it off with bottom pair.
It is over, ladies and gentlemen, and what a sick hero call. I mean, obviously incorrect in this instance, but Hokmin Lee clearly not afraid to put his tournament life on the line with that hero call, and with that, we have crowned a champion to the high roller, and it is in fact the man from America, Jinwoo Kim.
GG's. Albert, not the best start to this final table, but still very healthy. 57 big blinds. Opening in to John Perry's big, who is going to defend. Spades dominated. Oh, 10, 10, 7. John flopping best, but Albert still with 34% equity. A few options on the table here for John.
Fold is not one of them. You don't call 7-4 in the blinds to fold 10-10-7 on the flop. He decides to proceed with the call.
Well, 7 of clubs on the turn, giving John the check mark. Albert drawing to a chop.
How about just binking it? Feeling extremely comfortable in the hand. A 10, of course, could be part of Albert's range, but with two of them on the board, feel a lot better about having the best of it when you have bottom full house there.
John actually got a lead into Albert.
I don't know about that decision. I mean,
did he just say raise?
Can I retract what I said a second ago?
Wow. Albert just not one to deal with players betting into him well. Second big misstep this final table so far, although, I mean, this could work. Don't want to say it like it's preordained that he's going to lose the hand, but
there is a scenario in which Albert wins the hand. John is not going to be the most comfortable customer here, but he is going to continue after all. He has a full house. And mind you, if Albert had a 10, I sincerely doubt he would be raising. If you have a full house in Albert's shoes and somebody's donked into you, you're calling just to keep the other person's bluffs alive. Wow.
I can't believe what I'm witnessing here, Vidor.
John needs to think this through. I'm almost afraid to look at the YouTube chat because they must be going crazy, but really, the only question is, does Albert have a 10? And easy for me to say looking at the cards, but is a 10 ever playing this way? If anything, John might think that a chop is likely, considering the aggression that Albert has shown and the spot that we're in. You tend to think that your opponent is not just bluffing with air that often.
Well, this would be for the chip lead, if I'm not mistaken.
What is going on here, Henry? What are we witnessing?
Oh my word, he's made the call John Perry is the new chip leader. And Albert, who came in today 1 of 9, has now dropped down to 8 thin chips.
Love it. Bert giving a huge shout out to his rail. He is the new chip leader. 83 bigs, a 5 million chip stack, probably the first to cross the 5 million mark. Albert sitting in understandable shock, and the rest of the table might have a situation brewing here.
Yeah, Hayato in the big, currently 4th in chips. Facing an open from the chip leader from early position. Going to defend with the ace-9, is dominated. Really annoying spot given the presence of the 2 sub-10 big blind stacks, but does flop the nut flush draw. You can see a lot of those clubs dead, however. Only 5 clubs remaining.
Pretty much a mandatory continuation spot for Albert, not just because he's the chip leader. With the king on the board, you have the pre-flop advantage of being the initial raiser from early position. Certainly a king is part of the range you can represent. But Hayato will not be going anywhere. Not flush draw. Extremely strong. And a raise pretty much out of the question, given that he is a middle stack. As you mentioned, a little frustrating. You're a little handcuffed because of the ICM pressure. And also maybe not Hayato's style from what I've observed yesterday. Very calm, very cool and collected customer. Really picks his spots for aggression and clearly makes it work to his advantage.
Well, 630 in the middle, going to this 4 of hearts turn. Action on Albert, does check behind. And how about the nuts on the river for Hayato? Finds the club. Unfortunately, Albert with just ace high. Not much value to be had for the Japanese player.
With the cash he will be accumulating today, he will be crossing $400,000 in his lifetime cashes. A wonderful milestone for him to achieve. Hayato, that is. As I was saying, Henry, I was super impressed with his play yesterday. He actually went maybe an hour without getting involved in a hand. And, you know, as a commentator, you tend to notice and maybe think, hey, maybe this person is playing a little bit passively. Maybe their strategy is to try and make it to the final table and that's it. But really wasn't the case once he stepped it up. Showed aggression in so many spots, made some hero calls, and tended to be right more often than not.
What is Albert thinking of doing here? Facing the river probe. Sub half pot river probe from Hayato.
Oh my.
Oh boy.
Oh my. It's Hayato's world and we just live in it. Gets bluff raised while having the nuts from the chip leader. Can you imagine the emotion inside Hayato right now?
You're on a final table, an APT main event. There's 121k up top. You've led on the river. After turn went check, check, and the chip leader is raising into you. I mean, this feels a bit like theory's gone out the window and we're just blasting here.
Yeah, I said Albert Gorelick might have come in with a plan, and it seemed like it didn't matter what was on the board. He wanted to execute that plan. That plan was pressure, that plan was aggression. He's picked the wrong spot here, but credit where it's due. I mean, it's not easy to make bluff raises on the river, whether you're the chip leader or not. Albert just gets the bad news with the all-in from Hayato, and this hand is over. Albert might Hollywood a little bit, of course. He's got to be throwing up inside.
Yeah, Hollywood to save face for a bit. As the ace-jack finds the mark, and that is a huge pickup for Hayatu, increasing his stack by more than half, or more than 50%, up to 3.5 million, and now moves up to second in chips.
Ace-4 offsuit raise from Ponomarenko. Continuing the heater. Jinwoo Kim picks up the beautiful suited connector. The only problem is that he's pretty short. He is in the big blind though, gets a good price, so he's going to make the call here. So we're going to see heads up to a flop, single raise pot, cutoff versus big blind. Ace-4 offsuit versus 6-5 suited as the flop brings Ace-7-4, 1 club.
What a flop.
Wow. 2 pair for Ponomarenko. Open ender for Jinwoo Kim. And your open enders are, and straight draws really increasing in value when it's a rain board, as you just have no real reverse implied odds making your straight but bringing in the flush.
This is what I call the movie flop. It's almost like engineered for these two hands in particular. Jinwoo Kim simply cannot go anywhere at this stage. Might even consider bumping things up if he really thinks Ponomarenko is getting out of line with his newly acquired chips.
Yeah, and on the board just like this, Ace-7-4, Ponomarenko is going to be c-betting a lot with entire range. And so a re-raise here does have a lot of fold equity against most of Ponomarenko's range. Re-raises to 450. Of course, he's going to find that he's at Ponomarenko is at the top of his range with 2 pair here.
Talk about music to Ponomarenko's ears. I mean, you flop 2 pair and your opponent check raises you. And now Ponomarenko with the classic decision of whether you reel the opponent along.
Wow, is going to do just that.
That is what he does, and it's sort of the only option here because after all, naked aces are much less likely to be.
Wow.
What a card. I mean, just drills it with the redraw to the club flush.
Oh, wow.
And
Just the
Ponomarenko
nuts, yeah.
drawing so slim all of a sudden after absolutely smashing the flop. This is quite a pot we have brewing here. I'm already taking a look at the relative stack size if this does go in. 1.3 million in the middle. Jinwoo Kim, 1.2 million behind, under 1 SPR. Trying to figure out how to get maximum value. Little does he know. I mean, he could bet any amount, and Ponomarenko might beat him to the button, and he checks.
He's going to check here. Incredibly creative. The most obvious bluff does get there, though. The straight draw. Wow, and Ponomarenko making a world-class check back here.
What am I watching? I mean, these guys could just see each other's cards, it seems like sometimes.
And
the skill level.
Ponomarenko, like a stick bug with a crayon, drawing thin. Does not hit his outs. Jinwoo Kim does get the check mark with his straight. The board does pair.
Surprisingly, 3 actually smashes the range of Jinwoo Kim the way the hand is played. Something like a 5-3 off or 5-3 suited, if you think about, would play the hand the same way. And he does go all in, and actually,
wow.
Ponomarenko cannot treat this decision lightly with the 2 3s coming in. Once again, something like a 5-3 or even a 3 deuce, perhaps with a backdoor, might have played the hand this way. Of course, much easier for us to say once we can see the cards face up. Ponomarenko already made a world-class check on the... Oh, I thought he'd called. It's the time banks, of course, but this is certainly a decision he wants to take his time with.
Wow. And it's such a tough spot here because, like, really, it makes a lot of... Like, there's not much that Ponomarenko beats despite having 2 pair here. 5-6 gets there. Any sets on the flop have just boated up. Might take the same line. Only thing maybe he beats maybe is like 5-8 of hearts, 5-8 of diamonds, 5-8 of clubs.
Essentially, all the straight draws that didn't get there, all the gutties like 8-6, 5-8, etc. But the question is, what is ace-4 really worth? It's a bluff catcher at this point.
Yeah.
You may as well have a naked ace. With the exception of if there was something like a trapped ace-king in the cutoff. But once again, in the big blind, I should say, with Jinwoo. But credit where it's due, Ponomarenko really seems to know where he's at in this hand. Could toss in that reluctant call, of course, considering what he flopped, but I cannot commend him enough for not only thinking this through, taking his time, but clearly considering a laydown. And fact that he checked back the turn just goes to show that 6-5 was one of the hands he was afraid of and probably thinks would play in this exact same way. How much credit does he want to give Jinwoo Kim for an absolute air all-in bluff?
Wow. 3 time bank chips left remaining for him as well, each one worth 30 seconds. Those are the only time bank chips he's going to get for the remainder of this.
Don't forget, these guys have been playing with each other for a while, not only on the final table, but perhaps earlier in the day or yesterday as well. They've had a chance to observe, and just from my observation of Jinwoo Kim, seems a super solid guy. He does make the call. We'll get the bad news, and look at that, the chip leader coming into the final table. Absolutely crippled after that. Essentially a cooler by the turn, but credit once again where it's due. Ponomarenko did consider folding the river clearly.
Yeah.
Could not get away from it.
Just at the very top of his range there. Really hard to find that fold. And Jinwoo Kim finding a really fortunate turn card. Gets the massive double up as Ponomarenko now drops down below our 10 big blind mark, putting him in the danger zone.
5 million apiece in chips. They've taken all the chips over 100 entries started this tournament with, split them right down the middle, and are now battling it out for all the glory. This is what it comes down to, ladies and gentlemen. No deal, by the way, which means one of these guys walking away with 1.26 billion and denying the other the billionaire status that a deal might have achieved. Respect. Always respect a no deal heads up.
I got to admit, you know, I think on the back end of 10 days of poker, I might have been the first of 4, the first of 5, the first of 3 to maybe just put that word deal out there to the rest of the table.
Click that deal button, as they say on the online streets.
These guys have been grinding, but just the audacity, if you will, to just be like, you know what? No, I've grinded for the past 10 days. I want an outright win. I want the 53k plus score on my Hendon Mob. I want the trophy. I just want it all. I haven't come this far to start offering up deals as Min Lei goads Jinwoo to stabbing with 3 high, 1.6 in the middle.
Pure, keeping it pure. Like those guys who never run it twice. Just like, I don't know what you're talking about. Let's just play some poker.
That reminds me of a few guys. I mean, look at this. This is just power poker. And it's just been the case. This isn't just a one-off. This has been throughout the entirety of this heads-up match.
My, oh my. And if I could just take advantage of us having that close-up shot there on Jinwoo Kim as he cut out those chips, double-handed, put them in the middle. 1.1 million is the bet. Even a slight smirk on his face. Sort of the sign of confidence usually, as though it was unintentionally let out.
Some people just want to watch the world burn, you know. Got to go down in a massive ball of flames and knock Min Lei.
A huge fold there.
Wow.
Gilbert in the chat pointing out Albert fired all 3 streets quite a few times in yesterday's stream. Well, no one is surprised, surely. Just looking at the carnage we've seen just today. Queens again. This monster is being dealt out, leading to interesting situations here and there. Julian built a healthy stack for himself. Came in one of the shorter stacks.
Oh my word.
It's almost tripled up since then, since the start of the day.
Julian with 9 lives. Fortunate to be here, courtesy of Satoshi's ill-timed 3-bet earlier on, getting John to fold what would have been the winning hand, and now Hijack v Button has queens against 10s. He makes the call. Oh my god,
Oh my word. I was just going to comment how John simply flat called in a situation where you're very likely to see 3 bets. Had some sort of sixth sense about it all. And now with Dong having ace-king and only 9 big blinds, this is going to develop into a real situation. Dong pretty much has to go all in and squeeze, and he's going to be in a decent spot, frankly, to more than double up, be in a flip situation. Julian has to be licking his lips a little bit. Dong could easily be squeezing with something much, much worse than ace-king. Queens is looking just so good. And now, does he want to reel in the customer of John Perry or isolate and go heads up against Dong Chen? And no matter what he chooses to do, how does John react? He's seen the story play out before and has been burned. He did make the right fold with the jacks, but of course would have won the hand. And as much as you want to be extremely rational,
Wow.
What a decision.
He folds the
Throws it
10
again. Is correct again. Henry, what are the odds there's a 10 on the flop, man? Come on.
Don't. Come on, man.
It would be just too much to bear.
Ace King for Chen Dong against Julian's pocket queens.
We really are on the verge of the first elimination here. Dong Chen does need some help. Is in a flip. You gotta be kidding me. You gotta be kidding me. I knew it. Maximum pain. That's the mantra of the day. The poker gods have decided to deal out maximum pain to John Perry.
Third card, another deuce.
Wow. Let's not forget the person at risk, Dong Chen, on the verge. One card away. Deuce would also do it.
Is a 7.
Not gonna be it. And Dong is the first person out.
Round of applause, guys, for Chen Dong.
Round of applause, fist bumps all around. What a dramatic hand to exit on. And John seems to be taking it fairly okay. I know I would be losing my marbles sitting there in his spot. Satoshi, still the chip leader. Ace-10 off in the low jack, as you said, Henry. Under the gun +3 on the graphic. Bumps it up. You love to see it. Except the timing might be slightly off here. John having pocket jacks, and Julian wakes up with kings.
Oh my word.
Here
Did
we
he have
go.
kings twice yesterday against ace-king?
Indeed, and it worked out perfectly both times. Got it all in with monster pots.
Well, if there's ever a world where John gets away from this setup, this is going to be it. He's open from under the gun. Low jack has 3-bet. Julian from the small blind, moving all in. So the cold 4-bet out of the small. John going to ask for a count.
What a situation. If Satoshi had taken the conservative route, maybe called his ace-10 off, or even folded, something he could have considered, we know how this hand would have gone. Julian all in, John always calling. Now John has to worry about the stack, and the only stack really that has him covered. That is 3-bet him. He certainly cannot go all in over the top without worrying about what Satoshi might have. A proper 3-bet that was, by the way, to 450k, representing a lot of strength.
Oh, well played, sir. Oh, wow. He makes the call.
Didn't he fold King Jack earlier?
Hang on a minute. I'm so confused, but he does have the key card. The Ace of Hearts. The overcard to Julian's Kings. 5 cards to come. Take a bow, Bert, by the way. Bert Perry folding the jacks. Oh, my word.
The moment you said it,
oh my word.
I expected it. I knew it'd be in the window. I didn't even think it'd be anywhere else. I knew it'd be in the window.
What is happening so far this tournament? The 3 of diamonds does present a gut shot for Satoshi.
Stay alive and the river card.
Ace or a deuce, whoever's calling out the action.
is the
Six
of
of
clubs.
clubs.
And
Wow.
Wow. Satoshi, with his 3-bet, has effectively rescued Julian from busting the tournament. He would have been all in kings versus jacks. Bert Perry would have comfortably bad beat Julian with his trip jacks.
Nyok Min Lei picking up ace queen on the big blind versus the button open. Taking again the passive route as the middling stack here, again very incentivized to pot control against the big stack and bide his time and outlast the short stack. Both players making top pair here, and three-handed, that's going to be pretty good.
Yeah, I said wow because talk about having an underrepresented hand. Nyok Min Lee simply flat called in the big blind. The range of that is super, super wide. Ace Queen pretty much at the top of that range. Jinwoo Kim comfortably bets out for value. And now, is Ngok still afraid of the ICM, or does he realize that he has an absolute monster and wants to put more money in the middle?
More money, more fun. Looks like a raise to me. About 400,000? 400,000 raise. Nyok Min Lei.
Alarm bells need to be going off for Jinwoo here. What is Ngok feeling comfortable raising it up with the short stack still in the mix, 3 players left at the final table? He's quick to make the call, and I don't blame him, but taking some time to really think about this decision could serve him well.
Interesting turn card here. Pairing the board, improving both players to 2 pair. Jinwoo Kim's kicker no longer plays. Has 1 chop out. Has chop outs on the river now. Needs a king for a chop. And Nyok Min Lei taking an interesting line of check raising flop and now checking turn.
We see the outs actually. An ace, a 10, or a king will do it. So certainly not drawing dead, but cannot win this hand.
Small bet now. 400k. I can understand the check by Nyok Min Lei as Jinwoo Kim might be calling with a lot of 10x's versus the check raise, which of course now improves to trips. So exercising pot control once again. Just check calling here with the best hand. Aces and 10s, queen kicker as the river brings the Bink City for Jinwoo Kim, smashing every single river and finds the chop out here.
And how the tables have turned now that he's in position with the 2-street betting lead, probably feeling comfortable that his opponent does not have a 10 given that he checked the turn and now the river. He check called the turn, of course, Nyok Min Lei, and now check the river. Jinwoo actually goes all in, and now
oh wow,
Ngok has to be in the blender thinking, does my opponent actually have a 10? What a crazy turn of events in this hand, thanks to how Nyok Min Lei played the hand, underrepresented his ace-queen throughout, is now calling either as a bluff catcher with his top pair, aces up I should say, with a king kicker, or at best chopping the pot. And given the ICM implications, what a sick spot, Greg. How the hand is gone is so confusing in a way.
Jinwoo Kim trying to get value here from perhaps I could say try to get ace X's off a chop here. Now that his kicker doesn't play, maybe some king high flush, some nut flush draws that make a pair of kings on the river. But either way, what a sick spot here. Jinwoo Kim, wow, gets the fold. He's so sick. He's so sick.
I'll tell you what, Greg, that is not one Nyok Min Lei will enjoy on the playback.
Hand number 196 of the day. Closing in on that 200 hand mark since we kicked things off at 1 p.m. local time over 10 hours ago. Limited pot. These hands could collide on certain board textures. 10-9 v 9-8. Limited pot as we head to the Queen Jack 8 board. And what do you know? Jinwoo Kim has flopped the nut straight. Nyok Min Lei has bottom pair. And a gut shot to go along with it. Little does he know, be drawing to a chop in the form of the gut shot needs running boat cards.
How do you think that feels, Henry? Just flopping the nuts at this stage, getting bet into.
Check
This is
raise from Jinwoo. Got to fast play this. I understand this at the stack depth. Obviously, the wider ranges of heads up. Got to have plenty of semi-bluffs. Want to make sure that's balanced with value as well.
And just think about the very last hand. He was getting completely out of line with 3 high. Gets an opportunity to essentially balance. Look at that. Strings along Okmin Lee. Understandable bottom pair and the straight draw. This pot is ballooning up with Jinwoo in complete control. King doesn't change much, but does make the board a little more dangerous for bottom pair. That straight draw still in the mix for Okmin Lee, and is that going to be enough to keep him in the hand? Jinwoo very likely to continue putting chips in the middle with the nuts here. Well, no longer the nuts, but second nuts.
1.6 million in the middle is the local Vietnamese player. It's the effective stack. Potential scare card for Jinwoo, allegedly. Okmin Lee could still have hands like kings, ace king, king 10. That's obviously if Jinwoo didn't flop the nut straight. So had he check raised with a hand like jack x, queen x, maybe worlds where he would slow down on this perceived scare card, but does fire 900 into 1.6, setting up a very natural river jam.
Great point there, Henry. It does sort of define his range very differently when he continues to fire on the king. The backdoor club draw also does allow Jinwoo to represent some bluffs.
7 of diamonds completing the board. I think the great thing for Jinwoo is unblocking all of those pairs, of course. So many hands that he can extract value from.
And talk about balance, we just saw Jinwoo completely run over Okmin Lee. Oh my god, he goes all in, and we have the first situation where we might actually be in that potential territory of closing this out. Were Okmin Lee able to find a hero call?
It is a flopped bottom pair. Some of the semi-bluffs that check raise flop, king 10, king 9, ace 10, do get there on the turn, but Okmin Lee out of time extension chips. We saw this in the main event, making a decision for the title and the 16,000 difference between first and second as he heroes it off with bottom pair.
It is over, ladies and gentlemen, and what a sick hero call. I mean, obviously incorrect in this instance, but Okmin Lee clearly not afraid to put his tournament life on the line with that hero call, and with that, we have crowned a champion to the high roller, and it is in fact the man from America, Jinwoo Kim.
GG's. Albert, not the best start to this final table, but still very healthy. 57 big blinds. Opening in to John Perry's big, who is going to defend. Spades dominated. Oh, 10, 10, 7. John flopping best, but Albert still with 34% equity. A few options on the table here for John.
Fold is not one of them. You don't call 7-4 in the blinds to fold 10-10-7 on the flop. He decides to proceed with the call.
Well, 7 of clubs on the turn, giving John the check mark. Albert drawing to a chop.
How about just binking it? Feeling extremely comfortable in the hand. A 10, of course, could be part of Albert's range, but with 2 of them on the board, feel a lot better about having the best of it when you have bottom full house there.
John actually got a lead into Albert.
I don't know about that decision. I mean,
did he just say raise?
Can I retract what I said a second ago?
Wow. Albert just not one to deal with players betting into him well. Second big misstep this final table so far, although, I mean, this could work. Don't want to say it like it's preordained that he's going to lose the hand, but
there is a scenario in which Albert wins the hand. John is not going to be the most comfortable customer here, but he is going to continue after all. He has a full house. And mind you, if Albert had a 10, I sincerely doubt he would be raising. If you have a full house in Albert's shoes and somebody's donked into you, you are calling just to keep the other person's bluffs alive. Wow.
I can't believe what I'm witnessing here, Vidor.
John needs to think this through. I'm almost afraid to look at the YouTube chat because they must be going crazy, but really, the only question is, does Albert have a 10? And easy for me to say looking at the cards, but is a 10 ever playing this way? If anything, John might think that a chop is likely, considering the aggression that Albert has shown and the spot that we're in. You tend to think that your opponent is not just bluffing with air that often.
Well, this would be for the chip lead, if I'm not mistaken.
What is going on here, Henry? What are we witnessing?
Oh my word, he's made the call. John Perry is the new chip leader. And Albert, who came in today 1 of 9, has now dropped down to 8 thin chips.
Love it. Bert giving a huge shout out to his rail. He is the new chip leader. 83 bigs, a 5 million chip stack, probably the first to cross the 5 million mark. Albert sitting in understandable shock, and the rest of the table might have a situation brewing here.
Yeah, Hayato in the big, currently 4th in chips. Facing an open from the chip leader from early position. Going to defend with the ace-9, is dominated. Really annoying spot given the presence of the 2 sub-10 big blind stacks, but does flop the nut flush draw. You can see a lot of those clubs dead, however. Only 5 clubs remaining.
Pretty much a mandatory continuation spot for Albert, not just because he's the chip leader. With the king on the board, you have the pre-flop advantage of being the initial raiser from early position. Certainly a king is part of the range you can represent. But Hayato will not be going anywhere. Not flush draw. Extremely strong. And a raise pretty much out of the question, given that he is a middle stack. As you mentioned, a little frustrating. You're a little handcuffed because of the ICM pressure. And also maybe not Hayato's style from what I've observed yesterday. Very calm, very cool and collected customer. Really picks his spots for aggression and clearly makes it work to his advantage.
Well, 630 in the middle, going to this 4 of hearts turn. Action on Albert, does check behind. And how about the nuts on the river for Hayato? Finds the club. Unfortunately, Albert with just ace high. Not much value to be had for the Japanese player.
With the cash he will be accumulating today, he will be crossing $400,000 in his lifetime cashes. A wonderful milestone for him to achieve. Hayato, that is. As I was saying, Henry, I was super impressed with his play yesterday. He actually went maybe an hour without getting involved in a hand. And you know, as a commentator, you tend to notice and maybe think, hey, maybe this person is playing a little bit passively. Maybe their strategy is to try and make it to the final table and that's it. But really wasn't the case once he stepped it up. Showed aggression in so many spots, made some hero calls, and tended to be right more often than not.
What is Albert thinking of doing here? Facing the River Probe. Sub-half pot River Probe from Hayato.
Oh my.
Oh boy.
Oh my. It's Hayato's world and we just live in it.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Well, a warm welcome back to the APT Taipei main event coverage from the CPT here in Taiwan. We are down to the final 6 players with Thailand's Punnat Punsri leading the pack with 36.5 million chips. And would you believe that all that is good for 70% of the chips in play, 6-handed. Everyone currently guaranteed $65,000 with 4 6-figure payouts going to the top 4 places. And obviously, all eyes on that top prize of $365,000 as we welcome you back into the broadcast booth. Vidal Single alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. We're back from break. Looking at some of these stacks, you know, we're coming back with 2 sub-10 big blind stacks, 2 15 big blind stacks, and then Lester Edok, who's currently second in chips with just north of 20. What do you think some of the guys are discussing with their teams?
Well, they had an hour to really think about it, assess the situation. The story of the hour, of course, Punnat Punsri, 70% of chips in play. Perhaps the other story of the hour is how he got those chips. That aces versus ace 5 hand, one for the record books, losing our favorite player perhaps, Mr. Fan. But with the players having some time to think about it, they know they have to do something They have to fight back. They cannot let Punnat just run over the table, raise every hand, take it down. So they perhaps have tuned their ranges in terms of when they'll be fighting back. Let's not forget, Punnat has had time to think about it as well.
Yeah.
He might be making some adjustments also.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see the adjustments that these guys are going to make, maybe based off some of the hand histories that they saw, maybe based off discussing it with their teams or cliques of people who are, helping them with their approach to this final table. For two of the shortest stacks, Tung Wing Wong and Kim Long Lam, they need to get it in sooner rather than later. Sub 10 big blinds. They need to find a double up before that big blind ante and the big blind comes round as we throw it down to the main stage as action resumes here at the CTB. And look at that, man. He's colored up some of those green 25k chips, replaced them with more gold plaques, the new chips, part of the APT new era. Welcome back to all of our viewers across the globe. Hope you guys enjoyed your dinner breaks. Let us know if you're grinding along over on Natural 8, whether it be cash games, tournaments, PLO short deck. Let us know what your vice is, your choice of poison, if you will. I'm a 5-card fan. You'll see me on Natural 8 playing some PLO 5-card in my downtime.
And by the way, in case you are watching us from the event, which is to say in Taipei at this lovely poker room, the Asian Poker Arena, don't forget, the high roller is on right now. Just broke another record, over 400,000 USD in the prize pool.
Jesus.
So the series is still ongoing, but of course, all eyes on this final table. There's a huge live rail for this final table as well, Henry, and why not? $365,000 up for grabs for first place. Every player here guaranteed 65,000. But as you said, it's time to start wheeling, dealing, perhaps raising, perhaps jamming. However, coming back to the action, how about pocket nines under the gun for Punnat? As we discussed, everybody expects him to just raise every hand, but what do you do when he actually has a hand?
One stack's enough. You hear the table joke. One stack. Not enough, according to the dealer. We'll defer to the dealer. Some of the best in Asia here helping us. Oh, Long Lam Kim with the decision. 7 big blinds. Ace going to hit the muck. Fold round the table.
Let me just take a moment to point out 6-handed poker, 6 max, a whole different beast. We saw there Long Lam Kim, technically under the gun +1, but also the hijack. Did think maybe Ace-6 was worth considering, but can't do much when it comes to putting your tournament life. Can't call it off with Ace-6 there.
Yeah, it's tough, man. I mean, he's got 7 big blinds. He's going to have to put in a third of his chips in a couple of hands' time. That's how things stand at this final table. First in chips with 6x what second in chips has. And maybe, to just point out for those of you that don't know, the difference between going home in 6th and coming second is a massive $143,000. More often than not, that is a main event champion prize. More often than not, that is more than what our main event champions walk away with. That's just to kind of showcase and highlight how big the turnout here was for this record-breaking event. Over 200 buy-ins up top for first, and if I was a betting man, and I'd like to say that I am, I know who my money would be on.
It is poker, though. You never know. And if I could add some context there, Henry, I was looking at Kitty Kuo's performance, one of the regs. Let me pause on that for a moment as we see. There we go. I think Punnat will find the fold there. Coming back to it, Kitty Kuo actually a winner of the APT main event in Taipei from a few years ago.
Wow.
And if you want a tangible indicator of the growth of poker in Asia, in Taipei, and in this new era of the Asian Poker Tour, her first place prize was closer to $20,000. And here we are looking at 10th place getting more than that.
Yeah.
First place getting 18 times that with $365,000. So how about that?
Yeah, it's fantastic to see the growth of the Asian Poker Tour. And it wouldn't be possible without the players, of course. I mean, shout out to all the team. Been working tirelessly around the clock, the weeks, the months, building up to the launch of this new era. But it wouldn't be possible without the players coming to support what the Asian Poker Tour is trying to achieve in Asia as it folds round to Leicester. Couple of jacks on the button, a welcome sight, 21 big blinds. He's currently second in chips. Just going to open jam. Some people may be kind of, oh my word.
Wow. Are you freaking kidding me?
Punnat Punsri, first in chips, against second in chips. As you see, Long Lam Kim in the big with the jack. Going to fold, and the short stacks get to just watch on and potentially ladder an additional $20,000. If Punnat can hold here, Vidor, he's going to have 43 of the 51 million chips in play.
And how about the short stacks licking their lips? The player second in chips has gone all in. Jacks versus queens is where he's ended up. Looking to hit that two-outer.
Oh, ace 10-9, no dice for Leicester. Only one jack left in the deck. The good news is he can't be dead on the turn. One out and one out only for the two-time APT main event champion, Lester Eddock. No dice. The seven of spades completes the board, and a handshake and a hug between the two titans, two of the biggest names in poker. I mean, they've both been around the circuit for so many years. Lester Eddock, unfortunately, not going to make history with that third main event title, but does add another final table to his stellar resume, might I add, and $65,000 as well, going back to the Philippines and well. Second in chips with 14 big blinds, 5 players left.
Punnat just finding himself on the right side of every cooler possible. And I have to say, the short stacks showing a wide display of emotions and dialogue there, but certainly will be thanking their lucky stars, considering two of them were below the 10 big blind mark and have now added $20,000 US to their coffers simply with that elimination. And I believe 43 million, you said, Henry, out of about 51 million in play. I mean, I've never seen a final table like this. Just 5 players left, for crying out loud. One player has all the chips.
Well, that should, in theory, loosen the handcuffs somewhat on these other 4 players. See people in the chat saying, Gilbert saying, no doubt it's Punnat's title to lose. It certainly feels that way. It's not over yet. Stranger things have happened in poker. I recall last WSOP, I want to say it was Bulgarian Kaloyan Kolev had half an ante with 13 remaining. I can't remember what event exactly it was, but I know there was a 7-figure prize pool first. Half an ante with 13 left, went on to win it. Talk about chip in a chair. So look, like we said, if we're betting men, and we are, we know where the money line is. But it's not over yet.
Certainly always rooting for the underdogs as well.
%.
Look at that distribution. 44 million followed by 4 million. Are you kidding me? And we just saw there, by the way, Punnat went instantly all in with Queen Rag. Expect a lot more of this, ladies and gentlemen, until a couple of people find a couple of double ups. Punnat has nothing to fear. He can literally go all in blind, and that will be a profitable play. The ICM pressure also worth mentioning, even more insane now that the second place in chips has disappeared. Everybody has a relatively even super short stacks, And the benefit of waiting out another elimination is just so high. Uh-oh. All in before even finding out. A smile in and all in.
Button does make the call. Ace-Jack suited. So 2 live cards for Punsri. See the rest of the table celebrating at the fact that, look.
They're anti-railing, as they say, right?
35% of the time they're going to ladder $22,000. Hong Lam Kim, the shortest stack by far. Looking to double up to 12 big blinds, move up to second in chips. I mean, just how insane is it to even say that? $10-8 deuce, top pair for Punsri. 2 overs and spades for Kim. Brick for a sweat. We know who everyone else is rooting for at the table. Jack of clubs on the turn. Does give Punnat an open-ender, however. Queen, 10, 9 or 7. No dice as the 4 of hearts completes the board, and the short stack doubles up to second in chips with just 12 big blinds.
Never easy, is it, Henry? The 10 on the flop for the max sweat. But Kim does manage to find that double up. As you said, everybody else was essentially sweating $22,000 in a pay jump. Not to be this time around, but now here we see 4 even short stacks.
Absolute scenes here, the final table, the Asian Poker Tour Taipei main event. Just a friendly reminder for those of you just making their way back to the stream, we do have an $888 flip out available over on Natural 8. Click the link at the top of the YouTube chat to get involved. It is a bit of trivia, some Natural 8 trivia. We're calling it the Kahoot Natural 8 trivia. And just to give you an example of how easy some of these questions are. Question number 1. What is Natural 8? OnlyFans? Asia's largest online poker room? A first-person shooter game? Or a flight booking service? Do, of course, need a valid Natural 8 account. You get 100 chips into the flip out per correct answer. And I tell you what, if you don't get 10 out of 10, then what are you doing here?
Excuse me for laughing, but I just put it together. OnlyFans, huh?
Dubai Huang saying Punnat didn't choose poker, poker chose Punnat. Certainly feels that way. Zine Ball saying Thailand's number 1. He is indeed number 1 on the Thai all-time money list.
Over 5 million in lifetime earnings. Absolute beast. Thinking about those chip stacks again. As another ace-jack is found by Kim, this time under the gun. Understandably gets it in. Punnat is on the big blind and will have a wide range of hands that will have the right odds to call. 7-6 off is not going to be one of them, and look at that. Just with 1 all in, Kim has actually put some distance between himself and last place. 10 BB versus 14 BB now. But thinking about these stack sizes, it's hard to imagine the ICM pressure we're talking about. As Henry pointed out, second place 208K, fifth place, which they're all guaranteed, 85K, and 4 even stacks. I mean, you're having to navigate ICM for 130 odd K. Incredible.
It's ridiculous. I mean, it honestly feels like a little bit of a lottery at this point for the shorter stacks, because card distribution is going to play a massive part here. There is obviously still some edge to be gained and had at 10, 11, 12 big blinds, but when there's 123K on the line between 5th and 2nd,
How much now?
pretty grim.
But you know what, Henry? Sometimes the difference can also be made by just the courage to get it all in slightly light, hope Punnat doesn't find a hand, and chip up the way Kim just did, winning 2 in a row. One was a flip, of course. One was a steal. And those little 2 big blind, 3 big blind differentials can suddenly make all the difference.
It's massive, right? If you,
what is that in ICM equity?
I was about to say, you know, if we had a calculator and we were smart enough to be able to figure out just how much a difference 2, 3, 4 big blinds can make, I'd say it's in the realm of 20, 30,000 in equity.
That's mad. Every hand matters right now.
Not to state the obvious.
Indeed, but you know what? Post-dinner break, hopefully there's been a bit of a mental reset. I hope these guys are as dialed in as they've ever been in their life, because this is the time for those marginal decisions to really deserve a ponder. And here's a marginal decision right there. Teng Kui Su has been by far the quietest person on this table, and look at that. Correctly so this time around. 10-9 suited, very playable, 5-handed. Of course, the ICM pressure aside, but ace-queen suited in the cutoff. And what does our man Punnat wake up with this time? Nothing exciting. The card's already in the muck. That's always good news.
I think this is how it's going to play out for the foreseeable future, unless someone doubles or we have a couple of eliminations. No real choice for the shorter stacks other than just open jamming, or obviously calling off the inevitable Punnat Punsri open shove. The race to second place. Can't even pretend to imagine the pressure that these shorter stacks are under.
Funny how you phrase it, Henry, the race to second place. I completely agree. Not in the sense that they're only fighting for second. Everybody is, of course, still in the mix for first. But you need to get heads up to stand a chance against a massive stack like that, because until then, the ICM pressure is just too much to deal with. Once you're heads up, I play a lot of heads up, even 10-1 chip differentials are surmountable.
They are.
But
indeed.
until then, they feel like a very, very distant ambition.
Some laughs being shared at the table, and why not? Everyone guaranteed 85,000 US dollars, 2.6 million Taiwanese dollars. Insane agree, 10-1 still 4 flips win in a row. Exactly, and especially in heads up where you are going to be getting the chips in wider and lighter. Got to find spots a lot easier than 5-handed. Get to just play for chips rather than what they're playing for right now. 9-8 suited, it's definitely enough. It's just open jam. In it goes. And quick folds. Do you think Punnat's heart rate spikes at all, even in these trivial spots?
Not anymore. I mean, he just knows what to do every hand, and it's actually correct to do it. He has nothing to be nervous about, really. And there you see it. First place good for 11.2 million Taiwanese dollars. That's over 365,000 US.
Punnat's best live cash, 2.6 million, coming back in the Triton Poker No Limit Hold'em main event September of last year. 100k buy-in. Since then he's been busy out in the States and in the UK as well. Took down a 25k at the Poker Go studio in Las Vegas. A couple of high roller scores as well. Now looking to add the first new era main event title, and what a trophy it is, by the way. I mean, talk about having that up on the mantelpiece.
I was just about to say, the trophy just out of frame, right next to the final table. And Punnat must be eyeing it out of the right corner of his eye.
Here we go. Chips getting pushed forward.
Hand shaking, by the way. Pocket tens for Su Bum Kim.
King 3 of spades with 31% equity. And again, the other short stacks here to just watch on. 3 out of 10 times, they're going to ladder $22,000. Subam Kim looking to hold to double up to 22 big blinds. On an all-diamond flop. No help for Punnat. Some connectivity that tray wrapped around the 5-4, but the king, obviously the immediate out. One card to come. 2 outs for Punsri to get us down to 4-handed poker. No dice. Subam Kim from Korea doubles up to 21 big blinds. He's now created a very comfortable gap between himself and the rest of the table. And that hold might just be worth 6 figures. We'll know within a few hours. Very comfortably in second. And that really changes things for the chip leader, Vidor. He can't just open jam now, given that there is a 21 big blind stack, but maybe the counter argument to that is Kim's call-off range now is top 5%, top 3% of hands, because he is comfortably in second.
Absolutely. Kim, of course, has shown himself to be a bit impervious to ICM pressure. Something no doubt Punnat has noticed. We certainly have in the booth, but of course we have access to his whole cards. But that is exactly the kind of situation it takes to sort of put a break to the momentum when an all-in-out chip leader is just dominating the table. Sort of putting the idea, the notion in his head that he can, of course, be defeated still. Let's see how Punnat responds to this development.
Just got a really cool glimpse of the rail, by the way, the live rail here at the CTP, the Asian Poker Arena. Friends, family.
Whoa.
Wow.
Whoa.
I mean, I get it. Listen, man, I get it.
How's that for ICM pressure? Jack 10 suited, small blind versus big blind, folds against the blind hand of Punnat there, knowing that Punnat has plenty of chips to call off an easy theoretical jam, not wanting to risk the fact that he is not even last in chips. Looking at that $22,500 pay jam, and who can blame him? That's Tung Wing Wong from Hong Kong. Came in as the shortest stack, now guaranteed $85,000 USD. He has literally laddered up $60,000 in the past 2 hours. All in, says Su, who has been the quietest person on the table, and now pocket 8s for Wong. What a situation.
I think it's just the fold, man. It's horrible because, you know, we're sat here and it seems nitty. He's going to take the spot. Another Queen 10 folded by our chip leader. So 2 of the short stacks going to collide.
How about this? Tenkui Su.
Look at the rail. The local player with the Queen 10. He is the all-in player at risk.
And talk about the music to the ears of Long Lam Kim, the shortest stack, now watching the other 2 short stacks either get eliminated or get seriously crippled depending on the flop here. Clean. Clean for the 8s. A queen or a 10, 2 of which have been burned. A blank turn as well. So just a queen or a 10 is going to save Su here as we head to the river. And it's a 6, and we have lost our 5th place finisher. Tenkui Su walks away in 5th place with $85,000. Does manage to put on a smile and perhaps a grimace as well as we see the beautiful shot right next to him. And this does effectively almost double up Wong Tung Wing, excuse me, who has been absolutely navigating this final table to perfection. Came in as the shortest stack, now sitting tied for second in chips. The handshakes and GGs begin.
Love to see the sportsmanship being displayed here as always. And GGs once again to our local representative, going home a millionaire in his local currency, $85,000 richer. What a final table performance given Well, given the dynamic and the card distribution to navigate his way to 5th. And with that, Vidor, everyone now guaranteed a 6-figure payday.
107.5 thousand US dollars guaranteed to the 4th place finisher. 2 middle stacks, 1 short stack, 1 monster stack.
Natural 8 in the chat saying it's Q&A time. Chat, get ready at your keyboards because these questions come in thick and fast, and in order to win tickets, you need to be the fastest in the chat. What is the highest percent cashback players can receive through the Fish Buffet program? We got an answer already. Don't forget to use your Natural 8 username. We got a winner. We have a winner. Stay tuned, chat. Natural 8 is just throwing money at you, viewers. Do appreciate your engagement in the chat, keeping myself and Vidor company. As always, any questions, let us know.
Perhaps no surprise, Henry, that 4 players left, 4 different nationalities being represented. Tung Wing Wong, who the action is on right now, does find King Jack suited, player from Hong Kong. Really thinking it through, but we saw him make some tight laydowns. There we go, he does lay it down under the gun. Strong hand, but he just picked up chips, became tied 2nd in chips. All eyes are going to be on Long Lam Kim with the shortest 10 big blind stack. All in, says Punnat, 9-8 suited, why not? On the button. Short stack does fold, as does the big blind.
Yeah, it's really interesting, that presence of the short stack now, because obviously you have the 2 20 big blind stacks. Then you have this gentleman sat on 9 bigs. Whilst he's still at the table, the 2 middling stacks are just about as handcuffed as it gets. It's about as hopeless or as helpless as you can feel as a professional tournament player, because there's not much you can do to fight back against Punnat. The difference between 4th and 3rd is almost 40,000 USD.
It is going to be absolutely theoretically correct for you to fold almost all of your hands, given the ICM pressure. You have to wait for the poker gods to shine on you, or perhaps pick up a very unique dynamic that you can actually exploit. And Punnat, by the way, is still getting dealt fairly decent hands to go all in with. He, of course, did lose the King 3 to the pocket 10s. But hands like 9-8 suited, Ace 5, not surprisingly good enough to get it all in with.
Interesting choice to jam the Ace 5. I'm very curious to look this one back, because the call-off range is always going to be Ace Queen plus 10s. So when part of the calling off range, it's going to contain an ace. Obviously not questioning Punnat's decision here, but we can see Subham Kim, the Ace Jack, has to be mindful of that 9 big blind stack, of course. And that's what he's mulling over right now. But maybe, just maybe, he says, you know what, a call does find the fold. He wants to win the tournament.
And this is why you jam Ace 5. You're getting Ace Jacks to fold. He's found himself, Punnat that is, with the best ICM situation, simply because he really only needs to worry about the shortest stack finding a hand, and Ace 5 is good enough to get it all in with against most hands that are blind at the moment. Followed by the 2 stacks that are just handcuffed, as you just said, Henry, and just got away with one there. Ace 5, got Ace Jack to fold. Subham Kim had been sort of impervious, is the word I use, to ICM pressure, but when it comes to actually calling off your tournament life with Ace Jack, when there is a short stack and huge pay jumps, anybody can be tempted to lay it down.
Rumors in the chat. Ollie saying, I heard Punnat Punsri owns a 40-story high-rise in Bangkok, and on 6 of the floors there is a 24-hour buffet just for him and his friends. Not sure about that one.
Well, can I be friends with him just in case? Because that sounds magnificent.
I was going to say, good friends with Punnat, and I haven't been invited, so if he does own a 40-story high-rise and I haven't been invited, I'm going to start questioning my friendship with him. So we did get invited to drinks after this final table from the Bangkok crew.
Irrespective of the result, I assume.
Of course. Still much to celebrate.
Some mentions of trophies in the chat. Let me just say, if you have not checked out the video of one of the co-owners of the APT, Michael Soiser, discussing the thought that went into designing arguably the most stellar poker trophy ever made, the beautiful new era Lion trophy at the APT here. You must check out that video, perhaps after the stream ends or simultaneously, just to realize what the players are playing for, apart from the money and the glory. It is simply magnificent.
Queen 3 from the small. Long Lam Kim, does he just want to take the flip spot with the deuces? Knows he's going to be up against 2 overs at best. More Q&As from Natural 8 coming your way. Shout out to all of our viewers tuning in for this final table coverage as Long Lam Kim mulls over his decision for his tournament life. Excuse me. It's not easy when you're out there in the hot seat. A little bit easier when you've locked up 107,000. But still.
Time bank chips are flying in, and I don't blame him. This is not an easy spot. It simply depends on what you have decided your strategy is going to be to navigate being the shortest stack here. Do you have the stomach to take what is certainly going to be a flip, to try and spin it up and give yourself a shot? But you wait for a better spot. And let's not forget, 2 big blinds already went in, the big blind and the big blind ante. It's going to be down to 2.4 million. That's good for 7 bigs. And with 4 players left, that big blind ante is coming mighty soon. I am usually in favor of being the one to go all in when you have a short stack, as opposed to calling it off with holdings such as this.
Final time bank chip getting thrown in the middle.
And it's not just a flip, is it? Sorry to interrupt, Henry. Just thinking out loud. You are getting pot odds. That's the reason to really consider calling it off with deuces here.
That's if you're playing for chips, though, right? Like with ICM. Not
He's
to
of
say
course
that the odds go out the window, but you're right. Like in terms of risk premium and whatnot, he's the shortest stack by far. Does let it go.
Tough spot. Got a feel for
he got
him.
away with one there, but was flipping. Tom Green saying, crazy that a guy who spends most of his free time helping those less fortunate than himself is also incredibly gifted at poker. What a man Punnat Punsri is. Couldn't have put it better myself, my man. Chat, if you're from Malaysia, click the like button. If you're from Taiwan, click the like button. If you're from Thailand, click the like button. If you're from Vietnam, click the like button. If you're from Korea, click the like button. If you're from Europe, from Asia, do us a favor. Help us grow the channel. Help us grow this brand. What we're trying to achieve here at the Asian Poker Tour. Punsri with a monster on the button. Pocket queens in a spot where they know what he's going to be doing with rags.
He's put in 50 more.
It's woken up with top of range. Someone in the chat saying, I come from Mars. Well, if you're from out of this planet, out of this world, click the like button. We really do appreciate it. You have no idea how much it helps us grow the channel. Kim, gonna call it off. Oh, sorry, I do apologize. Came over the top, Punnat inducing with the min raise on the button. Kim, the all-in player at risk, the shortest stack by far, making a stand with the King Jack, has run into the goods.
Punnat is just having everything go his way right now. Let's see if the board obliges Great spot, queens versus king jack. Kim looking for that king, not to be found so far. Some backdoor straight outs perhaps. Apart from that, 3 outs and 3 outs only. One king apparently dead. Not one player with a heart, so a king is the only card that will save Kim from elimination. Else we are going 3-handed.
No dice as the 3 of hearts completes the board. Handshakes all around and a round of applause for Long Lam Kim from Vietnam, going home with 107,000 USD for his efforts. And then there were 3, Vidor, and everyone guaranteed 146,000 United States dollars. Punsri with another KO at this final table.
Well, Henry, we were talking way back on day 2 about what the heads up for a tournament like this looks like. Almost 152,000 USD up for grabs and heads up. And we were discussing how with such a big heads up swing, players are likely to make deals. However, if Punnat is the one to knock out the next player, perhaps it might be moot. We could be looking at an absolute monster chip lead going into heads up.
That's a great point, actually. That is a great point. The next knockout, obviously, not to state the obvious.
5.5 behind, right? Yep, including that. Yep. Nope.
But really important. Punnat with 46 of the 55 million in play as things stand.
That being said, a 51 million versus a 5 million heads up is very different from a 40 million versus a 10 million. Perhaps thinking too far ahead right now. The name of the game right now is for these 2 players, apart from Punnat, Su Bum Kim, and of course a player from Hong Kong, Tung Wing Wong, to really figure out how they want to navigate this situation. Absolutely tied for 2nd and 3rd place, which also once again means maximum ICM pressure to be applied.
With $62,000 on the line, between 3rd and 2nd. I mean, we've had main events with less money up top than that.
Talk about a dream scenario. I mean, you have 80% of the chips in play. The other 2 players are just tied, which completely handcuffs them.
This could be it. Tung Wing Wong, ace jack in the small. He knows he can't limp. Punnat will pounce, most likely. He is going to limp, though.
It's a trap, said Admiral Akbar.
All in.
And it works.
Wow.
Did I just hear a fold?
You did indeed.
That was not a trap. Man, Tung Wing Wong has been completely handcuffed by ICM and has shown the proclivity to actually succumb to ICM pressure. I do think that kind of takes it too far, but who can blame him? We're talking about an absolutely massive pay jumps, $82,000 to play for, and he does indeed decide to let his ace-jack go. I mean, that pay jump alone is 4 times Tung Wing Wong's all-time live tournament results so far. It's not easy, ladies and gentlemen, to make these decisions. And look at that, he finds ace-queen again, and perhaps an easier decision this time around. Going to be surely frustrated by what happened in the previous hand, and might realize he needs to get it in and pick up the chips in the middle right now. Indeed, that's what he does.
He's going to jam himself. Punnat going to ask for a count. It's a genuine decision. 16 bigs. King Jack certainly capable of calling off here.
4,750,000.
The limp fold, the ace-jack in the previous hand, potentially going to get rewarded here. The poker gods working in mysterious ways at time.
Certainly not a trivial or easy decision. A marginal spot, but the fact that he has 47 million chips certainly helps. He'd be willing to, for instance, happily take flips with King-Jack suited, and under pairs certainly a huge part of the range that...
Oh, he's made the call.
He has made the call, and we're going to be off to a races of sorts. King Jack suited versus Ace Queen off. 40-60, says the equity calculator.
Massive spot for Tung Wing Wong, as Vidor just mentioned. The ladder alone between third and second is worth 4 times his biggest career cash. Can he hold with the Ace Queen? So far, so good on the 6-6-5. Deuce of hearts on the turn, clean as it gets. King and a Jack only for Punsri to eliminate Wong. Oh! What a brutal river.
Oh my, oh my. How is that for an $82,000 river card for Subam Kim?
Wow. Hand number 63 of the final table. Ace Queen coming up short against the chip leaders, King Jack, the king on the river, sending Wong home in third for $146,000. But listen, Vidor, it always leaves a bitter taste in one's mouth. But GG's to that man.
And props
10xing his previous best score of what, 15K?
Incredible, incredible performance. And I was just about to say props to how well he took it as well. Like a true professional. Almost shirked it off, might be in shock to be honest, but I mean, I always give massive respect to people who take the game in their stride, and I'm sure that the money doesn't hurt as well. GG to Wong, and we are down to heads up here at the APT Taipei main event. We are playing a $150,000 heads up with effectively a 10-1 chip lead. These are not words that I thought I would be saying today.
Absolute scenes here in Taipei. Don't go too far. We're just setting the stage, bringing the trophy out for this heads-up match. Look, as it stands, 10-1 chip lead. Everyone's money's on Punnat, but just one double, couple of doubles, and it really changes things. So make sure you don't go too far, because I'm hoping that we have an epic heads-up match on our hands, and Vidor and I will see you guys in just 10 minutes' time. Peace.
That is
It is day 2 of the Mystery Bounty event here at APT Taipei, and you know what that means. Bust a player, win a bounty. 95 players, 95 bounties, but only one grand prize mystery bounty of 1 million Taiwan dollars. Let's go bounty hunting. It could be this one, could be this one, could be this one, or this one. It's a mystery! It's a mystery bounty! Bounty has been selected, which only means it can be the $406,000! The second largest bounty has been selected. Congratulations, sir. 1 million!
反正出局超干的，现在很爽。换车子吧。
换车子，然后再继续打比赛。
打比赛。
15 players left remaining here, and all of the big bounties are gone. Finished, donezo, bye-bye. But there's still plenty of money to be won from the actual prize pool, with the first place winner taking away 1.1 million Taiwan dollars. Who's it gonna be?
I'm thank you for the friend who trained up here at the home. This is my first second APT win. I'm really happy about it.
Hi, my name is Michael Soiza. I'm one of the co-owners of the APT. When I started my career as a poker player, I started at the APT as well, 10 years ago, you know, and one of the first events that I won was the APT event, and I've done all right in the APT, and it was a lot of fun, and I remember that kind of feeling, you know, coming to the APT. There's a certain kind of vibe, and really wanted to preserve that, the friendliness, the family kind of element of it, and where everybody knows everybody, everybody's comfortable, everybody's free to be themselves and enjoy the game of poker. So that's what we really wanted to do. But at the same time, we really wanted to elevate the experience as well, especially when it comes from the point of a player and all the small details that make the event a great event. The APT has spanned over more than 10 years. So when we designed the trophy, we actually put a lot of thought into it and incorporated elements from the old APT into the new one to maintain that heritage as well. Of course, the main element of the trophy is the lion itself. As you all know, the old trophies were full lions, which were Chinese guardian lions, which you put at the entrance, you know, on both sides. And the lion is actually a really appropriate animal to represent the APT and also poker. Whether it's being brave enough to make a big bluff, having the courage to make a big call, or even the strength and willpower to make a big fold. The red orb is also another element which we try to tie in from the old APT, and it represents the world. We hope that players from all around the world can come to the APT in Asia and compete in our events and enjoy a world-class experience. In addition to that, the trophies are also made out of precious metals, real 24-karat gold, pewter and bronze, and these represent prosperity. They also represent the life-changing money you can win at our events. All in all, it was a really fun process. We had a lot of fun creating these trophies. It was a bit challenging. There was lots of hiccups and bumps along the way. Logistically, it was a nightmare looking at the size of these things. But yeah, we are really proud of what we have made, and we hope you guys like the trophies too. See you guys at the next event.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
It is day 2 of the Mystery Bounty event here at APT Taipei, and you know what that means. Bust a player, win a bounty. 95 players, 95 bounties, but only one grand prize mystery bounty of 1 million Taiwan dollars. Let's go bounty hunting. It could be this one, could be this one, could be this one, or this one. It's a mystery! It's a mystery bounty! Bounty has been selected. It only means it can be the $406,000! The second largest bounty has been selected. Congratulations, sir. 1 million! Yeah!
反正出局超干的，现在很爽。换车子吧。
换车子，然后再继续打比赛。
打比赛，打比赛，打比赛。
15 players left remaining here, and all of the big bounties are gone. Finished, donezo, bye-bye. But there's still plenty of money to be won from the actual prize pool, with the first place winner taking away 1.1 million Taiwan dollars. Who's it gonna be?
Congratulations, you won the mystery bounty.
And thank you for the friend who showing up here at the home. Yeah, this is my first, second APT win. Yeah, I'm really happy about it.
Hi, my name is Michael Soiza. I'm one of the co-owners of the APT. When I started my career as a poker player, I started at the APT as well, 10 years ago, you know, and one of the first events that I won was the APT event, and I've done all right in the APT, and it was a lot of fun, and I remember that kind of feeling, you know, coming to the APT. There's a certain kind of vibe, and really wanted to preserve that, the friendliness, the family kind of element of it, and where everybody knows everybody, everybody's comfortable, everybody's free to be themselves and enjoy the game of poker. So that's what we really wanted to do. But at the same time, we really wanted to elevate the experience as well, especially when it comes from the point of a player, and all the small details that make the event a great event. The APT has spanned over more than 10 years. So when we designed the trophy, we actually put a lot of thought into it and incorporated elements from the old APT into the new one to maintain that heritage as well. Of course, the main element of the trophy is the lion itself. As you all know, the old trophies were full lions, which were Chinese guardian lions, which you put at the entrance, you know, on both sides. And the lion is actually a really appropriate animal to represent the APT and also poker. Whether it's being brave enough to make a big bluff, having the courage to make a big call, or even the strength and willpower to make a big fold. The red orb is also another element which we try to tie in from the old APT, and it represents the world. We hope that players from all around the world can come to the APT in Asia and compete in our events and enjoy a world-class experience. In addition to that, the trophies are also made out of precious metals, real 24-karat gold, pewter and bronze, and these represent prosperity. They also represent the life-changing money you can win at our events. All in all, it was a really fun process. We had a lot of fun creating these trophies. It was a bit challenging. There was lots of hiccups and bumps along the way. Logistically, it was a nightmare looking at the size of these things. But yeah, we are really proud of what we have made, and we hope you guys like the trophies too. See you guys at the next event.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
It is day 2 of the Mystery Bounty event here at APT Taipei, and you know what that means. Bust a player, win a bounty. 95 players, 95 bounties, but only one grand prize mystery bounty of 1 million Taiwan dollars. Let's go bounty hunting. It could be this one, could be this one, could be this one, or this one. It's a mystery! It's a mystery bounty! Bounty has been selected. It only means it can be the 406,000! The second largest bounty has been selected. Congratulations, sir. 1 million! Yeah!
反正出局超干的，现在很爽。换车子吧。
换车子，然后再继续打比赛。
打比赛。
15 players left remaining here, and all of the big bounties are gone. Finished, donezo, bye-bye. But there's still plenty of money to be won from the actual prize pool, with the first place winner taking away 1.1 million Taiwan dollars. Who's it gonna be?
A warm welcome back to the main stage here for one last time. It is the APT Taipei main event, record-breaking main event, might I add, part of the APT new era as we welcome you back into the broadcast booth. Vidor Singhal alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. Vidor, we're heads up. Maybe much quicker than we anticipated coming into today, but it is Thailand's Punnat Punsri with a 10-1 chip lead coming into this heads up with both players currently guaranteed $208,000 for their efforts. Not really much to commentate on in terms of strategy. The short stack needs to get a double up.
Well, I played a lot of heads up, Henry, and let's not count anyone out, least of all Subam Kim, who has slowly made his way to the second place, guaranteed 208,000, as you said. But of course, we are about to play the largest heads up in this new era of the APT. $150,000 to play for here. Yes, there's a 10-1 chip leader, but it is heads up and it is poker. Anything can happen. So stay tuned as we head back to the table and look at that magnificent trophy. If you were not along with us during the break and you did not hear Michael Soiza, co-owner of the APT, discuss this trophy, just look at it in all its glory. Perhaps the greatest trophy on offer in the global poker arena. And look at those stacks of chips, those piles of bricks in front of Punnat, the Thai superstar who has just dominated this final table thus far. I can't help but laugh. He picks up 9s in the first hand, 7-4 off for Kim. Not much to think about, but my word, the poker gods are shining on Punnat today.
It's been all Punnat so far, and as some people pointed out earlier on, feels like it's his tournament to lose. Both players guaranteed 6.375 million in local currency, good for 208,000 USD. And for one last time, would like to thank all of the floor staff, TDs, the production crew, the dealers, the behind-the-scenes guys who were working. Honestly, we had to fly people in from out of the country last night to get this stream back up and running. And of course, to the players, but last not least, to you viewers at home. Really do appreciate you guys getting involved in the conversation. And I'd like to ask for one last time, if you could click that like button. We'd love to get to 100 likes. It's not often that we get to ask that from you. We're growing poker in Asia. We're putting out free poker content. And your likes really go a long way in terms of growing the channel, growing the brand, and ultimately growing the game that we all love. First hand of heads up. Sorry, second hand. Heads up.
Punnat knows the job he has to do here. The hand he has barely matters sometimes, as he just bets and takes it down. Subham Kim, mind you, tough to find any history on live scores from Subham Kim, and that certainly could be because they are not tracked, but needless to say, this would be the highest cash of Subham Kim's career, and certainly a great way to kickstart what we hope is a long and successful poker career. He has certainly proven he has the mettle to battle with the best, to beat over 1,400 players to get to this stage, give himself a shot to win 365K. They say a chip in a chair. In this case, Kim has 14 big blinds and a pocket pair.
Look at that trophy, ladies and gentlemen. A trophy worthy of a main event champion. It's Subham Kim gonna do the impossible. He's currently at Everest Base Camp, staring at the summit with what feels like a 2-hour weather window to speed run. 10-1 chip lead for #1 on Thailand's all-time money list, Punnat Punsri.
And may I mention, Punnat, a success story of the new format of being able to qualify straight into the money by actually playing his day one on Natural 8 online from the comfort of his own home. Gets into the money directly to day 3, knows that he can come to Taipei with a job to do, and here he is doing that job, perhaps to perfection. It's going to be a lot of all-ins, but 15 big blinds is enough to make a dent when you do find that odd double up. As I keep mentioning, I do love heads up, sit and go formats, which is effectively what these men are playing here.
Look
Just
at that
happens
shot,
to be.
sorry to interject. The screens in the background with a camera on both players. That's pretty sick, man.
And can we take a moment to observe that bottle of champagne also covered in gold? How appropriate.
Balling without a ball. It's the Formula One champagne sponsor, Carbon Champagne. Subham Kim with a raise on the button with the ace-8 rather than just open jamming. See what Punnat comes with. Does have a defendable hand, although it is a 3.3x. It's going to make the call. So heads up to a flop. That's something we were expecting. 6-3 deuce. Subham Kim still with the best of it. Just jams and gets a quick fold from Punnat.
Great play there by Kim. He is very likely going to have the best hand on a board as dry and as low as that. Credit to him. He knows what to do in that scenario and does take a healthy extra 800K or so with that pre-flop raise. Very often you'll find players sort of auto-jamming with any ace around the 15 big blind mark. But Kim, of course, has been mixing it up all day. Not just at this final table, but really all of day 4.
Missed 3 hands. Subham Kim. Kim Jacko. This limp going to be met with a jam, one would assume. To say it like it's preordained. maybe got to come with a raise, as he does.
Raise. How much? Raise.
Once again, I love to see these relatively unorthodox, so let's just say non-standard plays, actually leading to Punnat taking another flop. So very interesting. Punnat deciding to peel, likely thinking that any pair is going to be good enough to go with. And this is what happens when you have a lot of chips, but it can be dangerous. It can leak a lot of chips this way.
It's only taken us 69 hands. Well, actually, it took us 63 hands to get to heads up. So far, so good for Subum Kim. It's chipped up nicely.
How about that, Henry? He takes that little stab on the flop with the continuation bet. Given his stack and the mountain of chips he's facing, he made it look easier than it is, to be honest. He is betting with air. He's converting his short stack into something more playable than simply an all-in or fold stack. I really do respect that, and it's taken him up to 22 big blinds. Still only 12% of the chips in play, but 22 big blinds is a lot more room to maneuver.
It certainly gives him enough stack to be able to defend with, and also enough stack to do some damage to Punnat.
Great point. If you think about doubling up from 22 bigs, if you have 44 bigs, honestly, your chip deficit doesn't really matter. 44 bigs is 44 bigs. So Punnat will certainly be keeping that in mind as he considers how to navigate various scenarios. So far, he's been willing to essentially peel, look at some flops and navigate from there. Look at this board. Designed for action. A flush draw for Kim and a pair for Punnat, and that flush draw does indeed turn into a flush. Now it's time for Kim to start thinking about extracting value. And he is going to be finding a customer in Punnat who effectively has a top pair on the flop besides the two queens. Cannot dream of folding. Any pair considered good heads up. Pair on a board such as this, very, very likely to be head most of the time. Punnat does make the call, and the fourth diamond, bit of an action killer on the river.
Yeah, pretty unfortunate for Kim there. Turning the flush, fourth diamond rolling off on the river, and going to be difficult to get value from Punnat now. It does check behind. Two pair, no good. But what a great start for Kim, coming out doing exactly what's been asked of him if he's to come out on top here and turn this match around.
One way to think about chip deficits and heads up. Kim now 2 all-in or 2 double-ups away from taking the chip lead. And that's not too bad.
The rail getting boisterous. Sounds like someone on Punnat's team just came over to either hand him something or at least reach to give him a handshake. Maybe a friend that just got in town.
7 deuce. Greg would be happy to see that raise. 7 deuce never lose, as Greg goes all in likes to say.
Keep it loose, play 7 deuce. Kim going to defend. It's all been the Kim show so far in this heads-up match. Straight tray. Plays with the club, Punnat with the betting lead. It's going to be difficult for Kim to stick around with Jack high. Continuation bet from Punnat met with a quick fold from Kim. Chat, once again, the $888 flip out. The Kahoot Natural 8 Trivia. The link is pinned to the top of the chat in the YouTube chat box. For every question you get correct, you get 100 chips. Then you are automatically registered into that flip out. Again, just to give you a little bit of insights to how easy those 10 questions are. one of the questions is, who is the main sponsor for the Asian Poker Tour? Is it Natural 8, totally Natural 8, Unnatural 8, or not so Natural 8? I'll leave it up to you guys to decide. Get involved, free money up for grabs as a token of our appreciation from our sponsor Natural 8 for keeping us company and watching along from wherever you may be in the world.
Once again, Henry, as we take a look at those payouts on the screen, 11.2 million to first, 6.38 million Taiwanese dollars that is locked up for both of these players. Let's just sit back and take a moment to appreciate. We're watching a $150,000 heads-up match. There are some international high roller tournaments with prize pools perhaps being bigger, where players tend to strike deals and play for less heads-up. And here we are, these two soon-to-be legends. Punnat, a legend in his own right already, battling it out.
I don't think a deal is going to be discussed anytime soon unless Kim gets a couple of doubles. It's not over yet. Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. This could be a very lengthy heads-up match. I mean, we're incredibly deep in terms of average stack. There's 190 big blinds in play. If Kim doubles up to 40, we've got a game on our hands. Even at 19, there's damage to be done.
I'm certainly in favor of it. Not to reveal any biases, but maybe I'm not ready for this to be over, Henry. It's been too much fun. I need more.
That's been an epic week of poker. For those of you, by the way, that have maybe pondered over the idea of coming to an APT series, kicking things off in Hanoi, the APT Summer Series, later on this month, 26th of May through June 4th. Then later on in July, heading back to Vietnam, Da Nang, July 21st through July 30th. And then, of course, later on in August, another $1 million guaranteed prize pool in the main event in South Korea, Incheon, August 25th through September 3rd. Would love to see some of you viewers there. One of my favorite things is someone coming up to me in the hallway or on the floor saying, "Hey man, I like the streams, I watched the streams, took your advice, came to the series, up money." Of course, I then demand my 10% VIG.
But it would be nice if they would offer it.
It would be. But hey, rich enough as it is. These two richer by at least $208,000. Not bad for a few days' work. Not bad for Punsri, who qualified into day 3 over on Natural 8. So he's only played for about, what, a day and a half. How the life felt.
And these are the kind of hands you do get used to seeing when covering heads up. 9-4 off, 5-3. These scenarios, all the advantage lies with the person with the chip lead. In this case, an absolutely monstrous chip lead. That really is the advantage of having all the chips. These equally raggy scenarios tend to go your way. Question is, when does Kim decide he's had enough and fight back? An ace versus a king usually leads to, straight all in from Punnat. And now with the king 7 off, yeah, he does find the fold. He actually has enough big blinds to not need to get into this all in or fold territory with any king. Ideally, you want to be the one going all in with a king. Around the 15 big blind mark, Kim finds himself at 17. And mind you, I do want to point out, the big blind ante is still in play. This is the nature of sort of the modern tournament format in the live setting. And as a result, it does change the dynamics from, let's say, a regular heads-up sit and go. There's a lot more to fight for every time in the middle. Nine deuce this time around for Kim. Does let it go, and exactly what I said, the raggy scenarios all tend to go the way of the chip leader. So Punnat back in control, so to speak. Not that he ever lost it, but the momentum certainly had favored Kim early on. But even these small pots, as I mentioned, thanks to the big blind ante, do end up throwing two big blinds the way of the chip leader every time. They really do start to hurt.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm laughing at the rumor mill continuing from Ollie saying, I heard that Punnat Punsri has so many trophies already that if he wins this, it will just be melted down and used in his next high-rise developments in Bangkok.
I think we might have a Chuck Norris of poker forming right in front of our eyes.
Maybe. I do love the memes, of course. We know. Just joking. Luke saying if Punnat wins, they'll have a bank holiday and Monday in the UK. Punnat, the type of guy to close the fridge door with his hip and go, boop. I apologize, chat. I'll never make a joke as bad as that again.
Where's Greg goes all in when you need him?
There he is, in the background.
That is true. Look at him. If you missed that in the shot, just look out for the burgundy suit.
Always looking dapper. So our man, Greg goes all in. Very quickly becoming one of the best presenters and sideline reporters in the industry.
Absolute
perfect mix of humor, fun, and information. All of the videos that he does. I mean, I find myself still chuckling at the mystery bounty piece that he filmed here during this series.
If you haven't checked out his YouTube channel, anybody in the chat that is, Greg Goes All In, does hilarious comedy sketches, and actually hosts a live stream home game.
Does.
With twists.
Greg's game.
Back to the action here. Kim did find the all-in with 10-9 suited.
Yeah, I like it.
Fair play.
Big fan. Punnat back up to 92% of the chips in play. Kim with 15 bigs and work to do.
The key for Kim is to not get blinded down too much before he does find that all-in button. That's what keeps the pressure on. That's what keeps his fold equity alive. And the threat of doubling up to anything above the 30 big blind range, which is where he would be right now, were he to double up, is the leverage that he has right now with his stack. 7-5 off, however, a sore sight. Once again, both players with rags, but Punnat the beneficiary.
Yeah, it's so difficult. I would like to see Kim try and get away with some limps, especially given the big blind ante and the price he's getting laid on the button before it gets too shallow, because that is when he does open the door for Punnat to just jam any two from the big. He had a few opportunities to limp.
Some players do come in. My apologies, Henry. Some players, I was saying, do come in with the idea of never limping. You know, they might be carrying over that mentality from maybe the 6 max to the 9 max version of the game, but limping finding its way into heads-up strategy. As Punnat does in fact limp, and Kim finds the ace-queen suited. Gets it in there. Quick fold by Punnat. But as you correctly mentioned, the big blind ante is another reason to consider limping. It does change the game.
So blinds going up, I believe, to 200,000, 400,000, which brings Kim down to just 12 big blinds, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, 200,000, 400,000. There's $1 million in the pot up for grabs. pre-flop. Kim with the king. Surely has to put this in.
Cuts out calling chips, does decide to limp this time as we've been discussing, and perhaps the inexperience showing a little bit. A king usually good enough to go all in. And I say inexperience, I mean, after all, it's difficult enough to reach the final table of a tournament. And unless you seek out heads-up games and heads-up theory, not very often you find yourself heads-up. Hard to realize that a king is a jam there.
Oh, 9-6 deuce. Apologies, sorry, for the graphics. Kim flopping bottom pair and a swift fold from Punsri. Luke saying, still waiting for Punnat to give me his details for the £150 that I owe him. I'll make sure to remind him to let you know, mate. Do appreciate a man always looking to pay his debts. I hate owing money, man. I have friends where like we just keep spreadsheets and they're like, yeah, just put it on the sheet. We'll deal with it later. Poker players not known for their accounting.
Well, £150 is extra champagne for tonight. Can be a good gift.
£150 buys you a pint of milk and a loaf of bread in the UK at the moment. Absolutely insane. 466 people watching the Asian Poker Tour YouTube channel. If you're rooting for Punnat, click the like button. Helps us grow the channel. Helps us bring this poker content to a wider audience. And also might be worth adding that tomorrow we're not done with poker content here. Bring you coverage from the high roller. There's already, what, 400,000 in the prize pool. Another record-breaking field. And also, if you're rooting for Kim, click the like button. Is appreciated. As always, we're doing our best out here to bring you guys some of the most entertaining poker coverage in the world, not just in Asia. Breaking records left, right, and center.
Henry, you live in Thailand, is that right?
That is correct.
What would be the Thai equivalent of asking for Fs in chat for Punnat?
The equivalent?
Perhaps some emoji? Maybe the Thai flag in chat?
Yeah, I mean, they do love emojis. Their platform of choice is Line.
Line, of course.
And the only people that I communicate with online is like my landlady, who's just always spamming me with emojis. Is a thing.
Okay, okay. So let's have some emojis in chat.
Let's get
for
some
Punnat.
Thai flags in the chat. Let's get some Korean flags in the chat. Okay. Gonna defend from the big. Now playing sub 10 big blinds.
Both players really mixing up their pre-flop strategy, both in terms of opening, defending, sizing.
10-6. Kim flopping best. Punnat just 2% equity. 2.4 million in the middle, 3.1 million the effective stack.
Might feel compelled to continuation bet here, having completely whiffed the board. And I think Kim will realize with the less than one SPR behind, he is committed to the spot. Question is how he wants to approach it. All in, he says, is how he wants to approach it. We'll take this one down and climb
Effectively
to
doubling up.
Pretty much. 6.2 million now, and just a testament to how it's never over till it's over. Kim keeping Punnat relatively honest. Punnat's never really been too uncomfortable so far. But Kim climbing up above the 6 million mark. After a long time, perhaps the first time at this final table, or close enough. And what a time to do it.
Great point in the chat. Use 55555 as ha ha ha. As the number 5 sounds like ha in Thai. Koppen Cup. This could go in. In fact, this is going to go in. Kim with ace-3. Believe limping on the button. One would assume. Oh, hang on.
Huh?
He didn't say.
What do you do? How much is it?
Oh, was he just putting out his blind? I do apologize. Okay. My bad, chat. That's my bad. He was just putting out his small blind and then he's open jammed. Queen jack off for Punnat. Just getting official confirmation on how big the jam is. 15.5 bigs. This could be it. $6.2 million. He makes the call as the crowd erupts. 60-40 for the title. Kim with the best of it with 5 to come. And if he can hold here, it's going to be up to over 30 big blinds. And then we'll have a heads-up match on our hands. Here we go. 8-5-5 rainbow. 6 immediate outs for Punsri. Ace high just looking to fade. As the deuce of diamonds reduces Punsri's outs to just 5. One card away from doubling up to north of 30 big blinds, and he does. Kim with the hold. And now playing a very playable 32 big blinds.
We might have a game here, ladies and gentlemen. 109 big blinds versus 32 big blinds. Suddenly doesn't seem as crazy as the 10-1, 50 million to 4.5 million we started this heads up with. We might just have a game, and we might be looking at tension starting to rise once again. Punnat perhaps had become fairly comfortable with the spot he found himself in. Surely will want to think about every situation a little bit more from this point on, knowing that a double up gets them to about even in stacks. Wow. Wow, wow, wow.
Just heard Punnat asking someone from Israel just for confirmation that it is a call. It is indeed. It's very easy for self-doubt to kind of sink in. Or start creeping in, rather.
Might seem unintuitive in case you are unfamiliar with heads up, but really on the button you are likely to be jamming 10-9 off, 10-9 suited at least, Jack 10, etc. As a result, Queen Jack does end up with enough equity to call off there.
100%. He's going to have Kim dominated in certain situations.
Look at this. Kim flopping best. Once again, perhaps momentum looking to shift in the direction of Kim, not just from that double up, but this hand as well.
Yeah, it's definitely been all Kim in this heads-up match in terms of significant pickups and pots. 2 overs to the 7 tray. And backdoor straight draw as the 6 of spades does give Punnat an open-ender. There's a card in the deck where this all ends. That is a 5. Would give Kim the 7 high straight. Would give Punnat the nut straight. 2 million in the middle.
Punnat with the natural second barrel now that he has picked up backdoor equity. And a real decision point for Kim. A pair heads up is considered fairly strong. Second pair on a board like this is also fairly strong. And it does help to have the straight draw.
Sizable turn barrel, 75% pot on the turn. Action on Kim. With a couple of options on the table. He's going to make the call. Sizable pot brewing here, 5 million in the middle already. As the 9 of clubs on the river gives Punnat the best hand. He's going to check through, and Punnat back to winning ways. Pretty crucial pickup there. Had that one gone Kim's way, would have been chilling at almost 40 big blinds. As it stands 116 bigs, plays 25.
So true, absolutely crucial. The difference between 40 big blinds and 25 big blinds is just massive, not just in terms of the obvious stack size, but the psychological and mental pressure you can apply to the chip leader.
Ollie in the chat saying, I heard Punnat Punsri's lucky hand is 5-3 suited, since 53 is his record for most starters consumed before a main course in one sitting. This event took place at Carbone in 2021. Can confirm. I was there for that.
For the 53 starters?
53 starters.
Holy moly. I didn't know there are 53 starters.
27 tuna tartars he ordered. One sitting. Got through them in about 10 minutes. Never seen anything like it. That's diamond rolling off. Punnat with king high. Reaching for a delayed stab. The limping button.
A bit difficult to think about what you're representing here. With the delayed stab, you can try to sell the story you have a jack, but you do leave yourself to be exploited with a weak check raise.
I think Punnat's going to be folding here. 2.1 million in the middle. King high, 10 high, chopping now with some hands. They might just want to try and get to fold out. Some 9x, 8x, 7x of diamonds.
What a great bet, Henry. He's actually perfectly telling the story that he has a jack. The queen on the river actually makes it less likely. Wow, and Punnat does find the call and will be rewarded for that king high hero call of sorts. Of course, with most of the draws missing, you expect ace highs to be checking behind, so it's kind of like calling with king high, with ace high, excuse me, or any pair, but Punnat just sniffs it out. That last bet also looked like he was being milked a little bit, as they say, but the pot odds being so good.
Well, Punnat unable to close things out with that queen jack, but he has won back around a third of the chips that he lost in that all-in situation. He's got Kim back down to 20 bigs, 19 rather.
How much you start with? How much is that?
No doubt wants to know whether he should shove all in or not. 19 bigs, perhaps a bit too much to jam king 3 suited into.
All in?
Not for Punnat. He knows the charts. With the big blind ante in play, it is in fact theoretically correct to jam a suited king at these stack depths. Certainly does help that he has 122 big blinds. Knows he would not hurt too much were he to lose. But certainly looking to close this out. And just thinking about the difference in experience level here, Henry. I didn't say anything in real time, but Kim's hands were shaking as he put out a bet.
Oh, really?
A variety of factors going into that, of course.
Oh,
not
well
least of all
spotted.
the fact that they've been playing for hours and hours. But the pressure, the lights, the moment, the money, it all adds up. Meanwhile, Punnat, not only is this just another day at the office, he has the chip lead, but he has the advantage of probably being very studied in heads up. very evident by the fact that he got an exact count and shoved King 3 suited very confidently. So talk about the uphill battle. I mean, you're facing Everest, as you called it, the stack of golden tiles you see in front of Punnat. You're also facing the Everest of somebody who has so much more experience heads up. Mad props to Kim for fighting as he has.
Yeah, well, it's certainly come out fighting, as you mentioned, 30 hands in to this heads-up match. Punnat continues to lean, just chipping away at that stack of Kim.
And may I take a moment to acknowledge that we have once again crossed 500 viewers, something we were at before the dinner break with many more players and many more nationalities at the table. So thank you once again to the audience, to you guys, everyone in chat, for joining us, supporting us, and really supporting the game of poker, poker in Asia, and the Asian Poker Tour. Easily the best series to get in the mix, win big, but also just to experience the magic of live poker.
Yeah, really love to see us getting over the 500 viewer mark on YouTube. Let's not forget our viewers over on Facebook and Twitch as well. It really is appreciated. Like we said earlier on, just to reiterate, if you ever do come to an Asian Poker Tour series, if you see Vidor or myself or Greg, we'd love for you to just come up and say hello. Always keen to meet people that love the game and watch along with us on the streams. Don't be shy.
And of course, a good place to do that, the Summer Series. Hanoi,
yeah,
end of this month, 26th May, followed by Da Nang, followed by Korea. Love Da Nang, absolutely. Yeah. Great place in Vietnam.
Da Nang's one of those really like picturesque towns. There's some really small, quirky villages. Think of the fishermen's boats and the what are those, like the rice field hats and whatnot. Really beautiful place, right on the coast of East Vietnam. So Punnat has recovered what he lost on that all-in situation with the Queen Jack against Ace-3. He's managed to chip away at Kim's 31 big blind stack back down to 14 without much resistance from Kim, might I add.
About a min raise there from Kim, Queen 5 suited on the button. Raise to 900. The old 2.25x. Both players mixing it up in terms of hand selection and raise sizes. Punnat defending understandably with the big blind ante in the mix and all the chips in front of him. And now the game begins. Both players miss. King 8 deuce on the flop, 10 on the turn, changes nothing really, does not connect with either player. Check, check on the flop. It's time for somebody to put money in the middle to try and take it down. Kim is the one to do that. Impressive stuff, not easy to be down in chips this way and take stabs and win with nothing. Kim certainly makes it look easy.
Delayed C-bet gets the job done. That's what we're playing for. 6.3 million Taiwanese dollars guaranteed, the equivalent of 208,000 US dollars. It's 365,000 and change going to the champion. 11.2 million Taiwanese dollars.
Over 30 hands on this heads up already. Quite surprising, I have to say, considering we started with a 10-1 chip lead and Punnat willing to get it in easily. In this case, he would be happy to get it in. Ace Queen off on the button. Makes a big raise to 1 million, 2.5x this time. Punnat no doubt has noticed that Kim has been defending fairly wide.
Kim's thinking about this, by the way. King 6-0 does find the mark
Really felt like all three options were on the table there for Kim. Did consider peeling a flop, perhaps going all in himself. Decides with the third rug.
125 bigs. Plays 15.
What a spot. $150,000 heads up. 10-1 chip lead. Perhaps closer to 8-1.
10-9 suited for Punsri. Oh, this could be it. Kim limping on the button with an ace. Punsri with a hand that can jam.
This might just be it. This might be a jam. Wow,
check behind. How about that for a flop? 9-7-5, top pair for Punsri. Wait, what? Who jammed?
Punnat open jam.
Oh, no, Kim jammed. Punnat's called. I thought so. I was like, that doesn't make sense for Punnat to jam. So Punnat's checked. Kim has jammed with ace-6. Has a gut shot and an ace draw. Running hearts also an option. Punnat 2 cards away from becoming the APT Taipei main event champion. Wow. Instant delivery for Kim.
The redraw. Talk about excitement. 7 outs for Punnat to finish it all. Else Kim doubles up. Not to be. Kim does find the straight on the turn and the double up. Back up to 6.8 million.
Well, well, well. What a time to drill the turn. Punnat trapping on the flop. There are multiple ways the money could have gone in. We were speculating that it might go in pre. Instead, we took the long-winded approach. Punnat snap calling. 70% equity.
What is Kim feeling right now? Finally does actually stand up. He has not been standing up in all-in situations thus far, but surely a release intention, so to speak. And he does find the straight on the turn there. Is he starting to think that perhaps the poker gods have something miraculous in mind for him? Considering how light he got it in before binking the turn. You do let those thoughts creep into you a little bit when things start to go your way. Important to take a step back, make sure you play each spot perfectly, which no doubt Kim has been doing a great job at, considering where we are in the tournament right now. But my, Henry, do we have a game on our hands here? 35 hands deep into heads up. Punnat, perhaps a bit more alert than he was a moment ago, realizing he cannot afford to let his opponent find another double up. It would be absolutely disastrous to give up such a massive chip lead at a moment like this. Of course, he got it in good, but got to move on from results. Just play the next hand, the next spot, the next situation. Punnat, the Thai poker superstar, knows exactly how to do that. Raises to 1 million once again, makes Kim a little bit uncomfortable, but Kim, with his newfound chips, happy to defend, see a flop, 8-7 off.
Now we've got a heads-up match on our hands.
Every raised and called pot becomes so big. But once again, when everyone misses, Punnat in position has all the advantage in the world, can represent all the aces and kings, and Kim unfortunately cannot do much. Most aces likely to 3-bet jam there anyway. This is the advantage of position, chip leads, experience. But look at that, 30 big blinds to 112. Do the math real quick. A double up would take Punnat down to 80 and Kim up to 60. That's how close things have suddenly become. That's what heads-up poker is all about. It's never over. How about those screens behind the players, Henry? Allowing the entire poker room to follow along the action.
So sick.
In real time. And really make it so much more aspirational, right? To shoot for getting onto that final table. Of course, the trophies not only on the final table right now, but next to the final table as well, right out of frame. Incredible scenes.
Jack 8-4 rainbow. Kim trapping on the button with ace king.
All diamonds, might I correct you?
Wow, how about it? Queen of diamonds on the turn, giving Kim the nut flush. Giving Punsri top pair and potentially going to call one street here. Kim firing out a bet of 500,000. Does make the call. Music to Kim's ears, 2.2 out there. Pairing river, still value to be had. Kim. That's a sizable bet by the looks of things. Just adding plaques on top of plaques.
Thinking back to that hand where Punnat did call off king high against the 10 high of Kim, does establish the pattern of Kim willing to go for 2-barrel bluffs in the turn and the river. Might be one of those things playing into Punnat's mind right now. Very common in heads up to start representing flushes when there's 4-2 a suit on the board.
Yeah, it's an incredibly polar bet as well, given that it was limped pre. Kim saying that he checked flop with a ace high, king high flush draw. It's like how far down in his range does he go for this size? But it does make the right decision. Gets away from it cheaply, as cheap as it can. So now 40 hands in. Bearing in mind, it took us just 63 hands to get heads up. And it's looking like we're going to have more hands of heads up play than we did of the entire final table.
Henry, I'm not going to lie, I'm loving this. The tensions are high. Coming in with a 10-1 chip lead, to make a game out of it is something really special.
Yeah, it really is just the cherry on top of what's been an incredible series here in Taipei. Records broken in almost every format. The PLO, the ladies event, the mystery bounty, the single day high roller, the opener, of course the main event. See Punnat limp on the button, may start implementing a limp only strategy. Makes sense given that Kim's now playing 30 bigs. Punnat really wants to just control the size of the pot pre, take it post, just navigate his edge post flop. Ace 7-6, Kim way out in front on that board. Ollie saying, I heard that Punnat Punsri once wore tracksuit bottoms made from such smooth silk that he slid off a chair at a poker table, had to miss 4 orbits whilst he got bandaged up, and he still went on to win the tournament. I was there. He beat me heads up.
While eating 27 tuna tartars?
Listen, mate, you sound like a non-believer, but I was there for it. It took 6 nurses to attend to him.
By the way, an exactly 3-1 chip lead, thanks to the recent pickup by Kim. And that is a very special scenario because that means you're 1 all-in away from exactly even stacks.
Yeah. Pretty wild, considered that this started off
That
10-1
is
chip lead.
Incredible.
Twice Punnat has had Kim all in. Once with the best of it, 70% favourite to win the tournament. Of course, the Queen Jack against the Ace-3 that couldn't get there.
The price of poker is going to be going up thanks to the Ace-King. Question is, how does Kim respond? Did limp the button. Usually that's to give yourself room to perhaps call a raise, but King 3 off. Feels pretty raggy facing the big raise from Punnat. And a massive raise that is. 3x, 3 BBs more. Does get the fold from Kim. $43 to $14 million. Do the math, ladies and gentlemen. One double up will make it 28 to 29. I'm certainly on the edge of my seat, and I hope you are as well. All 500 of you on YouTube alone. Everybody joining us on Facebook and Twitch. This has just been a crazy day of poker. Another ace for Punnat. Limps again. As Henry correctly mentioned, perhaps a new limping strategy in play here. Came with the rags, does bite, raises to 900k, and props for the gumption there to turn rags into a raise. The last time he did this, he had ace-9, so he decides to balance it out. In fact, the raise is to 1 million.
All in.
Wow. Punnat just punishes. Jams it with ace-7. Once again, the experience of knowing that an ace-7 off is good enough there. Kim, of course, bluffing. Does find the fold, but credit where it's due. Both players playing the hand somewhat perfectly. This is the kind of aggression heads-up poker is all about. Makes the format so tough. There's a reason we close out tournaments with heads-up poker. It's all on the line, mano a mano. Tens for Kim. I can't help but look at his hands, which are shaking ever so slightly, and who can blame him? Playing for $157,000 right now. Has climbed up in chips. And perhaps dare to dream, looking at that trophy, that bottle of champagne right now. Does get Punnat to commit more chips, as Punnat has been doing, but stack sizes are a little different than when we started. And how's that for a clean board? 7 deuce deuce. Wow, Kim decides to check for pot control. Once again, balancing out the fact that he has been checking weak hands a lot on the flop. Making delayed c-bets, which is something he does not even do here. Lets the ace hit the river. Bit of FBS, as they call it, fancy play syndrome going on here. Do want to be betting a lot in heads up because, of course, most of the times you won't have good hands and you want to be betting then. Does bet the river when it's tough to get called by anything perhaps other than a 7 or maybe a hero call from a king high. Punnat lets his rags go. But all things considered, a pot going the way of Kim, who's just been so solid throughout. Sort of ignored ICM towards the middle stages of this
Yeah,
final
he did,
table.
didn't he? That was it was one of the things that we were kind of discussing when we were 6-handed, 5-handed. Hold your horses. Couple of Django's. Punnat. Rags for Kim. 2.5x on the button. Kim with a playable 32 bigs is going to defend. Here we go. Jack high flop could spell disaster for the Korean. 9-6-4 rainbow. Rainbow, do apologize. Couple of diamonds. Fortunately for Kim, doesn't connect. 593 people watching over on the Asian Poker Tour YouTube channel now. Really do appreciate the support throughout the series. As always, let us know if you're grinding along on natural 8. If you've had any deep runs today, any cash game success. Wow, how about this for a float with Kim? What?
Look at this.
Getting sticky with the backdoors. As the 3 of spades now gives Kim an open-ender, and out of nowhere, we've got a potential big pot on our hands. 4.8 million in the middle. And it looks like he's reaching for leading chips, Vidor.
Oh my word. Punnat is going to feel very comfortable with his kings. The 3 does connect with some 2 pairs and such of maybe some low connectors, but looking at the stack sizes here, 11 million on the turn. Yet to see how much Kim has bet out.
4.8 million out there. It's gone for around 40% pot, 1.9 million.
Does feel a little bit like one of those stop and go plays, as they call it, with something like a middle pair, perhaps even top pair with the 9, where you look for a safe turn before leading out. Punnat throws in a time bank chip. There's only 2 options he's considering. Fold is not one of them. I have a feeling he might sniff this one out simply because the board is pretty wet. Giving another free card with kings does feel dangerous.
Yeah, and would Kim lead here with the straight, or would he rather try and go for like a check raise? Punnat just going to jam.
Kim punished for his unorthodox donk bet on the turn. He's going to feel sick. Floated and found the equity, but has to give it up. And Punnat once again just showing how it's done. Had the goods this time around, but managed to somehow extract what is arguably maximum value from this hand. With the kings against the jack 5 on that 9-6-4 board.
Yeah, Kim losing a third of his stack in that hand alone. Got to give credit where credit's due in terms of heart for trying.
Absolutely, and you know what? Some people in chat referring back to the hand where Kim jammed all in with the straight draw and the overcard with the ace-6 and saying he got lucky to hit the 8. Well, did he? He had 30% equity. Found a spot to go with. Certainly luck is a part of the game, but heart is way more important, I'd say. You do not get to heads up at the largest main event of the APT without plenty of skill and plenty of heart. Joey So in chat says, the one time he tries to be crazy, guy has it. You know what, Joey? The one time a lot of people have tried to be crazy, Punnat has had it. This man just times it to perfection. A relatively tame pre-flop situation here. A raise and a call. Top pair for Kim. Queen kicker. Certainly enough in the middle for Punnat to want to continue with this hand with the straight draw. And once again, an interesting situation might be brewing. Every pot so crucial now. I highlighted repeatedly how important the 3-to-1 chip lead number is. If Kim can make a couple of healthy pickups, he's going to start feeling really dangerous. How about that 8 on the turn to keep things interesting? To essentially keep Punnat 100% committed to this hand. He now has second pair and the straight draw, and a big bet coming his way.
That is a sizable double barrel from Kim. 3 million into 4.1. Setting up a very, well, very small SPR going to the river. Be less than 0.5 if Punnat calls.
All in.
Wow, Punnat just jamming with his turn, second pair.
Oh my, Henry. Is this the moment of even stacks? Or can Punnat suck out and close this one? Quick call there from Kim, and Punnat is going to be disappointed to realize he's been behind all along. 20% equity, but look at the pot in the middle.
Can Punnat pull off a Kim? 3 times they've been all in now. This heads-up match. Kim has been bobbing and weaving. Needs to fade a 9, 8, or a 7. 9 outs once for Punsri, 20% of the equity to win the APT Taipei main event. Doesn't do it. And Kim is now up to 19 million chips.
Wow.
47 big blinds.
30% of the chips in play now with Kim, which means under a 2.5 to 1 chip lead. 38 million to 19 million, in fact. I was a little bit off. A 2 to 1 chip lead exactly. Henry. This is far from over.
Honestly, can't believe it at this point. 106 hands in. 43 hands into the heads-up match.
Him looking at making one of the best comebacks in APT history for one of the biggest heads-up. Over $157,000 USD they're playing for. What a moment to find the gears that Kim has found. Once in a while to find the cards that Kim has found. And also to survive some of these all-in situations when he's been ahead. What an incredible run this is turning out to be. And just in case somebody hasn't been with us along for this entire journey in the chat right now as we approach over 600 viewers on YouTube alone, Kim perhaps has no live cashes in major tournaments under his belt yet. Certainly not any on Hand and Mob. And he is adding at least 208,000 US dollars to that tally, and perhaps the almighty first place prize of 365,000.
93 bigs, plays 45. Don't call it a comeback, chat. Shout out to our new viewers joining us for this, what has been an epic heads-up match. Wouldn't want it any other way for this record-breaking main event. Trying to get up to 100 likes over on YouTube for the new viewers. If you could click that like button, really do appreciate it as always. Helps us grow the channel, helps us reach a wider audience, and more importantly, helps us grow the great game of poker as the Asian Poker Tour is trying and succeeding at in Asia as Kim turns third pair, flopping an open-ender. See if Punnat continues firing with just jack high. Shan in the chat saying, just clicked the like button. Thank you, dude. We're getting there. 100 likes is the goal. Kim with a little block bet, met with a swift fold from Punnat. Well, well, well. Would you believe it, chat? We've got a game on our hands. Punnat had all but, what, 8, 9 fingers on the trophy. Had Kim all in for his tournament life on 3 occasions. On one occasion, Kim had just 30% equity with 2 cards to come. Managed to drill a gut shot on the turn to stay alive.
I like the metaphor of Punnat having fingers on the trophy because it's as though the lion roared and he had to lift his fingers. The lion demanded an epic heads-up battle, the likes of which I haven't seen for a long time.
Yeah, let's not sleep on Kim. He knew exactly what he had to do coming into this heads-up match, not to state the obvious, but really was at the base of a huge mountain and is now a real contender to win this tournament. I've got a funny feeling that we're going to play more hands of heads up than we had for the entire final table. Currently 45 hands into heads up play.
And how about what this might mean for poker in Korea as well? Subram Kim from Korea, certainly an up-and-coming poker
That little
nation.
delayed c-bet from Kim, by the way, of just 5 high. Getting it done.
He's been very well balanced, by the way, with those delayed c-bets. Check behind with value on the flop as well, when he did have the overpair. So there's a method to his, I wouldn't say madness, but certainly to his unpredictability. Clearly manifesting itself in his results so far and the fight that he has put up and really the threat that he has now become to Punnat, who probably did not expect to be playing this long after getting down to heads up.
Right, really through no fault of his own. Every spot. Don't think many people would argue about the Queen-Jack spot for 15. Don't think anyone's complaining about snap calling with top pair on the 9-7-5 board with 10-9. Can't fault the jam with the 9-8 either, as again Punnat on the wrong end. It's Queen 5. Little pair for Kim, bottom pair for Punnat. The poker gods have another plan for this main event. Jack of hearts on the turn. Changes nothing, but may slow Punnat down.
Perhaps some added comfort for Kim with that Broadway draw. Perhaps contemplating turning his hand into a bluff. This would be the point to do it, considering he can represent some of the higher cards on the board, and a big bet with the 5-3.
Yeah, looks like
that Broadway draw might come into play here, with Kim being put to the test. Middle pair.
Close to 4 million. Not mistaken. 4.5 to be exact.
So much leverage in this bet, as they say. 4.5 million right now, but with the stack sizes, Punnat is effectively saying, hey buddy, you're going to be all in on the river, so you better like your hand to continue.
He lets it go. Power poker from Punnat. This is what he's been doing the entire heads-up match. Just been chipping away at Kim. Kim's then doubled, and he's had to get back to work. Seems very confident and comfortable out there, finding spots that you and I in the booth were talking about checking behind with bottom pair. Let's get Kim to fold second pair and a gut shot.
Absolute masterclass being put on by both these players. Punnat, of course, very well studied in every spot, I'm sure. Makes it look easy turning that bottom pair into a bluff. Cannot blame Kim for folding to a bet that size. Certainly not at the top of the range of hands he might have there.
All in.
And we do see Punnat knowing what to do with aces even when they're a bit raggy like ace-6 off.
That is a sizable jam from Punnat. Really not sure how I feel about that one. I'll have to ask him later on. He has some sizing read. But again, just chipping away. Feels dicey to get that one wrong.
Gotta be willing to gamble though, Henry.
Gamble!
He was on the receiving end, Punnat that is, of a serious leveling war with the offsuit ace. Running into the ace-5
Wow,
of Chi-Wei
yeah.
Fan. Perhaps making an offering to the poker gods by going all in with his own ace there.
Flashbacks to the aces, the ace-5 and number 30 of the final table.
Once again, what is now becoming a common story, a limp by Punnat, sort of his go-to strategy at the moment, with a wide range of hands. Kim decides to bump it up, as he's been doing once again with a wide range of hands, this time with rags, 9-3 suited.
Diamonds dominated. Punnat. So it comes 6-4-4 with one diamond. Punnat with a gut shot. Over to the board. Kim with a betting lead. Out of position. Interesting choice to raise it up out of the big, knowing that Punnat's not really limp folding many, if any, hands for 2.25x. It does give Kim an opportunity to take it away post, as well. The likelihood of that happening now is reduced somewhat significantly, if not entirely, with the 8 of spades on the turn. A check bet fold, Punnat just chipping away. I don't know about you, Vidor, but I feel like if I were in Punnat's shoes, I'd maybe be somewhat trigger shy after a few all-ins or 3 all-ins not going my way after having my opponent all in with 2 cards to come. 70% of the equity. Punnat just seems unfazed out there. It's all business.
Ace-6 off, 3-bet jam all in. That's just what you do. Doesn't matter how many all-ins you might have lost, what the stack size might be. If the situation demands it, it's going to happen. Truly a testament to the professional nature of Punnat's play. He's just been there, seen it all, done it all. Will never be afraid to pull the trigger. Subham Kim wakes up with a monster heads up. Punnat, the opposite really, 7-3 off. Has been defending fairly wide, but this might be the one to let go. Indeed he does. Kim getting a little bit of a rebate on last hand. Very comfortable still, 35 big blinds is plenty. When your opponent is as aggressive as Punnat, there is merit to perhaps letting marginal situations slide in favor of waiting for an even better spot. Something you can't afford to do when you're short stacked. Very, very interesting. As a fan of heads-up poker, this has been absolutely fascinating. Not just to see what Punnat does by the book, but how he responds to things that Kim does that are a little more unorthodox. How about 6-3 off on the button? opening big. Kim not going to go anywhere with his king queen. Once again, a very strong hand heads up. Merit to 3-betting.
Oh, for sure, heads up. There's merit to 3-bet calling off of king queen.
Look at those handshake, Henry.
Here comes the 3-bet.
Nice.
Does make the raise, and they're just going to get a count by the 6 trade. Unless it's a min raise, he'll be hitting the mark.
Great timing though on the 3-bet. Takes it down, and that does wonders for your confidence when that happens. Might not have picked up more chips at the moment, apart from the 1 million Punnat had put out already, but heads up is also a psychological battle. And the momentum often shifts psychologically before it shifts on the table. Getting 3 bets through, shutting your opponent down when they have the chip lead makes all the difference. It's like standing up to a bully. Tends to rattle them.
We are coming up to a 15-minute break. If we get there. I believe it's actually just a minute's time. So unless the tournament ends this hand.
I have a feeling they'll just look at the clock, let it go to the break. The grind that this heads-up battle has been, we're approaching 51 hands. I think the players, both of them, might feel like a little stretch of the legs will do both of them some good. And perhaps catch up to the stream as well on the break. See what their opponent has been messing around with this whole time.
Yeah, head over to the rail. Some updates. 3 with the check on the flop, squeezing 400k out of Kim, who's just got 4% equity. Drawing to running cards. Now drawing dead.
How about this, Kim? Ready to cut out some chips. Knows he cannot win by going to showdown. We'll take a stab.
He's fired again.
Last
The old
time.
0% equity bluff.
Gotta love it. Very similar board, by the way, to when Punnat had the 9-8. Of course, did get the straight draw on the turn in that scenario, but I don't see him going anywhere with the pot odds on offer. Has a decent mid pair too. Kim could be value betting with the worst hand there.
Well, the obvious draws. The Jack 9s, 9-7s, the gut shots. All whiff. Interestingly, Punnat's kicker plays as well. If Kim was value betting twice, he's not going to give up, Vidor. Triple barrel bluff with the barking shark. The 7-3 off.
It's a big one. 3 million it looks like.
Having a jack is really bad here for Punsri. It may sound pretty obvious, but you'd rather call with a hand like King 8. Sucks blocking Jack 7. Makes the call, and he has Kim back down to 25 big blinds. It's been the story of the heads-up match so far. Kim doubling up in all-in confrontations and Punnat chipping away to get him back down post-flop. Nice little pick-off there for Punsri, and that's got to send a message. It's got to send some doubts into Kim's mind that, hey, listen, pal, I'm not going to let you get away with murder, okay? So a quick 15-minute break. We are, what, 50 hands into this heads-up match. It took us 63 hands to get to heads-up. Now 114 hands in. Both players guaranteed 208,000 USD. Punnat had his opponent all in on 3 occasions. Once with the best of it, 2 times behind, and when we come back, Well, we didn't. Firstly, we didn't think we'd be coming to another break.
Oh,
we
not at
thought
all.
that it was going to be all over and done with. But Kim has put on quite the show and is fighting his way back in this one. Punnat doing his best to close this one out to take down this record-breaking Asian Poker Tour Taipei main event. Don't go too far. When Vidor and I come back, we'll be crowning ourselves a champion.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Might have a situation brewing here.
Yeah, Hayato in the big, currently fourth in chips. Facing an open from the chip leader from early position. Good to defend with the ace-9, is dominated. Really annoying spot given the presence of the two sub-10 big blind stacks, but does flop the nut flush draw. You can see a lot of those clubs dead. However, only 5 clubs remaining.
Pretty much a mandatory continuation spot for Albert, not just because he's the chip leader. But with the king on the board, you have the pre-flop advantage of being the initial raiser from early position. Certainly a king is part of the range you can represent. But Hayato will not be going anywhere. Not flush draw. Extremely strong. And a raise pretty much out of the question, given that he is a middle stack, as you mentioned, a little frustrating, you're a little handcuffed because of the ICM pressure. And also maybe not Hayato's style from what I've observed yesterday. Very calm, very cool and collected customer. Really picks his spots for aggression and clearly makes it work to his advantage.
Well, 630 in the middle, going to this 4 of hearts turn. Action on Albert, does check behind. And how about the nuts on the river? for Hayato. Finds the club. Unfortunately, Albert was just ace high. Not much value to be had for the Japanese player.
With the cash he will be accumulating today, he will be crossing $400,000 in his lifetime cashes. A wonderful milestone for him to achieve. Hayato, that is. As I was saying, Henry, I was super impressed with his play yesterday. He actually went maybe an hour without getting involved in a hand. And, you know, as a commentator, you tend to notice and maybe think, hey, maybe this person is playing a little bit passively. Maybe their strategy is to try and make it to the final table and that's it. But really wasn't the case once he stepped it up. Showed aggression in so many spots, made some hero calls, and tended to be right more often than not.
What is Albert thinking of doing here? Facing the river probe. Sub half pot river probe from Hayato.
Oh my.
Oh boy.
Oh my. It's Hayato's world and we just live in it. Gets bluff raised while having the nuts.
You're on a final table, but APT main event. There's 121k up top. You've led on the river after turn went check check, and the chip leader is raising into you. I mean, this feels a bit like theory's gone out the window and we're just blasting here.
Yeah, I said Albert Gorelick might have come in with a plan, and it seemed like it didn't matter what was on the board. He wanted to execute that plan. That plan was pressure, that plan was aggression. He's picked the wrong spot here, but credit where it's due. I mean, it's not easy to make bluff raises on the river, whether you're the chip leader or not. Albert just gets the bad news with the all-in from Hayato, and this hand is over. Albert might Hollywood a little bit, of course. He's got to be throwing up inside.
Yeah, Hollywood to save face for a bit. As the ace-jack finds the mark, and that is a huge pickup for Hayato. Increasing his stack by more than half, or more than 50%. Up to 3.5 million. And now moves up to second in chips.
Ace-4 offsuit raise from Ponomarenko. Continuing the heater. Jinwoo Kim picks up the beautiful suited connector. The only problem is that he's pretty short. He is in the big blind though, gets a good price, so he's going to make the call here. So we're going to see heads up to a flop, single raise pot, cutoff versus big blind. Ace-4 offsuit versus 6-5 suited as the flop brings Ace-7-4, one club.
What a flop.
Wow. Two pair for Ponomarenko. Open ender for Jinwoo Kim. And your open enders and straight draws really increasing in value when it's a rain board, as you just have no real reverse implied odds making your straight but bringing in the flush.
This is what I call the movie flop. It's almost like engineered for these two hands in particular. Jinwoo Kim simply cannot go anywhere at this stage. Might even consider bumping things up if he really thinks Ponomarenko is getting out of line with his newly acquired chips.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
A warm welcome back to Taipei. We are heads up in the APT Taipei main event. Some of you may be thinking, you guys still live? Is this still going? It is. Punnat Punsri doing his best to close this out, but Kim has other plans. 208,000 USD guaranteed for these final two players, over $365,000 going to the eventual champion. But it remains to be seen, Vidor, who that champion's going to be, because Kim has got some fight in him.
Well, a fight is the least that we can say Kim has in him. He has come back from a 1-10 chip deficit to essentially putting Punnat on the back foot multiple times during this battle. Of course, the last hand before the break did put a dent in Kim's stack, but as you correctly said, that has been the story. Go up a little bit, lose a little bit, but still keep the thread alive, keep the game alive, and what a great game it's been. I've been loving every moment of it, and who knows how much longer it lasts, but we thank you for being with us as we close out this record-breaking APT main event in Taipei. $150,000 is what these two players, these two finalists are playing for.
Unbelievable.
And of course, the most beautiful trophy, perhaps of all time, of any poker tournament in the world, the amazing lion of the new era of the APT. As we head to the action here, we hope you stick with us, along with us as we close it out. It's going to be an exciting one. We are going to see some crazy action. Of course, Punnat now still back in control, 5-1 chip lead once again. But slowly these numbers are not starting to mean much, as every time Punnat seems to have a foothold, a stronghold over this tournament, Kim fights back. And what a story of sort of the experience of Punnat, a legendary Thai poker superstar, against the relatively inexperienced, but my God, talented Soo Bum Kim.
Yeah, I mean, look, 150K in a $1,600 buy-in heads-up match, not something you see every day. So understandable that Kim is doing his best to just really stick it to the Thai superstar. Punnat, of course, #1 on Thailand's all-time money list, looking to win the first of the new era main events. Listen, man.
Anything can happen.
Let's throw it down to the floor. I mean, look, nothing will surprise me at this point. Punnat has been grinding away post-flop, just doing a really good job at outplaying Kim once it's gone to the streets. But Kim winning 3 for 3 in terms of all-ins. Welcome back to the live stream, to our viewers on YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook. Let us know in the chat who you're rooting for. Let us know who you think's going to win this one. Kim now playing 26 bigs, given that the blinds have gone up to 250K, 500K. So $1 million to go in the big blind every time. I do apologize, but it'll go on.
I was just about to mention how we did, of course, bring up Punnat, the Thai superstar. Subam Kim representing Korea at this APT main event. A Korean contender, a mainstay certainly on most final tables at the APT, but Subam has taken it to the next level, battling it out for 150k. As we head back to this hand, both players with bottom pair. Punnat with the best of it with the queen kicker, but a straight draw for Kim. So things getting spicy right off the bat as we come off this break. 500k is the big blind. Price of poker has certainly gone up. Huge chip lead still for Punnat, but a solid 25 big blinds in the stack of Kim.
Yeah, I mean, look, a double up for Kim pretty much ties it. Punnat would be playing 29, Kim would be playing 26. He may be here a while, chat. As the 8 of spades pairs the board on the river. Kim with showdown. Check it on over to Punnat. He's got to check behind first blood after coming back from break. Kicker plays.
Quick check there, by the way, on the river from Kim, and Punnat did raise an eyebrow. Once again, Kim perhaps not the most balanced with timing tells and such. Punnat is going to pick up on everything. Might have been considering value betting it. Would not be unreasonable to value bet what is third pair. However, with the board pairing the 8s, 10 being unlikely, given that it is top pair and very strong, you might expect to see some chips in the middle from Kim there. Punnat decides to just take showdown, get that momentum again as we come back from the break.
116 hands into this final table.
Like 3 off for Kim, who has been mixing up his pre-flop play consistently throughout this heads-up battle. This time limping with the 5 high. Punnat with the aces. Well, an ace in his hand, I should say. Wow. Puts it in there.
And just chipping away at the stack of Kim.
And talk about the awareness of the game. Punnat, just like we have observed in the booth, knows that actually Kim never really limped a strong hand. Perhaps Punnat also caught up with the live stream during the break or got some info from his rail. Just completely aware of what's going on.
I must say, in terms of hand distribution, this heads-up match has been pretty raggy. Bar the ace-3 against the queen-jack, I think that's been the only real big collision in terms of close to top of range. Well, how about the nuts for Kim? 10-7-6 rainbow. Check it on over to Punnat.
Might feel a bit compelled to bet here. Decides to not. Checks behind. Does pick up a straight draw now. Kim is going to be slightly disappointed in his hand now. A lot less disguised than it was a moment ago. 4 to a straight on the board. But image plays such a big part in heads up, and Punnat has watched many a bluff come from the direction of Kim. It's certainly not an automatic fold. The straight draw and perhaps consideration of floating. Punnat lets this one go. It's again a little bit snug. There you see it, 87 bigs to 25. Run the maths real quick, what a double up would mean. It would make it 50 bigs to 62. And as we have been saying many a times during this heads-up battle, we may just have a game on our hands here, ladies and gentlemen. Do not tune out for even a second. Very happy to see a lot of the viewers back joining us after this break. Once again, hovering around the 500 viewer mark on YouTube alone. In case you're new, and in case you haven't listened to our pleas yet, please do hit the like button. falling from King 7 suited, and Punnat is coming in with a different gear, punishing those limps.
Very curious to see Kim wake up with a legit hand on the button. See if he opts to limp trap, given how aggressive Punnat has been playing against said limps.
With the level of situational awareness Kim has shown at various stages on this final table, I am sure he is waiting for a great hand so that he can limp on the button. And how about this? A decent hand. This time on the big blind for Kim. Queen Jack suited. King 4 off for Punnat. Certainly an open heads up. King good enough to open on the button, even with a 4. 3 betting chips being cut out. There's one thing Kim has not shown on this final table. It's fear.
Yeah, that's for sure. So 3-bet getting quick fold from the button open. Hand number 119 of this final table. And to be honest with you, I know we're now expecting a lengthy heads-up battle. Maybe some people were hoping for a quick win for Punnat, but what a way to just wrap up this festival, wrap up this series. Wouldn't have it any other way. I mean, it's deserving of a battle. It was so one-sided. For the entirety of the final table, it was just all Punnat Punsri.
Absolutely. I mean, look at that beautiful trophy sitting there in the middle. You don't win that without a battle. And what a battle we've had. And coming back to your prediction, Henry, we're approaching hand 120. 63 hands to get to heads up. 57 now in heads up. How's that for a battle? More hands in heads up, perhaps, than the rest of the final table combined. Check, check all the way. King high versus queen high. Nothing changes on the river. Punnat wins. This hand goes to showdown.
Absolute scenes here in Taipei. King high gonna be good.
That fortress in front of Punnat, looking at a wee bit smaller than when heads up started. Seven deuce versus 9-5 suited. Top and bottom pair on the flop for Kim. Straight draw for Punnat.
Certainly some possibilities for this pot to get out of line.
The board super wet, 2 diamonds. Quite a consideration for how Kim wants to navigate this. Seems to be leaning towards a raise, as he tends to do. Look at that. Those bricks come out in the middle. Over 2 million, perhaps over 2.5, 2.9. 2 million to call for Punnat. This hand is likely going to be over. Once again, the all-important momentum is going to be in the favor of Kim here.
It's Punnat thinking here with his gut shot. Facing this check raise, does let it go. Sizable one at that. Over 500 viewers now. The Asian Poker Tour YouTube channel.
Can I make a request, Henry? How about some Korean flags in chat?
There we go.
For Subam Kim. Putting up this amazing fight, giving us the poker we deserve. Find that Korean flag emoji, even if you're not Korean. Send it in chat. There's that limp with a decent hand this time. Queen jack off. Punnat with the 6 high. Does not make things too messy for now.
Kim again flopping a monster piece on the flop. Unfortunately for him, Punnat with just rags. 21 likes away from the 100 like goal over on YouTube. Would mean a lot to myself and Vidor if we could get there. Mean a lot to the team as well. I know it sounds silly just by clicking the like button, but you guys have no idea how much it helps us grow the channel, reach a wider audience. As you can see, record-breaking fields here in Taipei. We're doing our best to really change the poker landscape in Asia. Have the summer series just around the corner. We have another $1 million guaranteed main event in South Korea starting at the end of August, so make sure you keep an eye out on Natural 8 for qualifiers, as Punnat Punsri, case in point, qualified into day 3 on Natural 8 and is now guaranteed 208,000 USD. This one checks through. Top pair v middle pair. Punnat finding the check back. Kim knuckling it on over for the second time. Well, well, well. Talk about a masterclass in losing the minimum.
The spidey sense was just tingling there. How does he do it? Middle pair, very strong hand heads up when checked 2 twice. Kim does find the 2 pair now on the river. Makes a huge bet, and Punnat, with the way the hand has gone, certainly is going to be tempted to call it off. Reaches for those chips. Can't say I blame him. Did under-rep his hand the whole way.
Yeah, massively under-rep. Does make the call. A decent pickup there for Kim.
Punnat can pat himself on the back knowing that he somewhat managed to mitigate the damage that could have been done. The pot started to bloat at any other point in the hand. And look at that,
wow.
Back to 2-1, 38 million to 19.
Well,
Things
well,
are getting precarious, 75 bigs to 37. I mean, this is now, dare I say, a relatively ordinary heads up towards the end of a main event. Started off with a 10-1 chip lead. Think about the events that it has taken to get to this 2-1 chip lead. All in the favor of the man you see on your screen right now. Subam Kim from Korea. Showing how it's done. No fear. Pulling triggers when needed. How about that ace queen on the button? Does he limp this time?
10-1 to a 2-1 chip deficit.
Does not trap this time and would not have induced a jam, which is when we were discussing why he might trap. But does get the pickup, and those pickups are huge. $1 million each time from the big blinds. Big blind plus big blind ante. Any of you in chat play heads up like me, just realize that the big blind ante changes everything. We've seen huge jams, by which I mean Punnat has been jamming things like suited kings, unsuited aces, when stacks have been above the 20 big blind mark, but it's all because of that big blind ante. So much dead money every time to try and pick up.
These hands could collide. The 9-7 deuce Top pair for Kim. 2 overs. Some backdoors available for Punnat. He's going to fire out C-bet. Nice hand to do it with.
And now things get fairly interesting, Henry. We have seen Kim navigate so many tricky spots, but we've never seen him with a decent stack so far in this heads-up battle. It's exactly what he has now. He does decide to flat call the top pair, which turns into top 2, giving Punnat the open-ender.
Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. This could be a sizable one. Kim with top 2. Punnat with a hand that has all the options available. Could check back and try and realize his equity. Try and lean into Kim. His double barrels have been working pretty successfully for him.
Well, the thing is, with the flat call on the flop, Kim's range is pretty wide. Yes, there are some straight draws in there, many of which connect with the 8. But things like deuces and 7s would likely succumb to the pressure of a big bet. Punnat does have a big decision on his hand. How much does he want to bloat this spot at this point? Well, that much it seems. Cutting out some chips. 3 million it looks like. And here we go. Things are getting serious. $3.5, I believe that bet was. And what does Kim do with 17 million in his stack? Knows he likely has the best hand. The board is super wet. 2 spades on it now. The backdoor spade draw active. Knows Punnat might be leading out with all kinds of draws.
That's an interesting one. I don't hate raising just because clarity can be difficult on future streets, but just setting the trap for brick rolls off. Just getting max value from all of the overpairs. So getting max value by getting Punnat to bluff. And well, the queen of spades, Punnat, rivering top pair. 12 million in the middle. Does Punnat now bet for value? Maybe Kim not going to allow him to.
Does Kim bet for value? And turns out the answer is yes. Looks like he's cutting out effectively a blocker, but he is going to be committing
That doesn't
himself.
look like a blocker to me, mate.
True, true.
That looks like a wall of plaques.
This is the toughest spot for Punnat in this heads-up battle so far. He has hit top pair on the river. Perhaps a obvious-looking donk bet, which is to say Kim is representing that he's hit some sort of a backdoor flush, backdoor straight scenario. Oh, excuse me, can't really be a backdoor straight. It would already be a straight on the turn.
Well, Punnat flicks in the 1-chip call, and Kim scoops a 26 million chip pot, and with that, takes the chip lead. Would you believe Soo Bum Kim is chip leading the APT Taipei main event?
That is incredible. What a turn of events. Punnat seems to have realized his slight misstep there. Did throw in the call pretty quickly. Perhaps would have come to the same decision had he taken his time. And look at that. Seeing Kim's name right up top is a funny feeling considering where we started this heads-up battle. 64 bigs to 48 bigs. Oh man, Henry, what is going on here?
From a 10-1 chip deficit to the chip lead. 62 hands of heads-up played so far, and Korea in pole position. Smash that like button. Those of you watching over on YouTube, we have over 600 viewers. Would love to get to 100 likes. These guys deserve it. The team deserves it.
Just know, guys, these guys will be watching back this stream. Do you want them to look at the like counter and wonder what else they could have done?
Love to see it. Punnat making up with best hand we've seen in heads up so far. No action. Kim.
You do raise a good point, Henry, about it being the best hand we've seen. Not too many pocket pairs either, really. Just goes to show these players have been using their wits and their guts more than their cards. Certainly the man at the far end of the screen, Subam Kim, now in the chip lead. Fascinating to even hear myself say that out loud. We might be heading to one for the history books here, Henry. Absolutely epic. And right as we complain to the poker gods, they grant 2 black ladies to Subam Kim.
Kim just relentless. Obviously helps getting dealt top of range, but how about it?
How about an F in chat for Kim's aggression? Because honestly, that is a huge reason he got paid off in that 9-8 hand. He has been aggressive throughout this heads-up battle. He's made bluffs in scenarios where perhaps more fearful souls would back down. That's exactly why Punnat perhaps flicked in that call chip real quick. Did not give Kim any credit for maybe backing into a flush on the river the way he donk bet. That chip lead pot, will it prove absolutely crucial?
Some Q&As coming your way in the chat to get your hands on some natural 8 tickets. They're being incredibly generous with the ticket giveaways. Good luck to everyone taking part. Punnat with a check raise. Love to see it.
3 high wins the pot. Always a good feeling. Just a reminder in case you all had forgotten, what are we playing for here? Over 150,000 US dollars. You see the prize differential there, almost 5 million in Taiwanese dollars. That is just incredible. Subam Kim looking to create some history here. 62 bigs to Punnat's 47.
Now played more hands of heads up than we did to go from 9 to 2. As Kim looks likely to win another pot. Queen high flush draw, going to just lead on the Jack 3 deuce.
$33 million to $24 million. And funnily enough, given where we started this heads-up battle, absolutely zero discussion of deals. Perhaps Punnat, having won over 5 million in lifetime live tournament earnings, would not have considered one anyway, but Subam Kim has backed into the chip lead for one of the largest heads-up we've ever seen at an APT main event. Bluffing with the 5 high. Not going anywhere with this pair of 7s.
Certainly won't be going anywhere now.
Kim officially drawing dead. Interesting river, 4 to a straight now on the board. Certainly some bluff opportunities that Kim declines. And why not? Just got the chip lead. Across the 30 million mark.
That may not feel like much, but Punnat taking down a pot. The way things have been going. Good for morale. Very easy to, not done by. And his opponent all in. With 2 cards to come, he had 70% of the equity. Been all in 3 times now. Kim has doubled every time. Of course, that unfortunate Queen of Spades earlier on, giving Punnat top pair against a turn top 2 of Kim. A pot that gave Kim the chip lead. What a battle this has been. It makes sense. 158,000 difference between first and second. That trophy alone worth fighting for.
A GOAT trophy with a lion on it. And by the way, in case you are joining us fairly recently, we have once again had some new entrants in the chat. Perhaps people who thought the tournament was over and are deciding to join back in. And if you haven't been following along the coverage of this event, over 1,400 players signed up to play the main event of the APT. $1,600 give or take in USD was the buy-in. And that led to an incredible prize pool of over $2 million. And here we are playing for 365,000 US dollars for first place. Both players have locked up 208,000, leading to that $157,000 heads up Henry just mentioned, which is just insane. Often that exceeds the first place prize at most main events, APT or otherwise. And here it's the differential between second and first place. You got a feel for Punnat's live rail. We're standing around following, hoping to watch the finishing hand, perhaps get into the winner's photo. Meanwhile, Kim crushing their dreams while making his own come true. In the chip lead now. Perhaps looking to create a poker boom in Korea with this incredible score.
Yeah, with that $1 million prize pool coming up late August in Incheon in South Korea. So you have the 2 Summer Series festivals before that.
What a story it's already been for Kim, but what a story that would be if he does in fact win this main event. I can certainly see a wall-size poster hanging in Incheon at the APT event in August.
Certainly expected to create a little boom of sorts as well. Looks like Kim has started playing a bottom limping strategy. He's getting the chip lead. Punnat not going anywhere with the king high backdoor hearts. Well, how about that for a turn card? Does give Kim some equity in the form of a gut shot. It's going to check through. As the front door spades get there. 2.5 in the middle. I'm going to try and get his king high to showdown. I mean, Su Bum Kim just relentless, mate.
And a quick bet too, which by the way, just because I tend to notice these things, he had only done so with value so far, that quick bet. Talk about experience of balancing your timing tells even live. Kim just continues to impress, takes it down with 6 high. Incredible scenes, as we've been repeatedly saying. By the way, if you can hear the ambient noise, the CEO of the APT, Fred, announcing what I can only assume is the high roller Day 1 of the high roller going on right now. We will be bringing you the coverage of day 2 tomorrow. Once again, record breaking. The last we checked, the prize pool had crossed $400,000 in USD. I suspect we ended up with a tad more, which once again means it's going to be huge money up for grabs, particularly for first place. We look forward to having you around for that journey as well. High roller means some high quality poker. So if you're like me and you love some high quality poker, well, join us and give yourself a hack to being reminded when to join us. Follow us on our social media, hit subscribe on the YouTube channel, and hit like. The YouTube algorithm will be sure to recommend when we're live. Should be around noon local time.
Just heard Punnat talking with someone on the rail. So play slightly tighter, but don't limp buttons. As we see Punnat open things up to 1.3 million. Kim just flatting. King, Queen, Jack, bottom pair. Open ender. Punsri comes out firing 2/3.
Kurt in chat. Sorry, Henry.
No,
I just
go
had
ahead.
to mention. Kurt says, I thought Punsri was multi-tabling for a second there as he stepped away. That would take a next level sicko. So we head back to this hand. A very interesting turn card. Backdoor spade flush draw does come in.
It's the kind of flush draw that you don't hate barreling. It's obviously nice to just realize equity, which he opts to do. As the 3 of clubs rolls off on the river. Kim with the check mark.
If I can allow myself to think slightly ahead, if Kim does win this hand, which indeed he does, Punnat just gives up. That chip lead has just been widened. 35 million to Punnat's 21 million. Talk about tables being turned. A 3-2 chip lead coming up from a 10-1 chip deficit.
Yeah, we just heard blinds going up. 300,000, 600,000, I believe. Brings Punnat's stack down to 35 bigs.
Subham Kim is...
Did I hear blinds up, or is that for another table? Maybe I'm wrong.
Oh, that's right. It could be the high roller that is going on. But irrespective, Henry, Subham Kim is on the precipice of pulling off one of the greatest comebacks in APT history.
Certainly a final table worthy of a record-breaking event. 3 likes away from crossing that 100 like mark, chat. Would love to see it to wrap things up here at this epic festival in Taipei. Records broken left, right and center. Record broken in the opening event, Mystery Bounty, single day high roller, ladies event, main event of course, the high roller that we'll be covering tomorrow, another record broken in that one. The Asian Poker Tour is here to stay. We really do appreciate your guys' support, whether it be just loitering, the stream up in the background, getting involved in the chat and the giveaways courtesy of Natural 8. Of course, by following us on our socials and subscribing to our YouTube.
Loitering is fair enough, Henry. I'll be honest, when I'm watching APT streams, I'm usually a loiterer, if that's the word.
Oh yeah. Love having streams up whilst I'm browsing on the internet or cooking food, maybe just to pass some time.
I'll tell you what, if I wasn't in the booth and I heard about this epic heads-up battle going on, I would certainly be loitering at the very least. Perhaps be glued to the stream, considering we are talking about Punnat, who is an absolute legend in his own right in the poker world. A Thai superstar, as we've been calling him. And Subam Kim from Korea has just put up a battle of epic proportions and is currently in control, dare I say.
King 5 deuce, Punnat checking back with ace high. Still has the best of it. It's the 5 pairs on the turn. We have seen Kim go for these delayed c-bets, not nibbling this time round. 10 of spades on the river, surely not going to try and show down 8 high, and Punnat likely to sniff this one off. Flicks in the 1 chip call, gets to see the 8 high, and maybe, just maybe, that small pot gonna change how things play out. Punnat getting to see that information on the river. Kim caught with his hand in the cookie jar. Codfish asking, Natural 8 and Commentators, do you know when satellites start for APT Hanoi? A fantastic question, mate. And one that I don't have the answer to, but I will find out, or at least do my best. I'm gonna fire a message. Production group.
A slightly different gear from Punnat, having lost the chip lead. A bit more passive on that board with the ace high and the wheel draw. But he knows what he's doing. He did get rewarded by the bluff on the river. Found the way to extract max value. That is just a pure skill sometimes. Pure experience also. Showcasing itself, rearing its head in high stakes, tough situations like this. Middle pair for Punnat on this board of ace 10-4. Not much to write home about for Kim, but a few backdoors in play. Kim has been fairly sticky with all kinds of hands on various boards.
Yeah, that's true.
This might be taking it too far, unless he has a plan. He is out of position.
Well, Punnat's come quarter pot. 6 high hits the mark.
Some discipline there. Chip lead under 3-2, but a clear one nonetheless for Subam Kim.
Punnat closing the gap slightly.
$61 bigs to $51 bigs. Talk about having a game on our hand, ladies and gentlemen. Literally anyone's game right now. And when I say game, I mean 157,000 US dollars that we are playing for here. So many things we talked about, Henry.
It's been a long old day.
I'm thinking all the way back to day 2, talking about the probability of 2 sickos battling it out for the whole hog, for the 157K heads up.
I remember.
And here we are.
Just as we predicted. Well, not that we predicted it, but it's what we wanted. The players delivered.
Top pair for Kim is going to make him feel very comfortable in this hand. That's what you want to see when you raise it up with King Deuce.
There is going to be another giveaway once we get to 100 likes, and we are 1 like away. That is what was promised. Natural 8.
I'm a bit confused whether this hand is still ongoing. Indeed not.
It's not.
As Kim stacks up those chips, something he is no doubt very used to. Not just from the rest of the tournament, but from this heads-up battle alone. Look at that, Henry. Just aesthetically speaking, Kim has become quite a force with the towers he has erected in front of him. That chip lead really showcasing itself with the piles of yellow bricks he's accumulated over the course of this battle. Both players eyeing that beautiful trophy, that golden bottle of champagne.
We are bringing the end table in now. Again, bringing them up is not a break. No break yet. We are going to take the table to fill all the seats.
Quick defense by 10-5 off in the big blind. Perhaps one of those hands you can consider letting go.
Yeah, I agree. Though they are incredibly deep.
Depending on who you ask, something between 70 to 90% hands being defended.
It's an interesting turn card. Both players pairing the 5 and now looking likely to get to the river. 3 million in the middle. Punnat checks behind. And he's going to win at showdown. Question is, will there be more chips in the middle as Kim blocks for one big? 10-5 no good. Punnat trying to claw his way back into this one.
Kim actually gets pipped there. Slightly upsetting feeling in poker to lose to the next best hand. In this case, Queen 5 was the next best hand. Not much of a difference to the stacks, of course. 61 to 51 bigs still. As we look at chat, and we do see Be Nasty say that they waited to be the 100th like. Well, thank you very much, Be Nasty. We do appreciate all the support in chat. And if you're a fan of poker, I suspect you know other fans of poker. Bring them in too, because this is a battle of epic proportions. Perhaps history on the verge of being made, not just in terms of one of the biggest tournament prize pools, one of the biggest heads-ups, also the biggest comeback. However you phrase it, David versus Goliath, Reg versus Rec. This has been a superbly entertaining few hours of poker.
Codfish getting some news directly from the source. Naturally, it's saying no details as of yet, but likely to be 10 seats in total guaranteed with no online day one. So packages or seats at least going to be up for grabs.
Slightly more bloated pot there than usual, and how about that quick aggression? Takes it down with the C-bet. Subam Kim showing how it's done. Had been leaning towards delayed C-bets back when he was sort of on the back foot with the small stack. It's just displaying a totally different gear right now. Very, very impressive stuff by Kim from Korea. Showing how it's done. Setting perhaps a trend for what is to come at the APT in Korea towards the end of August.
6s for Punnat. Still the best of it on the ace-9 tray. Kim with a very interesting card in hand. King of Diamonds. King High also going to be good some of the time. Just hearts on the turn. Clean for Punnat, undercard to the 6s. Codfish asking, did you say no online day ones? That is exactly what I said, my man. It'll just be satellites with seats up for grabs, as this one is going to check down. Punnat, 26 million. Kim, 30 million. And for those of you that have only joined us over the last 10-15 minutes or so, do you believe that Kim started with a 10-1 chip deficit and is now the chip leader, and has been for a decent amount of time now.
And if indeed you are just joining us in the last 10-15 minutes or so, take a look at that magnificent trophy that is up for grabs, along with the extra $157,000 that these players are playing for and have been battling it out for over 80 hands now. I've lost count of how much time it's been, Henry, but...
Oh, how about this from Punnat? Out of line 3-bet. Making a stand. It's like 5 million. See what Kim decides to do here. Has been sticky at times. Is on the button. Closing the action. Play the rest of the hand in position, of course. This is the first 3-bet we've seen from Punnat, if I'm not mistaken. And he does find the fold. 80 hands into this heads-up match, and it is tied. It's as tight as it can get.
Punnat perhaps realizing, with the card distribution not going his way in terms of being dealt those premium hands, he just knew it had been enough time, and he gets to represent a premium hand. Worked out perfectly. Once again, showing his experience and skill. And how about that? Even stacks. Literally anyone's game. Not very often in life you will find yourself playing heads up, even stacks for $157,000.
Yeah, funnily enough, Punnat's fellow countryman, Pachara Wongwachit, played an epic heads-up battle during this series in the, I want to say it was the 2.6K high roller. They ended up playing a 2-hour-long heads-up match where Pachara did eventually come out with the win. Will Punnat do the same?
Well, he did just marginally take the chip lead with that previous spot.
Kim just mucking his button. Very interesting strategy this deep. So there you have it. Punnat has regained the chip lead. 29 million. Plays 28 million. Let's get some Thai and Korean flags in the chat for these two beasts.
I'm very curious, who is supporting Kim here? I know Punnat, being the superstar that he is, has a lot of fans across the globe.
So
but surely
there are a lot of people that love an underdog story, myself included. Regardless of where Kim comes in this, if he can close it out or if he does finish runner-up, I tip my hat to him, because what a show he's put on, what a battle. As he looks down at a couple of kings, a welcome sight. Especially heads up with 150,000 plus on the line. Now with a snap fold, of course.
Punnat denying Kim the joy equity of putting out a 3-bet with kings. Folds before the chips hit the middle. Certainly, Punnat incentivized to keep things moving along. Sure, he feels he has the edge here. He's going to be feeling the pressure and the heat. Starting out with that monster chip lead and now being dead even in stacks.
JB saying, I met Punnat in a Bon Chon in Bangkok. He paid for my bill, gave me a kiss on the forehead. What a champion. Can confirm, I was there. I was the waiter.
Our natural aid mod going, for real, I was the forehead. Love it. Shout out to the mod, who has been
Been
on
fantastic.
point this whole series.
Great banter. But don't steal my jokes again, naturally. It's a time and a place. You need to know your place. A joke.
How about those payouts in Taiwanese dollars? 11.2 million in first place. That's 7 figures, ladies and gentlemen. And we've been in Taiwan for a few days now. I have to say, Henry, everything has been very reasonably priced. Taiwanese dollars go a long way by themselves. And here we have 7 figures up for grabs. Queen 10 off for Pachara. Good enough to raise it up to 1.3 million. Subam Kim makes the call. Off to the flop, 6-3 deuce.
Chat,
hearts on the
am I
board.
tripping or did it all just say Pachara?
Did I? It is getting late.
Could someone in the chat, no, because the reason I bring this up, and normally I would let this slide, right? But we have to give a bit of the backstory. Let's let this hand play out quickly. But we've got to tell the viewers the backstory, because this is trippy. Kim turning the open-ender, putting up with the 2 overs, and queen high flush draw. There's some celebrations in the background from one of the side events. Shan confirming that Vidor said Pachara. Okay, I'm not tripping. 6 million in the middle. It's the Jack of Diamonds. Players bricking.
Kim with the betting lead.
Yeah, he just loves following through.
You'd love to see it. A hefty bet, and Punnat will have no choice really but to give up the hand or consider making.
Hang on a minute. You hold your horses, sir. Because the cards haven't hit the mark yet.
He would need to pull the trigger on the hero call of all hero calls, or perhaps a raise on the river here. Something that hasn't happened yet throughout this heads-up battle.
He's thrown in a time bank chip. If he makes this hero call, look at him staring Kim down. He's made a couple of correct ones so far already. So many straight draws miss. So many single heart draws miss. The snap bet on the river from Kim. Punnat with the raise to 10 million with queen high, bluffing with the best hand.
What a class act. Just knows where he's at. Realizes Kim has been out of line fairly frequently in these spots. Decides to represent. A strong hand on the river gets Kim to fold his 8 high. Well played, sir. And before you get into the story, Henry, I will completely concede that I, of course, said Pachara, considering people in chat are saying it. You had, of course, been talking about Pachara. And I was thinking about the other Thai superstar.
That is true.
But yeah, please do go ahead. Elucidate the chat.
Okay, so a little bit of a backstory. I'll make this as quick as possible. When I had my first interview with Michael and Victor talking about our vision for the Asian Poker Tour, I'm a big tennis fan. And minutes into the interview, I said ATP instead of APT. And the other day when Vidor and I were live on air doing the pit walk through the tournament area, for whatever reason, I got it stuck in my head about that moment, and I was getting a bit conscious of saying ATP instead of APT live on air. But rather than me slipping up, I started hearing ATP coming from Vidor. And I told him, I said, hey, dude, you messed up a couple of times there. It's APT, not ATP. Bearing in mind, we were live for like 30 minutes. He then watched back the entire thing and came back to me and said, Henry, I watched the entire thing and not once did I mistake the APT for ATP. Some trippiness.
Please don't lose faith in us, chat. We tend to know what we're doing most of the time.
Most of the time. 90% of the time.
It's just been so crazy over here.
It's been fantastic. Loved every minute of it. Up to 675 viewers now. Really appreciate the support from all of you. What an epic series it's been. One more day to go, of course. Tomorrow, be bringing you coverage from the high roller. Look at this, Kim. The check raise with the 9-3 on the ace, queen, queen. Punnat with jack high.
Gotta respect the gumption, but Kim is telling a story that is hard to believe. Neither an ace or a queen likely to check raise on that board. Certainly not that quickly, although, as we discussed earlier, Kim does balance his timing tells. And look at that, Punnat simply cannot fight back against the aggression. What a pickup. So much of heads up is psychological and about momentum. I think Kim knows that more than anyone else. Takes back that crucial momentum that Punnat had gained in the previous spot. 50 bigs to 62 bigs. Still anyone's game.
I'm curious to hear what the viewers think of momentum in poker. Is it something that they believe in? It's a topic and a debate that's been brought up many times. Love to hear your thoughts at home. Whether you think momentum is a thing. What a heads-up battle. Almost 100 hands in to this heads-up match. 89 to be precise. Took us 63 hands to get to heads-up. Was all Punnat. I want to say, did he eliminate everyone at the final table?
That is possible. Perhaps with one exception. But he was steamrolling over the entire table throughout those 63 hands until he met the wall. Subban Kim.
There was one exception, yeah. Yeah, the ace-king, the ace-queen, hand number 23. Codfish saying momentum made a player 5-bet shove, ace-5-0 into aces. 6-bet shove, might I add. Went open, Punnat 3-bet to 2 million from the small. Fan clicked it back to 3.7 million. Punnat then clicked it back to 5.9 million. And then
5-bet shoves wouldn't even make the highlight reel. 6-bet shove, that's where it's at.
Tens. Punnat. Kim gonna defend with the Robbie.
The Robbie.
And well. Jack, 8, 7, rainbow, top pair for Kim. Pocket tens. It's gonna be the best hand a decent amount of the time. A gut shot as well.
This is one of my least favorite spots in poker. When you have a good pocket pair with one overcard. It is just so hard to navigate knowing that you likely have the best hand. And how about that for having the best hand? Kim now effectively drawing dead to a chop.
I think we're about to play a sizable pot here. 5 million in the middle. Kim not one to fold top pair. Especially now that the stream's caught up. You know, they're 90 hands into this heads-up match. He's aware that Punnat has been double barreling with semi-bluffs before. A hand like king-queen, ace-queen. Maybe even some... no, queen-7 doesn't really make sense. I was trying to think of maybe some one-pair gut-shot type holdings. Does let it go. Disciplined lay down there by Kim. Not easy to do. Top pair in heads-up. Realize saying it's tough to play along with those emotions. Can't imagine how these guys feel. And for Punnat, how he feels from having a 10-1 chip lead to being here fighting with tooth and nails. I couldn't put it better myself, my man. We talk so often about emotional regulation amongst the top pros and, well, not just the top pros, but poker players who often find success due to having the ability to just moving on and letting go. Things that have happened in the past and just focusing on the task at hand.
I mean, just look at the the raise Punnat made on the river with the queen 10 off. To do that when you have become the shorter stack, that takes special skills. How about middle pair versus bottom pair here? Ace 8 for Kim, queen 5 for Punnat. Certainly demands more chips in the middle. Look at that, Punnat just lets it go. How does he know? A pair heads up is considered very strong and certainly good enough to continue one street. But the texture of the board there with multiple draws in the 3 spades, Punnat decides this is not the time to get messy. And how right he was. Incredible spidey sense being shown throughout by Punnat.
4-3 chip lead for Punnat. Quick dealer change. Christina's saying momentum exists.
Well, that's certainly true, physics-wise. Curious what they think poker-wise.
Don't make nerdy jokes at 11:44 p.m.
That's all I have.
You're gonna get me chuckling. So with an ace on the button. And Kim with a playable hand. Lines up to 300k, 600k. 600k big blind ante.
650 of you in chat. Punnat for the next Spider-Man, says Codfish. That spidey sense has been tingling. I am so curious if anybody is joining us late here. Perhaps some fans of Kim. Surely he's alerted the friends and family about what he's on the verge of accomplishing here. Not to mention what he's already accomplished. $208,000 US already locked up. Playing an epic proportions heads-up battle.
Yeah, what a hero, Subum Kim from Korea. What a show he's put on for us here. From 10-1 chip deficit to holding the chip lead at one point during this heads-up match and still in the fight. 37 big blinds. Just epic. Exactly kind of storyline we were hoping for. As Punnat pulls away, now has a 20 big blind buffer between him and Kim. I want to say we're 2.5 hours into this heads-up match?
At least, I would think so. Give or take. Relentless.
I'm trying to think, it was 100, 200 at the start. Maybe a bit longer, actually. Maybe 3.5. Tens for Punnat. Kim with 6-2s, just gonna muck.
Oof, no action. Always rough to get no action with monsters.
Codfish asking, commentators, what's been the favorite thing you've eaten in Taipei?
Oh, I have a direct answer for this. Salted soy milk. A Taipei/Taiwan specialty. It essentially ends up like a bowl of hot tofu, but very, very unique.
Mine's going to sound incredibly strange to the viewers at home, but mine's broccoli.
Ooh.
From the restaurant we went to the other night with Jack Sinclair. It's an Italian restaurant. Just, 5 minutes walk from the venue. Pasta & Co. Shout out Pasta & Co. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that on stream, but your broccoli banked. Dive back
lemon
into
on the top?
King, Queen, 8. And that's still the best of it. 3.6 million in the middle.
How about stinky tofu? Asks Jeva Gerald. Haven't had the pleasure yet.
That's a pass from me.
Something about the name. I will try it though. I will try it. At some night market perhaps, another thing Taipei is famous for. It's nothing to write home about for Kim, but doesn't stop those hands from reaching for those chips.
He loves it. So tough to play against. He is so aggressive. And that makes the call. 6.6 in the middle. Punnat can hold here. It's going to regain the 2-1 chip lead. That's a fascinating river card. 7 of clubs now does give merit to Kim firing through as he does. I think at this point, though, Punnat just can't fold pairs. Based on the showdowns that we've seen. The nut 8, sure, the 5-6 gets there. Spades brick, Jack 9, 10 9. Jack 10 makes the call and wins an 11 million chip pot, and Punnat Punsri now has a more than 2-1 chip lead. What a grind.
A slight misstep there, not to be results oriented or anything, but Kim, of course, has been making these half pot, 1/3 pots, 40% pot bluffs on the river, consistently being called by Punnat. Perhaps simply because the math demands it. When all the draws miss and you're getting good pot odds, you do tend to call off any pair. Kim hoping that Punnat was the one with the draw. Hence the small bet on the river, the stab. But as it stands, he is down to 26 bigs. Familiar story, 2-1 chip lead. 2.5-1 in fact. Certainly hasn't slowed down Kim in the past.
Kim limping in on the button. The 9-3 suited. Punnat to check his option.
Whoever wins the championship could take away about 200,000 plates of stinky tofu. Correct.
Domination rotation for Kim. And bottom pair. As the board runs out 10 king. Maybe some value to be had here from Kim. Punnat checks and Kim's going to check behind. Just 5 hands away from 100 hands of heads-up play.
Well, everything else had been record-breaking, Henry, so why not?
What an end to this main event.
And the way these guys are playing at this stage, almost 100 hands into heads up, just bears mentioning. It is not easy to be this dialed in for this long. It's one thing to have a 9-handed grind. We're talking about being involved in every pot. For the highest stakes, certainly Kim is likely to have ever played in his life. And very, very meaningful amounts of money to anyone, including the likes of Punnat. It takes insane focus at the end of a 4-day grind. Less so for Punnat, who, just to remind our viewers, qualified on Natural 8, played day 1 online, cashed directly, joined us on day 3. Still though, just the madness of today alone would wear down lesser poker players. Complete break on the river, back to his hand. Punnat still with the gut shot. Pair of 10s for Kim.
Kim with the check mark. On these board textures, we've seen Punnat kind of just wave the white flag once Kim has continued. Makes sense on a hand on a board like King Queen 10. Let's see if he goes for the check bet check line. No. I love the discipline. Very easy to fall into the trap of I have to barrel here because I have just 9 high and bottom of my range. Punnat correctly realizing that Kim's range that continues on the flop is obviously pretty pair heavy. It's tough to get a pair to fold, especially in heads up, especially with that run out. Samuel Wilkinson saying, Punnat reminds me of a young Jeremy Yang, raw talent and oozes class. true professional. Someone I'm really looking forward to keeping my eye on over the next couple of years. Certainly made a name for himself the last 12 months.
2.2.
Continuing to kind of represent the Thai poker community.
I really want to focus on the oozing class part of it. Just his demeanor, his treatment of other players. I'm thinking back to the insane aces versus ace-5 hand, which ended with a hug for his opponent. That's the kind of respect that he's garnered simply with his table presence. I'm sure his conversation with players as well. It's the kind of ambassador poker, particularly poker in Thailand, could do with. Rags versus Rags, the heads-up story. So far, tends to favor Punnat, even when he does not have the chip lead. And Kim defending the 9-4 of hearts. Man, no fear and relentless.
Yeah, suited 9x.
The old
mandatory
suited 9x.
defend.
Easy c-bet there for Punnat. Flops the pair.
Kim just going to give it up. Chat getting excited. He's crossed the 700 viewer mark. Love to see it. For those of you only just joining us, we are 3 hours into an epic heads-up battle. What a festival it's been. Records being broken left, right, and center. Punnat Punsri coming into this heads-up match with a 10-1 chip lead, knocked out every player bar one to get us heads up in just 63 hands, and we're now 99 hands in to this heads-up match. Kim has fought back, took the chip lead at one point.
This is 10 million, right? 10 million. 10 million, so 13, 16.
Punnat just getting a count.
And a stretch, perhaps. Good excuse to get an accurate count. Get the blood flowing a little bit.
Q&A incoming, chat. Get ready to win some more Natural 8 tickets as Punnat mulls over this decision. Does jam. That's a big pickup. More than a 2-1 chip lead now.
Following solid heads-up principles of 3-bet jamming suited aces. Certainly a high variance play, but he's picked his spots perfectly so far.
Yeah, it's really grinded Kim back down. It's the story of this heads-up match. Kim doubling up, Punnat grinding him back down, Kim doubling up again, Punnat grinding him back down.
Where does it go from here? That's the real question. You've just been on edge in the booth. How about kings for Kim? Cowboys.
It's the first limp we've seen in quite some time from Punnat, adjusting his strategy slightly now that Kim's sub 30.
Does tend to defend after limping. Big raise though, 1.6 million, 1 million to call. Punnat does decide to peel a flop. As we enter the 100th hand of heads up, Henry. How about that flop? Pair and a flush draw for Punnat. Overpair for Kim. Can't feel too comfortable seeing the 3 diamonds. Knows he needs to lead out, deny some equity, get some value.
Currently flipping. In fact, Punnat a slight favorite with middle pair and a flush draw. As Kim finds out continuation bet of 2.5 million.
Does Punnat want to raise things up here? A pair and a flush draw, usually a very strong hand against all kinds of holdings, but you can be utterly dominated by a higher flush draw.
All in.
Wow. Wow. Is this the one? Kim cannot really consider folding here with the overpair. We might be seeing a flip for a huge chunk of it here, guys.
This is a huge jam from Punnat. Pretty surprised. Could very easily be up against a bigger diamond draw. Could very easily be up against a pair and a bigger diamond draw.
Kim throwing in time bank chips. Personally, I'm a little confused about what Kim is thinking about. An overpair is just way too strong heads up. Yes, the board is monotone, but honestly, flop flushes don't tend to go all in here either. So I do believe Kim is leveling himself here a little bit.
Do you think two pairs jam? Kim might just not want to embrace the variance, you know? He feels like he's up against at least one diamond. At least a pair and a diamond. Can see Punnat a slight favorite with the 9-7, 7 of diamonds in hand.
Well, last
but
time
I agree,
around,
Vidor. I mean, look, you got two kings.
yeah, and last time around when Kim had top pair, Punnat 3-bet jammed, different stack sizes, of course, with middle pair. So you are right about two pairs jamming here, but you do have enough equity against two pairs to continue. He does find
Makes
the
the call. Cards on their backs. 36 million chip pop.
Wow, Punnat has to be slightly nervous here. A huge chunk of the chips in play in the middle. We are essentially flipping.
It's coming.
Punnat saying to the rail, and it's coming. Kim looking to hold. All in for the fourth time in this heads-up match. As Punnat's rail explodes.
Diamond, diamond, they say.
Calling for a diamond.
Could this be the end?
There it is! Deuce of diamonds on the turn. As Punnat runs to his rail. But as always, a true professional handshake with Soo Bum Kim. I love the sportsmanship, and more importantly, Vidor, I love what this man is representing. Just a class act all round. Came into this final table as chip leader, got us down to heads up in just 63 hands, and it took him 100 hands of heads up with Soo Bum Kim, who put on quite the show. But we do have our champion.
Props. Let's just take a moment to give the props to Soo Bum Kim, who really made a match out of it, coming in a 10-1 chip deficit, and at some point took the chip lead, created what might have been a very short, uneventful heads-up into one of the best heads-up battles we have seen for a long time to come at the APT and perhaps poker globally.
That's
Handshakes.
one of the sickest final tables. One of the sickest, sickest final tables I've seen in a long time. I mean, to have the storyline of, Punnat just coming into this heads-up match, 10-1 chip lead. Chip leader from the beginning, eliminating everyone at the final table bar one. That insane aces against ace-5 hand. To then lose the chip lead in heads-up, down and out almost.
To win that effective flip for all of it for an extra $158,000 US, bringing up his total in this tournament to $365,000. But a huge congratulations to our second place finisher, Soo Bum Kim from Korea, taking away $208,000. What a finish, a photo finish, so to speak, at the end.
It's not over yet, chat. We're just going on a very short 90-second break. And then, of course, we're going to throw it down to the floor where the champion, Thailand's #1 ranked player, Punnat Punsri is going to be receiving that all-golden
Glorious.
New Era main event trophy. Don't go too far. We're moments away from the award-winning ceremony.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
From throwing it down to Greg goes all in, and our main event champion, Thailand's Punnat Punsri, coming out on top, winning 365,000 USD for his efforts, and our first ever New Era APT main event champion. Just a quick reminder, tomorrow the poker action has not stopped. We'll be back at 12:30 local time for the final day coverage of the high rollers. So what, over 400,000 in the prize pool for that one. So if you haven't already, click the subscribe button to be notified when we go live, because the poker is continuing here at this record-breaking festival in Taipei. Just moments away. I apologize for looking down at my phone to wait for confirmation.
Well, we're about to see the ceremony of granting perhaps the sickest trophy the poker world has ever seen, the New Era APT main event trophy with the lion. If you haven't checked out the video, by the way, of the thoughts behind the trophy, do check that out. As we do cut to the floor, Greg goes all in.
From Thailand, who took home the trophy in the main event winner! Punnat, can you please tell us, first of all, congratulations, but can you tell us about your journey throughout the entire main event here at APT Taipei?
Yeah, I mean, I got lucky. I qualified online, so I could play SR day 3, but I was kind of like super tired that day. As you can see, I have a bad throw yesterday, but of course ran super good in the right spots and stuff. Like I had big hands hold in very big pots twice yesterday and then we could survive. I mean, today everything went my way. I've been cooler many people, many times. Of course, heads up wasn't as easy as we expected it to be, considering the stack discrepancies, but yeah, I mean, what a journey. I mean, I always wanted to have a deep run in like a big field main event, regardless of what it is, and the APT, I actually hold a lot of sentimental value for, especially like, it was like kind of my first big event I won in Korea, so to be able to win the Old Championship down there just feels amazing.
Amazing. And anything you want to say to the friends and family and the fans right here back home on camera?
I actually play tournaments for like years, but like I don't really have like a big rail like this. Like, because normally when I went to Vegas, a lot of my friends are not there. So this is kind of like the first experience where I actually have people cheering for me like this. It feels really nice, and yeah, I just hope it's nice to see that poker is expanding so much in Asia, and like hopefully for people back home, they try to compete like they've been doing. We've been doing great this trip. A lot of Thais are winning trophies this trip, so hopefully they can repeat what I did today, or maybe do one better in the future.
Well, you've done such a huge part in growing the game for Thailand. So seeing all the Thai rail here for you, it's no surprise at all. We're going to celebrate with some champagne with our VP of Poker Operations, Lloyd Fontiel, as well. One last time, folks, give it up for Punnat of Thailand!
No, you do it. It's ready, just use your thumb. It's all good.
Safety glasses on. Watch your heads. 4.
Okay, go.
Huh?
Hey, don't point at cameras, huh? Hey.
Glad, bro.
Invite your friends. Photo, ถ่ายรูปปะ
Yes, of course.
We have like
for your friends. We are not drinking for your friends. Call your friends, call your friends.
มาไอ้แบน
Champagne. Hells yeah. Champagne for everyone. That's what main events are all about.
That was sick.
What a gracious winner there, Punnat.
แบนเหรอไอ้แบน
See egg bone, Danny Tang.
ถ่ายรูป
Who else? Two more.
I mean all of them actually. Any Thai.
Good transfer. Oh shit. Two more.
One of the many notches in the bedpost of Punnat's tournament winnings, but certainly seems to be excited to have his friends around for this one.
Understandably so.
I love us capturing this, by the way. Rare to see the celebration at the end of the tournament, but this is really what it's all about sometimes, especially when you've
All right,
achieved.
guys, let's give it up, guys, for the main event champion of the new era of the APT here at APT Taipei 2023, Punnat Punsri.
Let's give it up, chat.
GG's for our champion. Really enjoying the moment. Saying it's a rare occasion for him to have friends on the rail.
ไอ้ถ่ายรูปรวมได้ปะคำเป็นแค่อะไรกรุ๊ปโฟโต้ใช่ไหม
All the ties, all the ties.
Saying about the success of the Thai players here in Taipei as well. Guys really making a statement, making a name for themselves, the Thai contingent. Showing up in force and dominating here in Taipei. Led by that man right there, Punnat
All right,
Punsri.
if you are from Thailand, we welcome you over here to the final table.
There we
to
go.
get a
Everyone from Thailand.
group picture with the main event champion.
Henry, this happened 30 minutes ago, buddy. You can't go join.
ไอ้ทีเข้ามาเข้ามาหมดเลย You make it
All the Thai crew. We have Thai crew on our team as well. Very diverse team here, the APT.
Now the real question, is he going to lift that beast of a trophy?
I want to know how much that weighs. How much is that going to cost in extra baggage fees flying back to Bangkok?
Well, whatever it might be, it'd be priceless. 24 karat gold plated.
There we go.
But more importantly, what it represents. And a flag of Thailand comes out right next to the trophy.
Love to see it.
Very, very cool. We always talk about poker being a sport. And when the APT is as diverse as it is.
And what a worthy champion, by the way. Punnat Punsri. Always displaying sportsmanship. Never emotional. Never see him, reacting or in any negative way. He's a great ambassador for the game.
Please stay tuned to our social media pages and our website.
Taking down the main event for 365,000 USD.
From now, guys.
There we go. Over 350 of you soaking in these sites with us. This is what it's all about.
We see Pachara on the rail, of course. So both of them going home with trophies back to Thailand.
10 minutes when the time bank race, the 3 hearts.
Discussing some of the bluffs. True poker player.
Of course.
Has
Talking
to have.
with Igbo Poker. Widely regarded, by the way, as one of the best cash game players in the world.
You don't become a sicko without debriefing on hands right after you ship one of the biggest APT events of all time. This is the kind of passion for the game, perhaps degeneracy for the game, that takes you to the top. And mad respect and mad GGs once again to the second place finisher also, Mr. Subham Kim. And of course to our first place finisher, Punnat Punsri of Thailand, taking it down 365,000 US dollars. And that beautiful trophy that you just saw before you, all going Punnat's way.
Listen, he did it the hard way, okay? Let's call a spade a spade. He knocked out everyone at the final table, bar one player, gets the heads up with a 10-1 chip lead, and then gives us a show. The Thai people are all about putting on a show. 3 hours of back and forth with Kim, but Punnat Punsri eventually closing it out for 365,000 USD. And Vidor, I mean, just an epic way to wrap up
what
the
a heads
new
up.
era main event.
And I have to say, it's raised the expectations for tomorrow, which is the high roller, day 2, and the final table of the high roller. I have such high expectations going into it from the kind of poker, the kind of players, the kind of characters we have seen today. So make sure you stay tuned and follow us along as we cover day 2 of the high roller tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow, same time, same place, around 12:30, 12:45 local time will be going live for that high roller coverage. But just to be on the safe side, if you haven't already, click that subscribe button. Make sure you follow us over on socials for updates, just in case there are delays or just in case we go live earlier. Who knows? But for now, from Vidor and I here in the booth and the entire APT team, we're going to wish you a very good night from here in Taipei.
See you tomorrow.
good heart. During our system part, for Roland is a big everybody.
weeks from now, guys.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.